that's probably gonna be very boring too. But when Marty faces the next fool, I'm gonna tune in. And one more thing, Tyrone, you need to keep Khabib out your chops, homie. We already know that you're scared of him.
Stay yo psycho down there at 55. I'm not trying to see no Khabib right now.
But then you try to act all hard in your story because you think that no one's gonna record it.
I'll fight Khabib. UFC ain't gonna let it happen though.
I've had a lot of homies get caught up because they thought that they'd be safe in the stories. Including myself. Marilena. Lo siento. If you would like to support the Mexican martial arts, then you could do so by following on social media, joining the Patreon, or getting some merch. Links down below. And if this video gets 1 million likes, then me and Flaco will bring you the Mexican 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu. So if there's any spammers out there, come through. Thank you for supporting Mexican martial arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I just want to say thank you for making it to the end of my video. And I'm gonna... Supposedly, Tyrone Woodley is getting his boxing license. And he wants to fight Canelo.
I do think I'm gonna get that Canelo fight actually.
Honestly, I'll be impressed if he gets past Leon. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. And you're watching the Mexican martial arts minute. But longer. With Antonio Brown making waves and the upcoming release of Tekashi 6ix9ine, there's no more room in the cringe hip hop category for Tyrone Woodley.
I'm the best out, tell a friend.
But if you ask me, the timing is pretty iconic because he's gonna be fighting Leon Edwards, the other most boring fighter in the division. Rumor has it that Dana is currently designing a new belt for the winner. They're calling it the MBF title for the most boring fighter. Supposedly, it's a one-time thing, but I heard that GSP also really wants a crack at it. The fight's gonna be in March in London, and I know what you're thinking.
In London?
I said the same thing. Tyrone refused to fight in London, but then his management convinced him otherwise because Tyrone's a deadpan fighter, and London loves deadpan.
'Tis but a scratch.
Google's dictionary defines deadpan as deliberately impassive or expressionless, which also defines Tyrone's fighting style. And I know what you're thinking. What about the highlight reel that Tyrone put on his Instagram? There was some really good stuff in there. It's like when you watch a movie and you realize that all the best parts were in the trailer. But London's cool with that. I think they like their fighting the same way they like their comedy. Deadpan. Have you ever tried to watch the London version of The Office? This fight taking place in London is super necessary. Which reminds me of the most exciting fighter in this division, Marty Usman. Does he flop more than Roddy Divac or LeBron James for you millennials? Maybe, but he's not nearly as boring as I thought. I just think that Tyrone Woodley has a special talent of making everyone that he fights look boring, including himself. So Woodley versus Edwards is probably gonna be very boring. But when that winner faces Usman, that's probably gonna be very boring too. But when Marty faces the next fool, I'm gonna tune in. And one more thing, Tyrone, you need to keep Khabib out your chops, homie. We already know that you're scared of him.
Stay yo psycho down there at 55. I'm not trying to see no Khabib right now.
But then you try to act all hard in your story because you think that no one's gonna record it.
I'll fight Khabib. UFC ain't gonna let it happen though.
I've had a lot of homies get caught up because they thought that they'd be safe in the stories. Including myself. Marilena. Lo siento. If you would like to support the Mexican martial arts, then you could do so by following on social media, joining the Patreon, or getting some merch. Links down below. And if this video gets 1 million likes, then me and Flaco will bring you the Mexican 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu. So if there's any spammers out there, come through. Thank you for supporting Mexican martial arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I just want to say thank you for making it to the end of my video. And I'm going to put some other videos right here for you to watch. I'm going to put them right here on the sides. Because sometimes I go over here and then I only leave space on that side or this side. And I want to put all 4 today. And I don't want to cover the money maker, you know? So I'm going to post up right here. And I'll put the videos on the sides. So please click the ones to your liking. Or just open all 4 of them. Just open 4 windows. And then just go to the store or whatever. And just let them play. We learned during the UFC 246 press conference that Conor and Cowboy will be fighting for the BFF title. Cause I got all my homies with me. Yes. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. And you're watching the Mexican martial arts minute, but longer. Although there were many notable moments from this event, the highlight was probably the fact that Conor actually showed up on time. And this may be the first time that he was outdressed during a press conference.
I gotta give credit where credit is due.
But Conor didn't mind, because he's a changed man, and he even shook Cowboy's hand. The last time he shook a Cowboy's hand, it didn't go so well. But he's not gonna let that phase him. He's just happy to be back in the US.
Back on the United States soil.
Miles and miles away from his legal troubles. Hey, I've made some jokes before, but I've never seen such a disgusting display of Dana White privilege in all of my life.
He answered these questions yesterday on ESPN. He answered these questions yesterday.
Can you tell us?
He answered that yesterday on ESPN.
Conor had his daddy over here shutting down the First Amendment.
He answered that yesterday.
And the crew from the Mac Life over here booing. And then when Cowboy's ready to chime in, his mic doesn't work.
I'm looking forward to 4 or 5 rounds.
A lot of people are asking me, hey, Grandmaster, why are you going so hard on Conor? Why do you keep trashing on Conor with every video? I don't like it. You trying to turn off my mic too? Chale, homie. Fools like Cowboy get their mics turned down. Well, I went to Guitar Center and I got my own mic, and I'ma turn up. You got the fake news people over here spreading that propaganda, trying to make Conor look like the new Mr. Rogers. And then you got me over here, and all I have are 3 chords and the truth. Oh, Marilena. But Conor doesn't like the truth. And that's why he doesn't want people to know that he was running his own camp.
You're running your own fight camp. What prompted that decision?
I don't understand the question.
That way when things go south, you could just blame it on someone else.
I have a team of experts in many different fields.
But even then, I could tell that he's already planning his exit strategy. He kept talking about entertainment for some reason.
I'm an entertainer, a fighter and an entertainer, and to come here and entertain these people is something that gets me up in the morning, so.
You know, kind of like World Wrestling Entertainment. It's been done before. And even though he abstained from proper 12 this time, he didn't abstain from disrespecting Khabib.
Khabib, you know, the sniff the jockstrap style.
I guess Conor's not such a nice guy after all. But what happened next shocked me. When the crowd began to realize that Conor is notorious for all the wrong reasons, Cowboy came to his defense.
Oh, I don't give a fuck about the media. I just care about this dude right here, yeah.
And for the first time, I began to question Cowboy's motives. He even took off his hat.
My hat's off to the son for sitting here.
People say hats off all the time, but nobody ever actually takes it off. And then during the face-off, these vatos almost touch beards. Where I come from, that's legally binding. Mira, I was excited for this fight at first, but now it's starting to look like another Holiday versus Volkanovski. A little too friendly. So friendly that even Ocho Cinco's starting to get nervous.
Before I bet this money, how confident are you in Saturday's fight?
Did you watch the press conference? And did you see what I saw? And did you have your eyes open? Let me know down below. And don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. seen the fight about 1 billion times. Not because I like it so much, because I can't afford YouTube Premium. And every time I watch a video, it comes on. Let me break it down for you. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and Grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. Today, I'm gonna be bringing you a Mexican Martial Arts breakdown. It's like the Gracie breakdown, but better. So I had just sat down with my Takis so that I could enjoy the new ear biscuits
Welcome to Ear Biscuits. I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
when it came on again. And then I had a revolution. It was like if it was calling to me, like if it wanted to be broken down. So for the first time, I really paid attention to it. And what I discovered will shock you. Unless you've already seen it. It's not that complicated. The video starts off with this fool handing Denzel cash.
Could you just help her get in her apartment?
Sketch. There's two types of people that carry cash. Your grandma and criminals. Mira, I'm not trying to get canceled, alright? So I'm not assuming that fool's gender. But I'm pretty sure that that's not Denzel's grandma.
How dare you!
And the way that that fool walks away from the car, sus. There's two types of people that walk like that. Serial killers, and when you have to take a masa. And the girl in the back, crying and in pain. I feel like we're building to something. Sure enough, it cuts to Andy Samberg and his homies playing cards. And there's a knock at the door. They're clearly not expecting visitors and appear to be somewhat startled by the knocking. Plus, they know what they've done. Yet, when he gets to the door, that tells me a lot about this fool's judgment. On the other hand, Denzel's judgment was quite impressive. I like the way that he introduced himself in order to manipulate that fool into being a little more forthcoming.
I'm the Lyft driver that you called to take home your girlfriend. Not a girlfriend, man. Just an intern.
And then he tricked him into thinking that the card was invalid.
The credit card was invalid.
That's right. You and I both know that that card was not invalid because that would be both contrived and incompetent script writing. Denzel played that fool and he brilliantly took the heat off of himself and put the focus on that fool with diarrhea. And now here it is. The moment you've been waiting for. The moment that replaced the hole that Ty Lopez left in our hearts when he stopped running YouTube ads.
There you go.
Wow.
At this moment, another individual enters the frame. He's tucking his shirt in. He's sheepish. He's disheveled, which reminds Denzel of the reason for his visit.
You're not gonna ask me if she got home okay?
He informs them that the girl's in the hospital because of them, and they don't appear to be remorseful. He asked if they knew her name, and they didn't.
What's her name? You don't know, do you?
That was a big mistake, because Denzel, he doesn't like it when fools don't know people's names. He immediately demands all of their phones and recording devices, because he smells cochino all over the room. Not a gentleman in sight. And unfortunately, we're living in a world where we feel like we have to document every single little thing that ever happens to us on our phones. I was just talking about that on my Snapchat. And you could tell by the looks of these fools that they were really looking forward to having a new post. So instead of handing them over, that fool locks the door. And Denzel knows it's time to get down. He starts his timer because he's still on the clock and he needs to be quick so that he doesn't miss any rides. His 5-star rating is very important to him. I'll be honest, that wasn't a bad punch. That fool was smart enough not to telegraph with his shoulder. If you ask me, I think he must have seen that video with Michael J. Fox and Kimbo Slice. All of a sudden, everybody's watching it because of that beef with Mike Perry, which is ridiculous. Mike Perry couldn't beat Matthew Perry at this point, but I'm not that impressed with Michael J. Fox's point of origin striking either. It's not like he invented it. Point of origin striking has been a staple in the traditional martial arts for centuries, decades even. But I digress. The moral of the story is that fool threw a clean punch. However, he still telegraphed with his mouth. This let Denzel know that he was feeling froggy, and Denzel was ready to swipe that card. I didn't even know they made metal cards, but it was very fortunate that this fool that Denzel needed to equalize just so happened to have one. I myself have been afflicted by credit card pain, unreasonable interest rates, impulsive shopping. But that's a new one. Once he goes down, his homie's like, I think I could take him. But unfortunately, this fool learned how to punch from watching Monday Night Raw. He left himself open to getting equalized. At that moment, the third homie jumped in because he thought that Denzel couldn't hang with the handicap match. He obviously didn't watch The Equalizer, part 1. This was no different. Jake Peralta's posting up in the corner because he doesn't want none. But it's too late for that. Denzel believes in consequences and percussions, and he socks that fool up. And then the poor judgment of the first individual comes into play again. Denzel just went full John Wick. I'll get to him later. On all 3 of these fools. And he thinks it's a good idea to get back up. Fortunately for him, he suffered no further harm because he used the stun double. All of this he was able to do in only 29 seconds. Well, actually it was more like 32 seconds. I timed it on my phone. At this point, things are finally settled down. Denzel sees that this fool just got caught up in the middle of something.
Call 911 and tell them the truth about what happened in there tonight.
He's gonna let him call the cops and just be on his way.
You know her name?
No.
Uh-oh. I thought for sure this fool would know her name. And so did Denzel. You could see that he was disappointed. But he knew that he still wasn't on the same level as those other fools. So he had some compassion for him. He distracted him so that he could take his mind off of what was about to happen.
For who?
For Amy.
For who?
For Amy.
And in my opinion, that alone was worth a 5-star rating. I also noticed that he called him Junior.
Make sure I get a 5-star rating, Junior.
You see, the father absence crisis is very real. There's simply not enough fathers in the home today. So Denzel has taken it upon himself to enter the households of America and spank fools that don't know how to act right. The role of America's dad was vacated a while back. And even though Tom Hanks thought that he was slick and tried to swoop in,
You know, magazine cover recently called me America's dad.
Denzel is the new daddy.
Who's your daddy, Gary? Who's your daddy?
You.
Uh-huh.
The thing that was the most shocking to me was that he did all of that for only $16. I feel you, Denzel. Honestly, when I saw the 5-star rating, I kind of wished that he had given him like 2 or 3 because I just wanted to see what Denzel would go back and do. I have a lot more breakdowns that I want to do for you. The Raid, Kickboxer, Above the Law, etc. And if you want to help make it possible for me to continue making these videos, then please consider joining on the Patreon, or getting some merch, or following on social media, or all 3. And if you want to hear about some behind the scenes MMA stuff and whatever else comes up, then maybe you want to scope out my second channel, link down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Hey, what's up everybody? I just want to say thank you for making it to the end of my video, and I want to let you know that I'm starting a new series right here to give you a little sneak peek behind the life of what it's like to be the founder and grandmaster of the Mexican martial arts. And you could learn about it by clicking this video right here. It's episode 1. I'm doing a whole series. It's gonna have a bunch of seasons and everything. It's called Life of a Grandmaster, and here's episode 1 right here. Please click on it. I hope you enjoy. Let me know what you think on there. If Tyson Fury can't beat Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury's a bum.
That's what he said, right?
If Tyson Fury can't beat Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury's a bomb.
I told you. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. I understand that everybody's still a little bit distracted right now because they witnessed a robbery live on pay-per-view.
Isn't anybody gonna help that poor man?
Or on a Reddit link that their homie shared with them. But Reyes was not the first victim of dirty judging. There was Triple G. There was Triple G again. Nate Diaz. Mero Mero. Mero Mero again. Myself. Mero Mero again. And Tyson Fury. When questioned, one judge stated Tyson brought that Fury, but Deontay was Wilder. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Fury clearly outboxed him. He was landing combos and making Wilder miss. He even hit him up with the Shakira tongue. When she does it, everybody goes crazy and it's trending. When Fury does it, they go full Scarface on him.
Oh, disgusting.
And they blemished his perfect record by adding a draw to it. Fury lit him up the whole fight, and all Wilder did was score 2 knockdowns. That would be like if it was MMA, and you get lit up the whole fight, and then you only score 2 takedowns.
Those takedowns want me to fight.
I guess that's all it takes. But Fury has already taken Wilder's best, and Wilder knows it. You can't kill someone that's already dead. Trust me. He knows that Wilder doesn't have the power to put him away, and he definitely doesn't have the skills to outbox and outpoint him. The only shot that Wilder ever had against Fury was to knock him out, and he couldn't do it. And now Fury's going back in there, having already gone 12 rounds with that fool. Fury's going into the second fight with the full Deontay Wilder blueprint. And Deontay's coming into this fight with a bunch of haymakers and footwork like a Nissan Gib. Mira, Wilder is a one-trick pony. And one-trick ponies can only be other one-trick ponies if their trick is better. But here's my concern. Fury might have too many tricks. Lineal champion, WWE contender. Now he wants to fight in MMA. We've already seen what happens when fighters divide their focus. TMZ, the whiskey business, firefighting. Stop playing around. Plus, have you seen Fury's body? That fool's 85% legs. His center of gravity is way too high. They're gonna ankle pick that fool left and right. But he also said that he wants to retire pretty soon after this fight. That supposedly he has nothing to gain and he wants to enjoy the quiet life with his family. A Fury, that's very touching. And I hope you enjoy your retirement. But I need you to show up against Wilder because I would like to retire someday too. And I got money on you, homie.
Hey, UFG, what happened to you? No forget, Adesanya was running the whole fight.
It's hard to do an accent within another accent. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. Today, we're gonna be talking about 10 reasons why Adesanya's not a real champion.
Family, 'cause I got all my homies with me.
It's important to remember that this fight almost didn't happen because of Adesanya's staph infection, which explains why he was so sluggish. It has been rumored that Adesanya was actually afraid to engage because it's a felony to knowingly expose your disease to other vatos. And Adesanya's not even trying to get locked up.
I'm the hot chicken at the bar.
However, a lot of people doubt that the staph infection ever existed.
I've never had staph in my life.
Even though you could see it on his arm. And he's scratching his itchy neck. And he still has it on the day of the fight. As well as on his shoulder. If you ask me, those bumps on Mero's leg are not from kicks. I think after that left hand in round 1, Adesanya decided to have a little staff meeting, and Mero's leg was invited. But that's not enough for the fanboys, and I know that. So let's move on. What about the disgusting display of sexism? Mero came out quickly, quietly, all business, ready to put on a show for the hard-working fans. Adesanya, he took his sweet time, objectifying women and enjoying every moment of it, treating them like servants, throwing flowers at his funny-looking feet. All of this within the modern culture of the Me Too movement. And I can't even watch Louis anymore. Everybody took it down. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but Grandmaster, weren't you rooting for Tyson Fury? And didn't he do the same thing? Chale. Tyson Fury empowered women. He didn't have them throwing flowers at his feet. He had them carry him, displaying their power and strength. But maybe the fanboys don't care about things that happen outside the fight. All right, let's move on. It's easy to look back at the fight with the foggy memory and be like, Mero didn't even do anything for like the first 2 minutes. The way I remember it, he made Adesanya nervous. He entertained the crowd.
Strikes by this point in the fight. Yes, they had already gotten going.
And he impressed the commentators.
He's giving you something to think about.
That's more than Adesanya did in the whole fight. Adesanya's supposed to be able to bend all these styles. But he couldn't bend Mero's. Mero set the pace. And fools are getting mad about it. They're getting mad because Mero wanted to counter-strike. How come they don't get mad because Adesanya wanted to counter-strike? He keeps making excuses. Basically, he's saying that he needs someone to attack him in order for him to be able to do his thing.
Kelvin brought the fight. Robert brought the fight.
So then why blame Mero for wanting you to take the fight to him? Are you admitting that you're worthless without counter-striking? Why don't you attack him? I feel like a true style bender would.
I'm not gonna chase you. You're gonna chase me. You know, I'm the hot chicken at the bar.
Counter-striking is only acceptable when it fits the narrative. The challenger is not allowed to counter-strike. But wait a minute. I thought Adesanya was the challenger. Isn't he such a savage for challenging Mero? For calling him out when no one else wants to fight him?
Nobody wants to fight, Romero.
Oh, you must have realized that that's not true. You must know by now that Adesanya really wanted to fight John Jones, another stick and move runner.
Come see me at 185. I'll let him jump the queue.
And that means you must also know that he was trying to fight Paulo Costa after that failed, but he was hurt.
I mean, I was trying to fight Paula.
Mero was the only name. Who else is he gonna call out? Darren Till? That fool showed weakness.
I don't want to ever fight him. He's a beast.
It's over for him. And Adesanya likes money.
I love the money. Don't get me wrong. And the money love me.
He knows that Mero's the people's champ. And that a lot of people were gonna pay to see Mero knock him out. It was all a money move. But let's forget about all that. Let's forget it. We're in the cage now. On paper, Mero is the challenger. So that means that he needs to bring the fight, right? To be the man, you gotta beat the man. That's right. Where have I heard that before?
To be the man, you gotta beat the man.
Oh, so we're taking MMA advice from Ric Flair now. In case you don't know, Ric Flair is a professional wrestler. You know, like John Cena or Doink. All I've been seeing on social media from all of these sheep is to be the man, you gotta beat the man. Unless you can frog splash that man and give him a 3 count, you are grossly misinformed.
It's still real to me.
But don't take my word for it. Maybe you want to hear it from Chael.
And there's an expression, to beat the champion, you have to beat the champion. If it's close, the benefit goes to the champion. I don't know where that came from. Nowhere within the rules or the bylaws is that true whatsoever. There is no clause that you have to really take it to the... That is absolutely made up, and it came somewhere in the 80s. Somebody dropped that, it got coined, and it's one of those things that just stuck around.
Oh, you don't like Chael? Me neither. Maybe you want to hear it from Ariel.
To be the champ, you got to beat the champion. When you're scoring a fight, people say, oh, he didn't do enough to take the belt away. No, that's hogwash. I spoke about this at length following the Reyes-Jones fight. Doesn't make any sense. It's not the way it is. All you have to do is win 3 rounds out of 5. That's it. Doesn't matter if it's the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 1st, 3rd, 5th. It doesn't matter. Just win 3 to 5, and you're the champ. That's it. When you judge a fight, you can't think of it that way. You just have to score who won each round.
Oh, you don't like Ariel? Maybe you don't like the truth. All right, look. I want to address everybody. All right? Maybe you're an intelligent individual who knows that to be the man, you gotta beat the man is nonsense. So that's not even your argument. You're not complaining that Mero wasn't engaging enough, but you are defending Adesanya for not engaging enough. I'm hearing a lot of, why would Adesanya just stand there and trade with him? That would be foolish. How come? Everybody seems to think that Adesanya has the most sophisticated striking the UFC has ever seen.
What kind of strike is he going to throw? When is he going to throw it? At what distance is he going to throw it? He can mix it all up in one fell swoop.
He's a 75-5 kickboxer. He's the champ. He bends styles. He's the best at setting traps.
He's like, in my opinion, probably the very best in the sport at setting traps.
Yeah.
Mero's an old man. It's his last shot. Lost his last 3 or 4. So why is Adesanya afraid to engage? The broken native can't handle that broken rhythm? We know he can't handle that power. And he's focusing on Mero's 2 minutes of inactivity and forgetting about all 25 minutes of his own inactivity. The moment Mero connected in the first round, Adesanya stopped worrying about his legacy and started worrying about keeping that bout.
I don't get scared. Nothing scares me. Am I supposed to risk my belt and get clipped by him?
He was talking papas before, saying that he was gonna stop him and that he even wanted to retire him just so that he could build up his own reputation.
I want to be the guy to take him out and really put him away.
But that all went out the window when he got sucked in the face. Adesanya kept saying that Mero couldn't see him, but Adesanya was the one that couldn't see, and he wanted to make sure that that wouldn't happen again.
I just felt like running.
By me running, I am callous in my mind. I'm not training for a race. I'm training for life.
I guess he wasn't prepared to die this time. And once Adesanya accepted the fact that he was punking out, it became a point fight.
Yeah! Yeah! All right!
There's no denying that Mero definitely landed the most damaging shots of the entire fight. Not only did this cause Adesanya to fight in a completely different manner than usual.
The risk is so great that it's keeping Israel from fighting his normal style of fight.
Even his coach was telling him to keep circling so that he wouldn't get hurt.
You can hear it. Izzy's coach yell, circle, circle, circle. He's not allowing Romero to set traps.
The only thing that he could do was throw kicks because his legs are longer. I have to take that back. I was wrong. He also poked him in the eye. He knew that the only way that he could win was if Mero literally couldn't see him. Mero could have took the bow home right there, but he doesn't get down like that.
Yeah, for sure.
He stuck with it, and he begged Adesanya to stop running, but he wouldn't listen. And even though all Adesanya did was kick the meatiest part of Mero's body, which he was willing to take all night because it clearly wouldn't cause him any damage, that was enough for the judges. Because they decided not to count the takedown, which was the same kind of takedown that they counted so that John Jones could win his last fight. It doesn't matter how many times you sock him in the face. Control the ring. Make him scared. Make him run. If he taps you on the thigh with his foot, he's a reigning champion. If you ask me, this is ageism at its finest.
Why do we as a society hate old people so much?
Mero has been robbed at least 3 times now. I say 4, but whatever. All because the UFC wants a fresh, young face to represent the company, even if they make heartless remarks about the Twin Towers.
I'll touch him enough times and eventually he'll crumble like the Twin Towers. Too soon?
This fool's joking about human lives, but he can't stop crying about his cat.
I know it's just a cat for most people, but for me it was different, and I didn't even deal with it this whole camp, so yeah.
Oh, no.
Adesanya might have won, but he still lost. And you could see it on his face. Look at that sigh of relief. Listen to the boos. Look at the social media. Nobody but the Vegas judges and the fanboys thinks he won that fight. Adesanya officially became a Floyd Mayweather type of champion that night. And he embraced it.
I don't really care what people think at the end of the day. I get paid. But I'm not gonna risk millions of dollars on the line just so I can please some drunken buffoons in the crowd who've been drinking since 4 p.m.
But Mero had his victory.
This is my victory.
And he remained the lineal people's champion. But I want to know what you think. Do you think Mero won? Or do you have poor judgment? Let me know down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late.
What were you thinking?
I know what you're thinking. You're breaking down a press conference instead of searching for the homie Macho Man? I will remember Macho Man? But I created a poll, and the people have spoken. Let me break it down for you. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I'm very happy to let you know that this video is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. You know what I think is very interesting? The UFC is taking drastic measures to prevent spreading the flu. No fans in the arena, location changes, even canceling events altogether. But they don't seem to care about preserving the most important fight in the history of the UFC. Besides Michelle Watterson and Paige Van Zandt. They're still letting that fool walk around with their shades on. That's more of a threat to the fight than the virus. Supposedly, it's because Dana feels bad about the Reebok deal and that Tony is sponsored by Sunglasses Hut. But that's not enough for Tony. That fool's still living on the edge with his chair backwards and everything. He lost his first title defense to a microphone cable. Imagine what a folding chair will do to him. Hey, Tony, I know you think you're doing your part with the gloves and everything, but they're fingerless, homie. That's where all the germs are. It's an empty gesture, just like all your virtue signaling. First of all, you're acting like Khabib did something wrong just for training with the high school wrestler.
You like beating on high school wrestlers?
And B, you're criticizing him for giving money to the homeless. Both of these things were acts of charity. Chase Aldate is a high school wrestler, and he wanted the best grappler in the UFC to help him train for state. Khabib is currently preparing for the biggest fight of his life, but he still took the time to honor Chase's request and give him a free lesson. And now you want to guess who's the new state champion? Yeah. And then he's crying because Khabib's crew was paying some homeless vatos to do push-ups. Hey, I just hit 300 before this video. And guess how much I got paid? Nothing. I wish I could make money doing push-ups. What else was he supposed to do? Give him a bunch of money for nothing? That's bad for work ethic. Khabib's trying to instill values into their lives while getting them physically fit. Maybe they'll be state champions someday. But Tony doesn't think like that. He's too negative, too gloomy. That's why he was all dressed in black. He was trying to play it off like he thought he was Hitman.
I told you I'm a hitman.
But even Hitman doesn't look that depressing. Hitman wears a white shirt and a red tie. And if he happens to kill a clown, he's even more laid back. Tony went another way. Tony looked like Donald Cerrone before his fight with McGregor, ready to be buried in cash from taking a dive. But Tony's never been more confident, and it's probably because he's actually sparring this time. He admitted that he hasn't sparred at all during his last several fights.
I haven't sparred since T-Bow.
Which was obvious to me. He got pieced up by Barboza, practically TKO'd by Kevin Lee, and took a little nap during the Pettis fight. That fool takes more damage than Brendan Schaub's comment section, but his confidence is unshakable. Look at the way he sits. There's only two things that make someone sit like that: confidence and hemorrhoids, or both. But hemorrhoids or not, Khabib respects his skills. And I respect Khabib for respecting Tony's skills. But what I can't respect is the blatant racism. It's 2020. I'm gonna get shadow banned if I use the wrong pronoun. But you're gonna be making fun of people's last names?
Really big name, Khabib.
And that's not even funny. That's like if I said, hey Tony, what's the Wi-Fi password for your ears? It's too easy. And then on top of that, he's fat shaming him.
Fat. You're about the same size as like Cormier right now, dude.
Hey Tony, haven't you heard of Lizzo? People are supposed to be fat now. Diabetes is a myth. But he's blinded by that rage, and he's insisting that Khabib owes him money.
You owe me 200K.
You're crying that Khabib gave a few bucks to the homeless, but now you're asking for a handout? Make up your mind. Spencer, I know that Tony doesn't like it when people start talking about his mind.
I commend you for going headfirst into some mental health issues and working through that. It takes a lot of courage as a professional athlete, especially. A lot of people look up to you. You.
Tony Ferguson's the type of guy that makes Henry Cejudo cringe, but then he gets mad if you want to talk about it. What he did want to talk about was street fighting.
He's never been in a street fight, never actually been thrown into a trash can.
Tony has been in a bunch of trash cans throughout his life, and he's a little bitter about it. But you can't let your emotions get the best of you and start saying stupid stuff. Khabib has been in more street fights than Tony has sunglasses. Wrap your head around that one. And then Tony's trying to turn the American fans against him just because he's pointing out facts.
All you Americans, right, that are cheering for this little...
Hey, Tony, you can't just be street fighting in America without facing the legal repercussions. Unless you're Phoenix Jones. And look at how that turned out. Before I got the Ridge wallet, I used to be like you. I walked around with this catcher's mitt in my back pocket, and it almost destroyed my martial arts training. In this before and after photo, you can see how the Ridge wallet saved my posture. We don't think about how much pointless stuff we carry in our wallets. With this minimal front pocket design, all I need to carry are these cards that I haven't maxed out yet. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. If you want to learn more, then scope out the 30,000 5-star reviews. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Voto. That's ridge.com /Voto and use code VOTO. Link in the description below. Khabib says that where he comes from, he could literally eat you in a street fight. And I believe him. Have you seen Dagestani food? Human's not that far off. But Khabib went ahead and flipped that on him. He was like, all right, when's the last time you were in a street fight?
When you fight in street. Tell me when you fight in street.
But all Tony wanted to talk about was where he's from.
I'm from Oxnard.
What? What is this? What is this, Oxford?
And then he made sure to mention where else he's from so that he doesn't lose any fans.
And Muskegon, Michigan.
Hey.
But Khabib kept pressing. He wanted to know when Sunglasses was actually in a street fight.
When you fought last time in street, tell the people true.
And after Tony had a few moments to decide how he wanted to respond, this was the best that he could come up with.
Tell the
Last time I
people
fell in the
true.
street, man, it was a one-punch knockout.
What?
But hey, One Punch Man's not afraid. He seems to not be worried about his comebacks or his training. But Khabib's not buying it, and neither am I. As soon as the press conference is over, Tony starts training in his jeans. All of a sudden, that fool's trying to get ready for his first street fight. He's even wearing a bow and the Kenneth Coles. But somehow, the weirdest part about this video is that he's not wearing sunglasses. But that's not why you're here. You already know this. You've seen the Instagram posts. You've watched Tony Ferguson be weird. The reason you keep asking for this video is because you want to know what I think of Khabib calling Tony a fake Mexican. Some of you want to know if I was offended. And some of you want to know if I agree. Mira, I'm what you might refer to as a Chicano, like Selena. So I gotta prove to the Mexicans how Mexican I am, and I gotta prove to the Americans how American I am. I gotta be more Mexican than the Mexicans, and more American than the Americans.
Nobody knows how tough it is to be a Mexican American.
Do I forgive Khabib for not quite realizing that Oxnard is in California? Of course. The only two places in Russia that I know are Dagestan because of Khabib and McDonald's. Do I forgive Khabib for thinking that Tony's not Mexican just because his last name is Ferguson? Definitely. Names in America are a tricky thing. Mira, Bobby Lee, Kevin Lee, Ray Allen, Woody Allen, Jaleel White, Jack Black. We're breaking down racial barriers today. I'm not gonna hold it against Ferguson just because his last name isn't Mendez. But I will forever hold that cringy Spanish against him.
Tienes suerte, porque no te dé de una putiza, güey.
El mío no es mucho mejor, pero el papel de lija de mono nunca intenta.
Everybody raise your hand if you think I'm in his head already.
I was actually a little surprised that they were allowed to face off after such a heated press conference. I figured that Dana would try to keep them from doing something crazy and jeopardizing the whole fight. And it almost happened. Dana tried his best to keep the two men separated, but Tony disrespected the hand that feeds him. Literally, he pushed his hand away and made him look like a punk. But Tony got his comeuppance. That's right, I know big words. When Khabib kicked the bout away. And I don't blame Khabib for kicking the bout. He was probably just trying to get it out of the way so that Tony wouldn't trip on it. But Tony got all sad about it, so he probably didn't see it that way. He continued to grow more and more upset. And then the nice man took him away. Mira, I know a lot of you are concerned right now because of the virus. Dana promised that the fight will happen no matter what.
You little liar.
But there's still not a venue. Hey, don't even trip. We might be looking at a street fight after all. I hope you enjoyed this video. But now, I gotta go find Macho Man.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking now. Late. That's like if I said, hey, the coronavirus has been out here taking lives, but it looks like it just saved Tony's. Real or fake, homie? Look into it. I'm trying to get the latest news, I'm refreshing the page. Time for the eagle to take flight like he's jumping the cage. They gotta celebrate a champ, but they're putting him out. And now supposedly they're busting out the interim bout. Dana White said they're gonna have the fight in Dubai, but as soon as homie left, he went and changed his mind. Now they got him like Snowden, VPN, so he could let the people know what they did to it. Free the eagle. the eagle. Free the eagle. Let the homie fly like an eagle. Nobody wants to see a fight between the runners up. That's like you're trying to cure the Rona with some 7-Up. I'd rather see him book a fight inside of UFC 3. Let's get the winner to unlock the gold and fight Bruce Lee. I'm trying to get my money right. I bet my whole tax refund on this fight. It's gonna have to be me and Dana White. Send location and tell me where to fly. Free the eagle. Free the eagle. Free the eagle. Let the homie fly like an eagle. Free the eagle. Free the eagle. Free the eagle. Let the homie fly like an eagle. A lot of people are disrespecting right now, saying that Khabib ran away. That's fake news, homie. A Dana White power play. Look into it.
When I'm gonna be in UFC, always Tony gonna be interim champion, and always Conor gonna be number 2. When I'm here.
Falling in and out of love, in and out of love with you.
I'm falling in and out of love with the UFC right now. Hey, let me get some more Woodley in the headphones.
In and out of love with you.
Hey, fool, not that much. First you was dissing the eagle. Now you're gonna bother the mouse? You used to say that was illegal. Now they got you stuck at the house. Supposedly you got an island. You Instagram living and bragging. Hey fool, do you think this is Enter the Dragon? The governor went Terminator like he thought he was Schwarzenegger. Got Dana White like the running man from a predator right in the middle of Seder. Don't come at me like you think I'm a hater. I'll serve you up like a waiter. They say the fight will be later. I just don't wanna be holding my breath like a gator. That's why I'm
falling in and out of love, in and out of love with
I'm falling.
Falling in and out of love, in and out of love with you.
You got infrastructure. They got mouths to feed. They want immunity. You say, I got what you need. You got yourself an island. You be like Gilligan. But you can't even let them know which country they be in. Why you we playing the game? Let's call the island by name. There is nobody to blame. Don't be afraid of that Epstein Island shame. I heard that Hillary Clinton's invited. She looks excited. She's getting them reunited. If you don't give us Khabib and Tony, you might get suicided. I'm over it, Dana. I'm tired of you playing with my emotions. But if it's gonna happen, like for reals, then hit me up. Breaking news, UFC President Dana White was killed in a freak accident today. A large coconut fell on his dome and crushed his skull. We would cut to the disturbing footage, however, all of the cameras in the area malfunctioned just in time. We are family. I got all my homies with me. I know what you're thinking. Grandmaster, that's not a real Khabib hat. That's a disco wig. I know. But the real Papaca was like $90. And this one was only 12. But it's extremely itchy, so I'm gonna take it off right now. And I don't want to hear anybody tripping in the comments either. Last time I posted a photo with it, and people were saying that I look like that one girl from Ozark. That's gacho, macho. We are family. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse. And I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. I'm very excited to let you know that this video is sponsored by the radio. More on that later. I also want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone that decided to support me on Patreon. I literally wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for you. But that's not what you're here for. Nah, you're here for the homie, Khabib Nurmagomedov. A while back, the UFC put out a video of Khabib's top finishes. Well, I watched that video, and there were only 7 finishes.
Unreal, I'm out of here.
So I did some research. and I decided to make my own list of Khabib's top finishes. And what I discovered will shock you. All 28 of his fights were top finishes. And I already know what the haters are thinking. He didn't finish every opponent. Hey, didn't he finish the fights? It's just semantics. So Khabib has had 28 fights. That's 28 finishes. That's a long list. So I put up a poll asking people if they would be okay with watching a long video. And they were like, that's cool, homie. But then a lot of people started leaving me comments and they were like, hey, just cut it in half. That way you could get way more views. And that way, you could get way more money. And I was like, you think I'm in this for the money? And I refused to cut it in half. So now it's a 3-parter. You're watching Khabib Nurmagomedov, top finishes, part 1.
Is loyal is number 1. If you don't know what is this loyal, you have to go Google Translate.
Believe it or not, Khabib's first fight was in a church. They don't let us fight at my church. Supposedly, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. But if I see a principality, Khabib took no damage and put that fool to sleep with a triangle choke. It's not listed on the Wikipedia because of state commission and insurance purposes, but when you watch the video, it's pretty obvious that that fool died. But his cornermen were able to bring him back, like Lazarus. That fool's lucky the fight was in a church. I think we should fight in church more often.
Give me 30 minutes and I can fight with anybody. Tony or Conor, doesn't matter. Maybe DC.
Khabib's second fight might be the most awkward fight I've ever seen in my life, besides this one. Look at the people in the crowd. They look like they're being held against their will. They look like all of us during the quarantine because of the New World Order, because of the coronavirus. And look at how quiet it is. It's like Dana White after I started dropping fire.
First you was dissing the eagle. Now you're gonna bother the mouse? You used to say that was illegal. Now they got you stuck at the house. Supposedly you got an island. You Instagram living and bragging. Hey fool, do you think this is Enter the Dragon?
That's right, fool. Hush mode. Honestly, I was surprised at how much his opponent looked like John Stamos. That must have been a little bit intimidating. I wouldn't want to have to sock Uncle Jesse in the face, but I would if I have to. And you know that Khabib watched Full House. It was syndicated. But he did what he had to do. People are always talking about how his stand-up was so terrible back in the day. But he let the hands go, and he broke that fool's nose.
Have mercy.
They gave him a little while to rest, and then I finally figured out why Khabib doesn't sit down in between rounds anymore. The cameraman did him dirty, and he said, never again.
Send me a message. Let me know where, what time. 1 and 1, 10 and 10, doesn't matter.
The first thing I noticed about the third fight was that it was on the same day as the second fight. They were fighting on the same tarp. It was the same referee, same shorts, same people in the audience. Khabib was in a kumite. I've heard a lot of haters complaining about how he hardly has any title defenses and that he never wants to fight. First of all, he's a man of peace. But that's irregular. It's obvious that he's willing to fight multiple times in a day, but it's not up to him. When you fight in the UFC, you have to do what the UFC tells you. Excuse me. When you fight in the UFC, you have to do what ESPN and Disney tells you.
Send me a real contract. I want to beat your son.
You're not going to believe it. I don't even want to tell you because you're not going to believe it. It was still the same day. Now, I did a lot of research and I decided to watch all of Khabib's fights in one day. By the time I got to this fourth fight, I realized how boring fights could be without the colorful commentary.
UFC history!
But I powered through with a lot of corner advice that I couldn't understand and the occasional observation from the MC. I also realized how biased that referee was. Fools have been hating on his smothering style since day one. Khabib was putting in that work on the ground for all 3 fights. And that fool kept standing him up like if he was Mario Yamasaki. However, Khabib overcame. And he won the Kumite. Wait, hold up. My phone's about to die. Nah, fool, I don't have to get up. I got a charger right here. Oh, you thought you had to get up to charge your phone? Chale. With the Ridge wireless power bank, you don't have to stay next to the wall anymore. Hey, if you want to use some, it comes with all the plugs you need. But you could also go like this. Mira, I like to stay connected to my viewers, so I'm always like this, and my phone's always dying. But now with the Ridge wireless power bank, I could be like this. But don't sleep on the wallet. Before I got the Ridge wallet, I was keeping cash in my beanie, and I lost a bunch of money in the washing machine. So I had a decision to make. Stop washing my beanies or get the Ridge wallet. I got the Ridge wallet. Hey, we already know that you don't want to be out there looking like George Costanza. So do the right thing. Get the Ridge wallet. The Ridge wallet comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Voto. That's ridge.com/Voto. And use the promo code VOTO. Link down below. Please get one.
No, she's not bad, but I don't understand why nobody kisses her.
Alright, don't get excited. This fight is in the same place, but it's another day. Probably the next morning. I don't know. This fight must have had some different rules, cause Khabib had his shoes on and the other fool was wearing basketball shorts. I think that this will end up being the easiest fight that Khabib ever had. Besides Conor, of course. He didn't take a single strike and he ended it in only 2 minutes and 5 seconds. To this day, there's some people who think the other fool could have won if he had put his shoes on. I guess we'll never know.
I know Dana and Conor wanna talk trash talking, but I wanna talk real talk, you know.
This one was very interesting. I scoured the internet trying to find the footage from this fight. I even spent some time on the dark web, and I may not have found the fight, but I found out the truth about Area 51. There's at least 50 more areas. Alderov and Khabib were actually childhood friends. And not only that, Khabib's dad was Alderov's trainer. In an interview with the UFC, Khabib went as far as saying that Alderov is his hero. And that's exactly why Khabib had all of the footage from the fight completely wiped from the internet. He just didn't want to make his homie look bad. Respect. Khabib won that one by TKO in the second round. But that's all we'll ever know.
My advice, like train hard.
The record states that Khabib's 7th fight was against Shabulat Shamuleyev, but it was really against that ring. It sounds like it was put together by Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly. But it's really not that big of a deal once you notice that the referee is wearing Levi's. I try my best not to let these things distract me and to just focus on the fight, but it's kind of hard to get into because of the commentary. These fools are talking like if they're in a movie theater. It's weird.
I don't have nothing with him. Maybe he have something with him, but I don't know. But
Khabib's 8th fight was against Paulo Costa's little brother. Mira, I'm not calling him out for it because it must not have been against the rules, or else he would have got disqualified. But Khabib was headbutting that fool like a savage. Supposedly, Ali Bagov was disrespecting before the fight, saying that Khabib was wild and that he didn't use his head. And Khabib was like, I got you, fam.
when cage close, I'm gonna smash him.
If I didn't already know the outcome of this fight, then for reals, I would have been a little bit concerned. The cameraman did a close-up on this fool, and I was getting those Sling Blade Carl vibes. But it was all good, because Ostrowski was about as effective on the ground as Carl. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it right here, because if I did my calculations correctly, this will be about 10 minutes right now. And I respect your attention spans. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and stay tuned for parts 2 and 3. I want to say thank you again to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this video. thank you. If you shop with the link that's in the description and the comment section and use promo code VOTO, you'll get 10% off. And please don't forget to do it with my link, because if you just go to the main website and you don't use mine, then what are we doing here? And thank you to all of my patrons for believing in me and supporting me. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. If you're watching this video right when it was released, then you're not gonna see any other videos right here to click on, because parts 2 and 3 aren't done yet. But if you're watching this in the year 2030, from your fallout shelter, or even a couple of weeks from right now, then you should see other clickable videos right here. So please click on them. Thank you. The UFC has some of the dumbest nicknames. Doug Nasty, Cheesecake, Dana White, when that fool's clearly Dana Red. But every once in a while, they make sense. Like Lionheart. And it was proven that Anthony Smith had the heart of a lion when they did the autopsy after the fight. Anthony Smith was so brutalized that he literally handed his tooth to the referee so that he could be identified by his dental records. Mira, I'm not clowning on him. That was messed up. On Saturday, Tony Ferguson was drunk in boxing, and Keith Peterson, he was just drunk.
Smelling like he had been out all night the night before.
But only 4 days later, no one even remembers that. On Saturday, fools were laughing about the Imanari roll. And then on Wednesday, we're looking at this.
My teeth are falling out. Yeah, breathe. Hey, listen, breathe.
Hey, I like a good fight as much as the next fool. Probably more. But this wasn't a fight. This was an abuse of power. Dana White power. With everything shut down, Dana's trying to capitalize on those ratings. Slipping Mickeys to the refs. Telling Anthony Smith's corner, if he dies, he dies. And now we got Overeem versus Harris coming up on May 16th. I can't even imagine what that fool's planning. Dana White has to be stopped. But until then, please join me on May 16th for the Mexican Fight Companion. You're watching part 2 of Khabib Nurmagomedov top finishes. Let's get it. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I'm very happy to let you know that this episode is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. Last time I gave you fights 1 through 9. Today, it's gonna be 10 through 20. And next time, it's gonna be whichever ones are left. And if you're confused about how I'm making 3 entire videos about Khabib's finishes, and you're like, I don't think he has that many, then watch part 1, where I explain it.
Like Dia say, what are you at, boy?
I gotta give some props for the way the homie came out right here. He noticed the girls behind him, and he wasn't even trying to get caught up. So he started moving toward the ring with the quickness. Hey, I know what it's like. Like sometimes when you're on Instagram, and you gotta scroll through that nonsense real quick. See no evil, double tap no evil. And then sometimes my lady's just walking by, you know, and she happens to glance over my shoulder, and she thinks I'm up to no good. Because I was trying to scroll, you know, but then the app glitches. I'm a victim of circumstance. It's like my public defender's always telling me. It's about the intent, you know? And that's what I was picking up from this fool right here. He knew exactly what he was doing. And I'm not sure if he was trying to inflict damage or if he was trying to free the ego, if you know what I mean. But Khabib wasn't having it. As a matter of fact, Khabib was so determined to prove that this fool didn't belong in the ring with him that he decided to show everybody. Literally, Agolfanov had nothing to offer. He landed some leg kicks here and there, but who doesn't? That's point fighting at its best.
I have to watch how I move, you know, like jab, jab, move, jab, jab. Not hard punch, jab, jab, move, jab. Sometimes take down, jab, move.
By his 11th fight, Khabib was basically the light-skinned Mike Tyson.
My style is impetuous.
All of his opponents were afraid of him from the get, and it seemed like it was a matter of not if, but when he would defeat them. That fool looked like he wanted to be in there less than all of you want to be in your houses right now. And you can see what I'm talking about throughout this short fight. Kalilov was fighting like beginner level CPU, and Khabib was fighting like he always does, like someone who knows all the cheat codes.
Stay humble, bro.
Khabib's 12th fight was against Ashtot Shaginyan. This looks like one of those classic one fool's on his way in, one fool's on his way out matches. This guy knows what I'm talking about. I wasn't feeling this one from the start. This fool looks like he had to gain 20 pounds just to make weight. I was getting those Gardella vibes. There was a moment during the fight where Ashtot felt like maybe he had enough. And Khabib, being the gentleman that he is, gave him a moment to make a decision. I guess Ashtot figured that it's better to lose like a winner than to lose like a loser. So he continued. He was still very unhappy though. He didn't want Khabib to raise his hand, and he didn't even want to stick around for the official decision. He stormed out of the ring and slapped the curtain away as he went backstage. Ever the gentleman, Khabib ran backstage to console him.
Hey, we have to finish this beef, chicken or something like this. He have to stop eat Burger Kings.
I've noticed that overseas fights have much more exciting entrances. Very WWE. For a moment, I even thought that Khabib was gonna climb the turnbuckle like Stone Cold Steve Austin, but I guess he just needed to stretch. I guess WWE style antics wouldn't have really been appropriate anyway in this dinner theater type of venue. This fight ended up being another example of Khabib's opponents being afraid of him. That fool didn't even want to come out. At this point, we're 13 fights in, and this was the very first time that I saw Khabib get even a little bit rocked. And you could see this fool thinking about capitalizing on it, but just for a split second. By this point in Khabib's career, Kadzik already knew the danger of trying to tangle with the eagle. So he decided to stop right there and be content with his one little punch for the highlight reel. The rest of the fight was Khabib dominating, as usual. And then he put that fool out with a triangle choke, like if he was Chael Sonnen.
You tapped. I saw it.
I want to tell you a little story. The other day I was in line paying for my chicken sandwich, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed some fool looking at me sideways. And then I started thinking about it. Like, do I know this fool? Have I seen him somewhere? And then I realized, that fool thinks I'm soft, huh? Because I'm getting a chicken sandwich. Well, that fool didn't know that it was spicy. So I started to turn real slowly, and I was gonna let that fool know what's up. And right when my eyes were about to meet his, I realized that he was looking down. And I was like, that's right, fool. Be afraid. Be very afraid. But I noticed that he was simply miring my Ridge wallet. That fool almost died that day. But the Ridge wallet saved his life. And then after it saves your life, it gives you a lifetime warranty. The Ridge wallet has over 30,000 5-star reviews. You can't leave a review when you're dead, homie. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/voto. That's ridge.com/voto and use promo code VOTO. Hey, don't break your neck miring the homie's wallet. Get your own. Please get one.
I know he always talk trash. Like even he just pull out and he keep talking with somebody in Twitter. Hey, shut up. You pull out.
Fans of Khamzat Mamedov blame his loss on the fall that took place right before the fight. But in my opinion, it hurt his pride more than anything else. These girls are coming out in their chonies and high heels while holding flags. And the fighter can't even walk. Mira, he took it out from an inanimate object, Tony Ferguson style. How do you think he did against the eagle? The only thing that concerned me about this fool was that low center of gravity. But that doesn't mean anything if you don't have your equilibrium in check.
This is stupid. You know, when you pull out, you have to stay shut up.
When I went back to look at my notes, I didn't have a single thing written down for this fight. So I watched the fight again, and I remembered why. It was boring. It was the traditional mismatch. Striker versus grappler. And when Khabib took him down, Vadim did what all strikers do. He got him in a headlock and held it until he tired himself out. At which point Khabib advanced to a good position and tapped that fool out. Personally, I don't like to get into the whole mismatch game. I don't believe in it. But anytime someone fights Khabib, that's a definite mismatch.
I feel relaxed. I feel comfortable, you know.
Khabib's 16th fight was against Aramarso Santos. I already knew it was going to be all bad for him within the first 5 seconds when they cut to him in the corner with his dealer.
Man's not hot.
I think the most notable thing about this fight is that Khabib had a point taken away. And you could tell that he didn't like that because he immediately dropped that fool with a clean left right after. Maybe he should lose points more often.
I'm gonna make him flat, make him tighted, and I want him feel my power, he feel my pressure, and finish him.
This was Khabib's very first fight in the UFC. At this point in the journey, I was feeling like a proud homie. This was also the very first appearance of the papaka, or Khabib hat. John Anik was calling it a wig.
Khabib Nurmagomedov, it really attached to that wig.
Which personally, I thought was disrespectful. This is a wig. He went on to refer to Dagestan as a wrestling mecca.
Dagestan, Russia, Kenny, for those that don't know, really it is a wrestling mecca.
Which I'm sure Khabib appreciated very much, being that he's Muslim. If I was a SJW, I would be having a field day right now. Fortunately, Khabib didn't have to hear any of this because he was focused on the task at hand. And he showed from day one that he's that thing that Joe Rogan always says, that David Goggins always says.
David Goggins likes to call uncommon amongst uncommon men.
Yes.
Because he came out rocking the Asics. Most people were coming out with sandals back in the day, but he was still putting in work backstage up until the last second. Honestly, I was getting a little bit nostalgic at this point. I didn't realize how long ago it was. Bruce Buffer's jacket was only one color. This was also Khabib's very first time fighting inside a cage. I hear a lot of things about Dagestan, and most likely, he probably did fight inside or at least around some cages, but not like this one. He was also gonna be making some money now. Look at all those sponsors on his shorts. Get that money, homie. Another notable thing about this fight is the difference in the commentary.
Look at this brutal ground and pound.
In my opinion, all of the commentary before this fight did not do justice to the Eagle. Also, I don't know Russian, so I could be wrong. Khabib dropped him with a big left hand in the first round and then followed it up with some ground and pound. But he found out that Shaloris was a hard-headed individual. However, he ended up getting the submission in the 3rd round, which you could have had a lot sooner if Yamasaki wasn't biased. In case you didn't realize how long ago this fight was, Khabib still needed a translator, and John Anik still needed a tailor.
This is what I want. Broke his face.
At this point, Khabib is 17-0, dominated his UFC debut, and is still being disrespected.
I don't know what that wig is all about, but he insisted on wearing it in the weigh-ins, and he insists on wearing it here.
Is that a problem, Joe Rogan? I understand that a lot of people don't know this, but the UFC is actually a BJJ propaganda machine. Its very existence was actually manipulated to showcase and promote BJJ.
Because they pick the fighters.
Oh, really? So it sounds to me like it was basically set up for a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner
to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did the UFC do to respond to this Russian Sambo master? They gave him a BJJ black belt, pre-USADA, veteran, Gleason T-bow. And you wanna know what else they gave him? Mario Yamasaki. And we already know that that fool doesn't like to let Khabib do what he does best. He separated them twice.
That's interesting. Mario Yamasaki decided to break them up. I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. I'm sure at this point, you're not surprised to hear how one-sided the commentary was as well. And I'm not just talking about Joe Rogan comparing Khabib to a Russian cartoon character.
I don't know what that wig's all about that he wears walking in, though.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody could ask him. Maybe it's some Russian cartoon character that he enjoys watching.
I think it's the Russian headgear.
I'm talking about the actual fight talk.
But that's just because he's facing a guy that's got a ton more experience than him. And, you know, frankly, has fought better opposition. Gleason simply, at this point in the game, just seems to be the better fighter. If he loses this fight, which we both think he probably will lose by decision, if nothing changes in the next 50 seconds or so, it's a learning experience for this young man.
And the ending says it all.
Wow! Wow, indeed. Whoa.
They had to be all dramatic and act like they couldn't believe that Khabib won. In the end, Khabib dictated the pace controlled the cage, didn't let T-Bow do anything but counterfight here and there, and prevailed over Yamasaki's one-sided officiating. A lot of people trip off this fight, and they think that T-Bow won just because he stuffed a lot of takedowns. Mira, Khabib was clearly the aggressor, and he did more damage. However, I understand that it could be confusing, because the judges don't always seem to notice that.
Who is your bodyguards? Yeah. Show me these guys.
This one was a piece of cake for Khabib, or tiramisu, if you will. And he didn't even use a single takedown. This was his first fight out of San Jose, and you could already see the fruits of his labor when he decided to let those hands go. In fact, his striking was so impressive that the referee forgot what he was doing there for a moment and got caught admiring. Unfortunately, Khabib wasn't really able to enjoy the win because there was a bunch of haters in the crowd.
Yeah, he caught him with that leaping uppercut, with that lead hand.
But that didn't stop him and his homies from celebrating. His homie did him dirty though.
And still undefeated, 19-0 for Khabib Nurmagomedov.
He's like drunk guy, you know. He's like drunk guy. I feel he's like, his face is like this, you know. He nervous, he drunk.
In his 20th fight, Khabib missed weight, but I don't blame him. Honestly, I kind of think he did it on purpose, just so that he could keep up. Look at that fool. How did he not miss weight? I know the weight didn't miss him. I was getting Royce Gracie versus Chemo vibes. The little grappler that could, and the pre-USADA thick boy. This was also the very first fight in which Khabib didn't fist bump. I know a lot of people say that he never does because that he's a straight savage in the cage or whatever. But he did for his first 19 fights. But this fight was different. There was some bad blood between these two. And if you're wondering how that affected the fight, it didn't. Khabib simply ragdolled Trujillo, just like he does to everybody else. He completely broke his spirit, which was obvious to everyone, and set a new UFC record with 21 takedowns in a single fight. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop it right here, because as we've already discovered, Khabib simply has too many finishes for just one video, or even two. I'm gonna be coming out with part 3 real soon, which will cover the last 8 fights. I wanna say thank you again to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this video. Thank you. I also wanna say thank you to all of my patrons for making this possible. I literally couldn't do it without you. And everybody that supported through PayPal, everybody that supports through the super chat, through merch, thank you very much. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Thank you for making it to the end of this video. Part 1 will be around here somewhere so you can watch it if you haven't seen it. And then part 3 will be around here at some point when it's finished. But if you're watching this right when this came out, then it's not gonna be here yet. So please come back later and scope it out. Please stay safe out there with the Ridge Wallet and stay alive. You're watching Khabib Nurmagomedov Top Finishes, the trilogy. This is part 3. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. This installment is brought to you by the Ridge Wallet. This is not the wallet, this is the power bank. I was charging my phone right now. This is the wallet. More on that later.
Like we talked before, like direct in Twitter. You remember this? When we talked?
In the last video, I was talking about the fist bump. I thought that maybe that was the turning point and that his fist bumping days were over. But he's back at it again. And you know what else we're back to? Joe Rogan's disrespectful nature.
And his reckless abandon, in which he leaps in with these techniques.
Reckless abandon? Even after having a front row seat to what he did to Abel Trujillo. That's all you gotta say, homie? Reckless abandon? Even after the flying knee and landing clean on the chin? All he could talk about was Pat Healy.
Pat is such a veteran though, Mike. Grinds on dudes. Healy again, constant pressure. Man, can Healy take it?
What about this, Joe Rogan? I'm starting to sound like Joey Diaz. What about the WWE Slam?
Oh, man.
Oh, you like that one?
Well, he's really turning it on this 3rd round.
I thought so. And now you like the hat too, don't you? Well, too bad, homie. Because Khabib remembered that you were clowning on him. So he took it back.
I could have said goodbye.
Okay, we talked with him before. Why you don't send message? Why?
At this point in his career, Khabib was now so famous and beloved that he had people in the crowd wearing his hat. Just a couple of fights ago, he was still getting clowned on for it. And now homies are biting. A lot of people believe that this was Khabib's toughest challenge up to this point. Dos Anjos is a good striker, BJJ black belt, and was on a 5-fight winning streak. And Khabib still made him look like a rookie. So what does Joe Rogan have to say now?
I mean, he's just reckless.
Still disrespecting. Okay. Well, at least he was getting a little more respect in the referee department. This one was officiated by Big John McCartney. Hey, tell me that fool doesn't look like Adam Sandler's big brother. He was starting to get bigger name referees, but fighters, not so much.
People have been avoiding Khabib Nurmagomedov for years.
Can you blame them?
He gonna send me, okay, 1 guy, 2 guys, 10 guys, or alone.
For Khabib's 23rd fight, he was supposed to fight Tony Ferguson, but that fool had blood in his lungs, so they had to find a replacement. That replacement will be Daryl Horcher, who was severely overweight at the time, so they had to fight at catchweight. This was only the second time in Khabib's career in which he did not touch gloves. To be honest, I don't know why. They seem to be pretty friendly at the weigh-ins. And I know what you're thinking. The physique of Horcher, the general vibe and presence. You're thinking Gilbert, but looks are deceiving. Horcher was actually the lightweight champion for Cage. What's it called? Horcher was actually the lightweight champion for Cage Fury Fighting Championships. But to be honest, I'm not even sure if that's a real thing. Anyway, after some patty cake, Khabib landed a slam and then maintained control until he TKO'd him in the second round. And even though they didn't touch gloves, there was nothing but love at the end.
This is show his weakness. He showed me his weakness.
For the first time ever in Khabib's career, this is the second time in a row that he chooses not to touch gloves. He's going through something. He got touched up a little bit in the first round, but that's alright. It lasted for like 10 seconds. Before the first round was over, he had already broken Johnson's spirit. It was so bad that Johnson was trying to sneak out of the cage, but John McCartney stopped him. Mira, there were plenty of times when this fight could have been stopped, and Khabib didn't want to hurt him. Matter of fact, he was trying to reason with him. But Johnson's a warrior, and I respect that. He almost got his arm broken, but I respect that.
But I win every round, I win every round and I take my belt. You have a question?
That's 3 fights in a row now that Khabib doesn't touch gloves. My only guess is that it's like a farmer when he doesn't want to name his pig because he doesn't want to be feeling bad when he's eating those pork chops later. Khabib has simply become so dominant that he didn't want to be friendly with his opponents because they hurt him too much. On top of that, Khabib's second child was born just hours before the fight, so he was kind of in his feelings, And he's a savage for fighting on that day. I remember when my kid was born, I called into work. To be fair, I called in even before I knew the baby was being born, but still, basically, there were 3 things that happened in this fight. Leg kicks.
He hits it immediately with those inside leg kicks.
Barboza trying to make enough space for a spinning kick.
He needed help to his feet.
Which Khabib wouldn't let him do because he kept closing the distance. And then when he finally did get off a spinning kick, he almost knocked himself out. Oh! And John McCartney standing by as Khabib smashed him.
John McCarthy may be close to having seen enough here.
Fights like this one make me wonder if referees get paid by the hour because McCartney clearly didn't want this one to end. If you would like a more in-depth breakdown of this fight, I actually broke it down a while back, so I'll put the link down below in the description. The thing you need to know about Khabib is that... Oh, my food's here. Oh, what's up? That'll be $8.60. What the... I know you. You're on YouTube, right? Yeah, you got me. I watch your stuff. You're the Ramsey Dewey, right? Yeah, that's me. That's cool, man. Hold still. So, is it on the house or what? I can't do that. I could give you a bunch of ketchup though. All right. Okay, that'll be $8.61. All right. Whoa, what is that? What? Oh, this? This is the Ridge wallet. That's pretty sleek for a wallet. Did you just take that out of your front pocket? Yeah, it's not bulky like most wallets. Mira, but it holds up to 12 cards and your cash. Yeah, my wallet's pretty bulky. Homie, that's the flip phone of wallets right there. Are you single? Yeah. That's why. You need to get with the Ridge wallet, homie. I don't know. Mira, maybe you don't like this one. That's all right. There's over 30 different styles and colors for you to choose from, including carbon fiber and burnt titanium. And maybe you're a thinker, you know? I am. Maybe you want a second opinion. All right. How about 30,000 second opinions? Yeah, the Ridge wallet has over 30,000 5-star reviews. And only one of them is from me. Look it, I don't want to waste your time. And I don't want my food to get cold. But if you don't like it, you have 45 days to send it back for a full refund. And if you decide to keep it, lifetime warranty. Well, after hearing all of this, I'd be a fool not to buy one. I agree. How do I get one? Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO and you'll get 10% off. Link down below. Where? You'll figure it out. Ramsey Dewey. I forgot to pay that fool. Oh wow.
No, he can talk whatever he want. He gonna talk, I know.
By this point, I probably don't need to talk about the fist bump. He simply doesn't do it anymore. What you hear most about this fight is how tough Ayaquinta was. Everybody was surprised at how he was able to hang for 5 rounds. But I wasn't. That fool's a real estate agent. When you work off commission, you have to be tenacious.
I haven't had a carb since 2004.
On top of that, nobody even thought he had a chance to win. He was the ultimate underdog. He was Rocky. It's very freeing when you can fight like you got nothing to lose. We've already seen what it looks like when fools are fighting like they got too much to lose. And nobody wants to see that. But I gotta take a moment to let you know that Ayaquinta only got that far because Khabib led him. There were a lot of people talking papas before this fight, that supposedly Khabib didn't have the stamina to go 5 rounds. And he wanted to prove them wrong. So he was just playing with them so that he could put that work in. And you could even hear Coach Javier pleading with them to just go back to business as usual and put that fool away already.
Okay, you did it now, go back to fatherland, please, okay?
But how you gonna tell the eagle not to fly?
You think whiskey gonna help him?
This was the fight that everybody was waiting for. Even though right after Khabib destroyed him, everybody was acting like Khabib versus Tony was the fight they were waiting for, because at that point, what else were they gonna say? McGregor had a good couple of years of the UFC hyping him up before he finally had to face Khabib. And you already know that Khabib was at home watching his fights. He saw how much Conor likes to run, so he made sure to tie up those legs early. But Khabib's not a monster. He made sure to give McGregor a nice little photo op with his proper 12 logo. Mira, I know it seems like there will be a lot to be said because of the 2 big names in this fight, but it was very plain and simple. Khabib treated him just like everyone else. He took him down and he punished him. However, if you want to go in depth with it, I did a breakdown of this fight too, and I'll put a link down below in the description. Bottom line, this fight made Khabib undeniable when he was already undeniable. And it's what gave him the respect that he should have had all along. Just like in his early UFC days, Khabib once again faced biased officiating. This fight should have been stopped way earlier.
How many shots can one man take?
I mean, if we could stop this, surely we could stop this. And Conor wouldn't stop cheating. Just ask Steve Devlin. A lot of people were mad about the shenanigans that took place after the fight, but I didn't mind it. Mira, if you don't want the papas, then don't peel them.
I don't know what his father teach him, but my father teach me you cannot never give up.
Poirier is a respected fighter. He had just come off a 4-fight winning streak of some very respectable names. The fight before this one with Conor was about the drama, but this fight played a big role in Khabib getting some more very well-deserved respect, both from the fans and the fighters. Other than that, there was nothing special about this fight. The homie beat him up. Poirier was either looking at the clock or at his corner all night. Mira, Poirier's a good guy. I don't want to put him down. If you want to hear more about this fight, I broke down this one too, so I'll put a link down below in the description. It's currently my highest viewed video, so it's probably pretty good. There was nothing but love and respect after the fight, and that's the way it should be. The only disrespect was from Jon Anik when he didn't let Khabib's dad say anything. More about that in the full video. I want to take a moment to say something right now. I've heard a lot of talk that supposedly Khabib has a padded record. Well, I've seen every one of his fights now, and I know exactly why they say that. It's because he makes it look so easy. Is that his fault? Is he supposed to make it look hard? Some fools like to get hit, and I understand that people like to watch that, but Khabib doesn't want to be another CTE story. Khabib's story tells the tale of an undefeated warrior, and for me, the best part of the story is that it's still being written, which means Khabib top finish is part 4. I want to say thank you to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this video. Get your Ridge Wallet today by using the link down below and the promo code VOTO for 10% off. And thank you very much to all of my patrons who make this possible. If you would like to see the bloopers from this video and other videos, then please consider joining the Patreon. It's only $1. I wouldn't like that, but it's only one. Link down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Hey, what's up? I just want to say thank you for making it to the end of my video. Since this is part 3, that means we finally have all 3 parts ready to go. Part 1, part 2, you already saw part 3. So if you've already seen the other ones, then maybe watch them again. Sometimes people forget things and they need to refresh their memory. If you haven't seen them, please watch them for the first time. Either way, just click on them. It helps me out. Thank you. Imagine waking up and see your roommates in the corner eating doodle. That's not right. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. It's not uncommon to find cuddly creatures on YouTube doing things like playing the piano or twerking. But sometimes, when you've watched a little too long and you've clicked a little too much, you're gonna run into some fighting. Gorillas could be just as socially awkward as us. He's like, don't mind me. I'm just gonna post up right here on the wall. All right, I'm out of here. This was a bad idea. And then you got the cool kids over here, comfortable enough with their masculinity and everything to show affection. Oh, snap. Oh, it was all a ruse. These two were colluding with Big Homie, trying to bust out the handicap match. When you watch it again closely, you could see that this fool didn't want to go where he was going. It was like that one scene from The Godfather where they had to take Tessio for a ride. This fool was trying to control him with the seatbelt, but he didn't think about that wrist control. So the homie pulled out that spinning stuff on both of them. But then the big one comes back and he's trying to sink in that Kimura submission. But the homie's turtle game is strong, so he yanks him up. But now one of the other gorillas comes to his defense. All of a sudden. And then the other gorilla socks that fool in the back and runs away. This is pure mayhem. These fools are staring each other down. Are they enemies? Did they just become best friends? I don't know. They appear to have short attention spans because now the big one's attacking everybody. And I could get down with the consensual fight, but this is just messed up. This homie clearly didn't want none. You could even see him shaking his head. I'm feeling bad at this moment. But what happened next made me look at things a little bit differently. That gorilla that was getting punked over here decided to post up on this table and do a little caca in his hand. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that's what's up. He's gonna throw it at that big fool. Nah, he's gonna eat it. And then everything starts to make sense to me. I saw that big gorilla run across to the other side because he was grossed out. You got this cochino over here eating what his body had already said no to in the first place. And then in all that garbage too. And now the other two are flocking to him, like if they're into it. Homie's just over there wishing that he could have some decent roommates. I can't blame him for throwing down. Imagine waking up and seeing your roommates in the corner eating doo-doo. That's not right. If you learn just one thing from this video, be a good roommate, all right? And don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Max Holiday was working that Hawaiian punch all night, but apparently the judges were on that Tampico. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. Fight Island was a big disappointment for several reasons, and I've decided to make a list about it, because list videos usually do pretty good. Before we move on, I want to let you know that this episode is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. This was the fight that homies were either willing to pay for or illegally stream and risk a virus, plus having their lady walk in and start asking too many questions. But Amanda Ribas versus Sage Van Zandt, why do I keep doing that? Amanda Ribas versus Paige Van Zandt was more disappointing than the UFC 4 cover. Van Zandt was already crying on her way out. Mira, I'm not against crying. I do it all the time because I found out that it makes Marilena forgive me. But you can't cry as you're going into battle. We've already seen how that goes. She was so emotional before the fight that she actually tried to leave. This fool had to escort her to the fingernail guy. She clearly didn't want to be there. She looked scared. She looked awkward. She's simply built for Instagram now, in more ways than one. Her muscle memory has been destroyed by things like Dancing with the Stars and TikTok. Kind of like what happens to people that do judo. She's not used to opposition anymore. A Sage, a Paige, no one's opposed to you just wrapping it up already. We know where to find you. Santos versus Bogatov was a backyard fight, and I don't mind a backyard fight when it's in a backyard. This was supposed to be an island fight. I'll get to that later. This fight was kind of weird to begin with. It was a 40-year-old versus a 29-year-old. And you know what's even trippier? That's the 40-year-old! Fool's on that Gracie Jumbo Juice diet. This was Bogatov's UFC debut, and he was clearly trying to pull that I'm new here, I don't know the rules card. He did an eye poke, then a groin shot, then another groin shot. Then he kneed Santos in the face when he was down on one knee.
What are you doing?
This fight had more illegal activity than Chris D'Elia's DMs. And then, every time he did something wrong, he tried to take advantage of it by getting corner advice.
Stay away from your corner. No cornering. I'm going to tell you again, fighter, away from that corner.
He was trying to act like he didn't know what Mark Goddard was saying.
Come here, chief interpreter.
He was trying to pull the sorry, no inglés card. But the worst thing about this fight was Mark Goddard not calling the stoppage in the second round. He was pulling the I'm not out here trying to beat Keith Peterson card. There was a lot of card pulling during this fight, which reminds me, when I pull cards, I like to do it with the Ridge. I thought I had a... Where's my Ridge wallet? I got a receipt. I know I got a receipt somewhere. Cheap wallet, please. I've never even seen a handwritten receipt. Is that cheap?
When I pull cards, I guess I use this fat, ugly wallet.
Oh! Chale, homie, I use the Ridge wallet. You know what I just realized today? My worst nightmare is your reality. Back in the 80s, fools were afraid to go to sleep because they didn't want to get Freddy Krueger. Today, they're sleeping on the Ridge wallet. And frankly, that's much more terrifying. Studies show that people who use the Ridge wallet are generally 85% more happy than people who don't. All of these studies were done by me, but I stand by them. The Ridge wallet is also the only wallet that you can wear in your front pocket without looking like a cochino. If it's up to 12 cards and your cash, there's no way that I'm getting approved for 12 cards, but I like the option. It comes in a bunch of different styles and colors, and you could either get the strap or the clip. And I know what you're thinking. What's the strap without the clip, you know? So get one of each. It has over 30,000 5-star reviews. And if you have really bad taste and you want your money back, you could get a refund within 45 days. So quit sleeping on the Ridge wallet and go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Please get one. This one wasn't thought of as a disappointment, but it was a disappointment to me. This fool was fighting like Anderson Silva. I didn't expect that, and it was exciting to watch. The problem is, we've already seen how that story ends, and it's often neglected who knocked him out. If you get knocked out by Chris Weidman, you know you did something wrong. This drunken master style is a gamble, and it's a bad influence. Fools are out here actually thinking you have to get drunk to do it right, and it's causing problems. I know that's how Jackie Chan did it, but that fool also killed James Brown just because he was wearing a magic suit. Hollywood. At the end of the day, if you're gonna get down with this drunken master style, you better be rocking a beard. Fighters are getting smarter these days and using them to help absorb blows to the chin. I'm telling you, the smartest fighters have beards. Curtis Blades, Zabit Magomed, Austin Vanderford. Aldo was given an on-screen death at UFC 251. Not a big surprise after seeing him come out with his hand iced. He's one of those fools that just won't go away and doesn't know when to wrap it up, like BJ Penn or Chael Sonnen. So Dana White decided to write him out of the script himself, and he did that fool like Mufasa. And the worst part is, he used Peter Pan to do it. After watching that performance, I have no doubt that Triple C would have smashed him. So was Sterling and O'Malley. I might even be willing to say Cody. Dana was trying to prove a point. The only thing it proved to me is that Yamasaki is a master of disguise. Girl. Max Holiday was working that Hawaiian punch all night, but apparently the judges were on that Tampico. It looks like so many people are upset about the decision that they're sending threats to the MMA media for not standing up for Max. That's not right. I've sent plenty of threats to Luke Thomas, but not about a decision. But then some people are saying that it's Max's fault because that while he was kicking bottles on Instagram, Volkanovski was kicking Adesanya in Thailand. But Max was active. He broke 2 striking records that night. And then he broke a 3rd record for not getting knocked down. And he knocked down Volkanovski twice. Mira, I'm not a Holiday fanboy. I actually picked Volkanovski to win. But we all saw how that fight went down. But he held on to that bout. And now I'm gonna have to try to keep figuring out what that fool's saying.
Still got the job done, so that's the main thing. Dug deep.
Come to think of it, Max is harder to understand.
We get on 2000, I think so, that's on 4.
I haven't seen that much stomping since my prima's quinceañera. Usman stomped Masvidal's feet 50 times per toe. He was trying to send those piggies all the way home, and a lot of people didn't like that. But I wasn't even tripping. You gotta do what you gotta do to win a fight. One time I won a fight by clowning on some fool's credit score. Broke his spirit. The thing that I didn't like was Usman perpetuating Conor McGregor's tactics. When Usman wasn't foot stomping, he was giving Masvidal that cold shoulder. First, Conor McGregor gets to sit at home and watch Mike Perry face consequences from the UFC for doing the same thing that he did, with no consequences. And now he's watching the welterweight champion using his moves. But that's irregular. You already know I'm not a fan of Masvidal, but he was my pick. Based on what I've seen him doing lately, I felt like he had the tools to get the job done. And I felt like him winning could have been exciting for the MMA community, you know? I saw that photo that Ariel had posted of him looking like a prisoner of war. But I was like, he'll have a Gatorade, some pizza, he'll be all right. It wasn't until he started sticking out his tongue that I became concerned. I had seen that tongue before. Tongues don't win fights. It's obvious to all of us that Metal won that fight, but the judges didn't think so. But the judges aren't always right. If they were, I'd be locked up right now. Anyway, Masvidal stayed true to his Scarface gimmick, which ended up being kind of ironic. He even said hello to his little friend when Mark Brown FaceTimed them in the corner. But it wasn't enough. Hey, now we know. More than 6 days notice? Super necessary. Island this, island that. Fight Island was like if you watch The Office, but they never even showed you an office. I thought it was gonna be sand, waves, tiki torches, loincloths. You know what adds to the experience, don't trip. The UFC had me thinking it was gonna look like a Street Fighter location.
Hey, that's false advertising that, man.
As far as I'm confirmed, it looked like they were still at the Apex. Some people say they never left Las Vegas. When Dana White kept talking about the infrastructure being built, I thought he was talking umbrellas and lawn chairs, not Abu Dhabi Square Garden. Did I miss anything? What disappointed you? Let me know down below. If you would like to see outtakes, bloopers, blog posts, win-free stuff, then please consider signing up for the Patreon. It's what keeps this channel going. And it's only $1 a month. Link down below. And I want to say thank you to all of the people who are already supporting me on Patreon. Shout out to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this episode. Don't forget to go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO to get 10% off. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I'm gonna ask you to subscribe now because according to my research, people are more likely to subscribe when you ask them to. So please, subscribe. It's not easy being a grandmaster. Life of a grandmaster. I train to go faster. You can't compete with my power. I even train in the shower. Marilena, answer the phone. I only sleep 2 hours a night. I find that I'm the most efficient that way. And then around noon, I take a nap for like 10 hours. I always start my day off with 5 eggs, just like Rocky. Some tapatio. And I'm not even gonna lie, I'm a good cook, but it's just pre-workout fuel, you know? My training is one of the most important parts of my day. If you don't fuel the dragon, he's not gonna be able to fly. At the moment, I'm making my living on TikTok. I'm not proud of it, but it allows me to pay the bills while I pursue my real dreams. And my lady said that she doesn't mind, as long as I don't show my face or my feet. There's a lot of money in that though. My real passion is my YouTube channel. I teach MMA, Mexican martial arts, and I do a lot of breakdowns and MMA news.
We are family.
They say that I'm kind of like the Mexican Philip DeFranco,
I got all my homies with
but
me.
better. Hey, Ariel, say
we
less.
Are family.
I'll take that ESPN money all day, homie. But you
I
gotta
got
get
all
rid of
my
Chael.
homies with me.
I don't like that fool. All right, whatever. Yeah, I gotta go already. I gotta shoot a video. All right.
We are
seashells down by the
family.
seashore. Seashells down by the
I
seashore.
got all
Rubber
my
baby buggy
homies
bumpers.
with me.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. 17 sail slips slither slowly southward. 17 sail slips slither slowly southward.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies
What's up,
with
everybody?
me.
My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder.
We are family. Cause I got all my homies with me.
Shawn Michaels, Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan.
This is not juggling. This is called misdirection.
In the case, huh? They took Macho Man. Macho Man.
Life of a grandmaster. I train to go faster. You can't compete with my power. I even train in the shower.
When Macho Man went missing, I immediately went through the 5 stages of grief. Denial. Macho Man's not gone. That fool's too macho. Who's gonna take Macho Man? Huh? He's right here somewhere. Anger. They're gonna take Macho Man, huh? They're gonna take him from me? That fool's a part of my set. He's a part of my set and my set, literally. Bargaining? I just want Macho Man back. You know, I don't even care who took him. Honestly, I'll give you Honky Tonk Man. If Macho Man comes back, I'll give you Honky Tonk Man. I'll give you Hacksaw Jim Duggan. And you could even take Buddha's the Barber Beefcake. I'm not even tripping, just bring him back. I'll close my eyes. Just swap them out. Depression? They're not gonna bring him back. They're not gonna bring it back. And retaliation. They don't need to bring him back. I'm gonna bring him back. I seen a lot of Law and Order SVU, and I just got a color cartridge for my printer. Nothing was gonna hold me back. I started to connect the dots between the charlatans, the copycats, the cross-country runners, people I've exposed, made fun of, or whose heart I've broken. But the only thing that made sense was the man with the love for toys. If I didn't hurry, that fool might put his name on Macho Man's pata. I couldn't let Macho Man go out like that. Hey Siri, call my lady.
Which one?
Hey Siri, stop playing. Hey Siri, call Marilena. Hey Marilena, I just want to let you know that I'm going into battle. And just in case something doesn't go down right. Hey, who's that? In the background. I hear a guy. You have a brother? Brother in Christ. Well, I was also wondering now, since I got you on the phone and everything, if maybe you could give me a ride, because my license is still suspended. No? How about your brother? Hey, Marilena, you're breaking up. You're breaking, what? No, no, no. No, we're not breaking up. You're breaking up. No, wait, you're breaking up with me? What the? Now who am I supposed to go after? Macho Man or Marilena? I say Macho Man. I agree with him this time. Macho Man. All right. Hey, fool. I know it's been a long time, but do you think you could give me a ride?
Booyah! And we're live.
You may know Joe Rogan from his podcast, UFC commentating, or introducing your loved one to narcotics.
Have you ever done DMT? No. Do you want to?
But before all of that, he was a fighter. Today, we're gonna be talking about the 7 times that Joe Rogan fought. On camera.
Put some respect on my name.
Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. This video was sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later.
It was like the happiest moment of my life.
If you're a train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night fanboy, then you've seen this clip 1,000 times. But have you really? Most likely you were distracted by the walk-off KO. Or the bowl cut.
You look like Bo from Three Stooges.
But if you look at it closely, you'll see that his opponent looks a little bit familiar. Personally, I will recognize that movement anywhere. That's a young Bryan Callen. And as graceful as he might be, he always had a little bit of trouble with his technique, which Joe Rogan has been trying to help him improve to this day. Fortunately, this match led to a lifelong friendship, and it taught Bryan Callen what Taekwondo truly is all about. Breaking boards.
Strike! Hiya! Ah!
That fateful day, Joe Rogan convinced Bryan Callen that competing just wasn't for him. But he does that for all his friends.
I don't see you beating Cain Velasquez This is a bad example. This is a bad example, but it's not a bad one.
You can find plenty of footage of Joe Rogan rolling, but this time was different. Joe Rogan had been challenged by some fool on MySpace, aka a keyboard warrior. The fact that Joe Rogan accepted the challenge says a lot about that fool's insecurities, but that's for another video. However, since we're talking about insecurities, what's up with the headgear, Joe? Who you trying to keep your ears pretty for? You're waiting for that news radio reunion or what? Even Steve-O's out here trying to get those Randy Coutures. And you're playing touch butt with the headgear? So Rogan locks him up with the guillotine. And he carries that fool like if he was Brendan Schaub. You could see him go limp, but Rogan pulls guard anyway. Savage. That fool wakes up just in time to tap. And then Rogan taps him 2 more times. And Eddie Bravo's all happy because that fool thinks he's gonna be on World Star. The moral of the story? Don't be talking papas online if you can't back it up. Or this fool's a genius because he got to roll with Joe Rogan.
This stuff is so unbelievably fascinating.
So Joe doesn't like people touching him.
I want to kiss you. My God.
So Joe doesn't like just anybody touching him. Joe had already been talking to this fool, and he could tell that he wasn't all there.
He's a little crazy, I told you. Fucking a little crazy, a lot of crazy.
But he still allowed himself to get all worked up. Apparently they were disagreeing about politics, which never ends well. That's why I stay away from it. The last person that I voted for was Kelly Clarkson. The more that I look into Joe Rogan's real life alterations, the more I see that fool's always eager to throw down. He has a lot of anger. This fool touched him, but he clearly didn't pose a threat. And Joe even touched him back. So they're even, right? Well, that's not good enough for Joe. He basically triple dog dares him to do it again.
Touch me again and I'm gonna choke you out on camera.
So Joe Rogan's been kicking fools in gymnasiums and cafeterias. He's been rolling on his homies' mats. But he wants to be able to tell fools that he fights in the streets. You know, like those fools that always want to tell you about how they used to be a bouncer? And look at how it goes down. Joe doesn't intercept him. He pursues him. That fool's already retracting. And then Joe lunges at him. He knew he was on camera. He was just trying to build up his rep. And then he starts asking that fool about his cuete.
Where's your gun, dude? No gun, man.
He's looking for trouble. But this fool's not even taking it too hard. He's just having a good time.
Dude, take your son, man. You're so man. That was awesome.
And then he decides to touch Joe again.
You do that again if I touch you again?
You could tell that there's a moment where neither of them really know what's gonna happen next. Fortunately, Joe lets it go this time. There's no point in tapping out the same helpless fool twice, which is why Khabib doesn't want to fight McGregor again.
I don't want to see McGregor versus Khabib again. I don't think it's going to be any different.
My biggest problem with this scuffle is that Joe Rogan let go when that fool tapped out. This sets a very dangerous precedent for the streets. Now that fool's gonna think that every time he's in a fight, he could just tap out. It doesn't work like that.
You chilled me out. And I tapped, and you didn't let up.
You also have to consider, hold on. I've been under a lot of pressure lately. I recently discovered that people are only watching my videos for the Ridge Wallet ads. It's kept me up at night, wondering, how can I top the last one? How can I better share the good news of the Ridge Wallet with the people? I thought about it long and hard, and I realized that I couldn't. But then I thought about it for a little longer, and I realized that I could. Not only does the Ridge Wallet want to provide you with something that's light, sleek, and industrial, it wants to give you something for free. Most of your wallets are even fatter than this box, but the Ridge Wallet fits into your front pocket. Hey, do you still use a flip phone with the antenna? Nah? Then you shouldn't use this either. It holds up to 12 cards and your cash. And if you got more than 12 cards, you have a problem.
Cut it up right now and close the account.
There's over 30 styles and colors to choose from, including carbon fiber and burnt titanium. And it has over 30,000 5-star reviews. Last time I checked, that's a lot. You know it has a lifetime warranty. And I don't even want to tell you about the 45 days that you have to send it back if you don't like it, because it's not necessary. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Voto. That's ridge.com/Voto and use the code VOTO. Link down below. All right, I feel better now. Let's continue.
If you fart and you didn't have a nose, no one would know.
Long story short, this fool was acting annoying the whole time.
She's dead weight! She's get a new woman! She's dead weight!
He was causing emotions to run high and getting under people's skin.
She can't do it! She can't! Jonathan, she can't do it!
But it was Joe Rogan who would ultimately set the tone for what would happen next. He's not supposed to show bias. Have you ever looked at Bruce Buffer when he announces the winners? He always looks like if he just lost a fight. Joe Rogan was way too happy right here.
Way to go. I think you had something to do with it, I really do.
And you would think that that's bad enough. But what made it even worse was that after that, he pretended to be sad.
Victoria, Jonathan, come on over here.
That's deceitful. If I'm being honest, I think he was a little pedo too. He was calling that girl Victoria. Victoria. But she didn't even notice because it was on site for Owen Wilson. Hey. And we already know that Joe likes to watch a good fight. But he wasn't down with this one.
What are you doing? You can't assault people.
He was even getting a little sassy about it. And then he offered up Victoria's husband as an alternate.
Look, if you and your husband hit each other, that's one thing.
And then the no hey ensued.
You don't run up and hit other contestants. No hey. No hey. No hey.
For some reason, the editor thought that it would be a good idea to cut out everything before the moment that we see Joe with the head control. Network television. It's obvious that Joe was in complete control, but that fool almost ripped his blouse. It's likely that Joe's next step would have been to pull guard, which would have no doubt led to him getting stomped out. So he was very fortunate that WWE superstar, The Miz, intervened. I know that WWE isn't real fighting, but neither is BJJ, so.
It used to be easy to fat shame. Now people are super upset about it.
Lydia Lunch is a singer, podcaster, and public speaker. She really hates men, even though she's made her entire living off of talking about them, like Taylor Swift. But the highlight of her career was coming face to face with Joe Rogan. Apparently she didn't like some of the stuff that he was saying, so she decided to roll up on him after his show. Mira, if you're a heckler, Joe will just clown on you a little bit.
Why are you yelling out like that? Did no one hug you when you were little?
But if you step to him, he's gonna let the hands go. Let's go to the beginning. So Joe Rogan was saying some things during and after a comedy show that Lydia didn't like.
You know, the way that you talk about women, I talk about men.
To make it even worse, Lydia had just watched American Me.
Look at me when you talk to me, alright?
And she thought she was all hard.
Look in my eyes when you're talking to me.
But Joe Rogan had just watched Seinfeld, so he became a close talker.
Oh yes, I do. Stop the dumb intimidation stuff. I was thinking. I'm allowed to think.
And then Lydia threatened to put out her cigarette in Joe's nose.
It's not gonna put my cigarette out up his nose, but that's okay.
Gotta do it.
Straight up dopey dum-dum talk.
It's a dopey dum-dum talk.
But if you ask me, Joe's response was just as dopey dum-dum.
You're an out-of-shape older woman.
In my experience, you could call a woman out of shape or even old, but not both. She immediately placed her hand on the shoulder and anchored the elbow. Clearly a judo practitioner. She was hoping that he will resist and pull his shoulder back, at which point she will most likely execute an ouchigari. But he didn't bite, so she grabbed his ear so that she could throw off his equilibrium. Now a lot of people don't know this, but Joe Rogan has very sensitive ears, which is why he's always telling people to get closer to the mic.
Can you pull that microphone right up to your face? Just get it about a fist away from your face. You don't have to move.
Okay.
The microphone will move for you.
Okay.
So he smacked that hand off with the quickness.
Don't touch me.
And he even had his guard up in case she threw the left hook. But by this point, she was no longer a threat. However, he did continue to clown on her.
I'm gonna burn you, and then you touch my face.
You're insecure and you're used to people paying attention to you. I know people like you. You're dark and mysterious. I forgot, because you're unhappy. This is dopey talk.
Well, you can't be good at everything.
Yeah.
That's a fact. It's not possible.
Joe Rogan is used to being the alpha in the room. Unfortunately for Joe, so is Mark Coleman. If you watch the entire video, you learn that Mark Coleman is radio host Jeremy Loper's homie. And Coleman is concerned that Joe Rogan is stealing Loper's listeners, like he did to Alyssa Milano.
Loper's number one, Rogan number two, but he's catching you. He's good, right?
Yeah, that's where we're at.
He's good.
And then Coleman goes on to shake Loper's hand as if he's sealing the deal on something, like fighting Loper's battles for him. During the meet and greet, Coleman says something to Joe Rogan that deeply concerned him. But then when it came time to take the picture, it looked like maybe he just wanted to horseplay a little bit. But then it got a little too rough. And Joe Rogan said, "Giddy up, fool." And Coleman called timeout. It reminded me of that one time that fool was crying to stand him up. But Joe acted like he didn't hear him. So he went from the arm drag and took the back. But he was instantly intimidated by that affliction print. While he was caught on stop, Coleman spun around and pushed him into the wall. Fortunately, Joe's dome is 35% TRT growth, and he landed on the part that has no feeling. So he bounced off with the quickness. Coleman tries to apologize, but that fool still didn't know how to keep his hands to himself. If I didn't know any better, I would assume that fool was intoxicated, even though he insisted that he wasn't.
People say I was drinking, was not drinking. Was not drinking.
And, you know, usually people who insist that they're not intoxicated are telling the truth.
Will they get us kicked off YouTube? Jamie's got to do some finagling.
Joe Rogan has never competed in the UFC unless you've unlocked him. However, he supposedly competed in a lot of those weird overseas tournaments like Boss Rutan or Frank Dukes. Right here, we have footage of him competing in a very dangerous, anything goes type of match.
Anything goes.
His opponent is very comfortable, very confident, but he makes the mistake of telegraphing. Joe Rogan feints high to distract him, and then he busts out the judo hip throw. All those years of Taekwondo and BJJ, and he does judo. And I already know that lots of people will say that that's a BJJ throw, but that's irregular because everybody knows that BJJ practitioners don't start on the feet anyway, because that supposedly 90% of fights start on the ground. At this moment, Joe Rogan seems to be in complete control, but he exposed one of the biggest vulnerabilities of BJJ, tickling. Mira, you could defend against a Kimura or a guillotine, but you can't defend against tickling.
Nothing can stop the clock.
Joe Rogan tapped faster than Conor McGregor in a room full of Dagestanis. Now, there was an 8th fight.
Jamie, pull that video up.
But it wasn't a real fight. It was from a movie. But I just thought that I should bring it up because I didn't want people to be like, "Hey, you didn't do your research. You missed one." Chale. I was thorough. I actually ended up watching the whole movie. It was very good. Look it, I'm not a Joe Rogan fanboy. And I wouldn't say that I'm a hater, but I'm always hearing people making claims, either one way or the other, about his fighting prowess. So I set out to make the most comprehensive list of that fool's fights. And I believe that I succeeded.
Perfect!
If you enjoy my videos and you would like to help me keep making them, then please consider joining my Patreon. You can pay whatever you want, and all the levels are exactly the same. Link down below. And if you don't want to go to Patreon for your own personal reasons that I won't ask about, then you can support by clicking the join button down below on YouTube. And I've heard that some people can't see it on their phones, so maybe you need to go to a desktop. I don't know. YouTube, please fix this. And I want to say a big thank you to all of the people already supporting me. You literally make this possible so that I could be here today doing this. Thank you. If you want a chance to win this, then all you have to do All right, look it. So I didn't know what I was talking about when I recorded the video, and now I have to do a voiceover to clear up how you could win the Ridge wallet. If you want to be entered to win, all you have to do is leave a comment, and the top 10 people that have the most likes, I'm gonna raffle them off. And you might be thinking like, hey, wait a minute. What if I'm the one that has the most likes? How come I can't get to be the winner? Because I don't want anybody gaming the system. All right, it's way too easy to do that. I've done it myself. So listen, the top 10 liked comments is gonna have a raffle, and then whoever is the winner from that gets the Ridge wallet. So say something creative, something funny, something emotional, whatever. If your comment gets a bunch of likes and you're in the top 10 like comments, then you're gonna be in the little mini raffle of 10 people, and whoever wins that gets the Ridge wallet. So leave a comment. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. Just like all scripted reality TV, UFC 1 was pretty interesting. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I'm very happy to say that this video is sponsored by the Ridge wallet. Now let's get it.
Acting! Brilliant! Thank you! Thank you!
The very first fighter ever to make his way to the UFC cage was actor Taylor Wiley. All right. However, during this performance, he would be playing the role of Taylor Tooley, and this wasn't a coincidence. This fool had already been on TV. They knew he was an actor. This was just another gig for him. You may recognize him from Hawaii 5-0 or Forgetting Sarah Marshall, where he was also paid to pretend like he was fighting. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Grandmaster, why would the UFC pay someone to pretend like they're fighting? For the same reason they do it today, to fit their narrative. Having a giant like Taylor Wiley in the tournament would just make Royce Gracie look that much better when they gave him that medal. And they knew that Royce wouldn't have to fight him because they had that Popeye looking ref looking for any excuse to stop the fight.
Hey, Cinderella.
The UFC has had problems with dirty referees since day one. Some things never change. He wanted to stop it because Taylor lost a tooth. Anthony Smith was handing his teeth to the referee. And the UFC is softer today than it ever was back then. And then supposedly, he was concerned about the blood. Hey fool, this isn't a grappling tournament. I guess it was. No fight since then has ever been stopped for such a small amount of blood. Nate Diaz bleeds that much during the walkout. But I gotta give props to Taylor. He actually made me believe that he wanted to keep fighting for a moment. Maybe he didn't win that medal, but he should have won an Oscar.
You mean I'm gonna stay this color?
I know, it's a heavy subject, but it's history. And you can't erase history. Just ask Chris D'Elia.
Because Snapchat goes away, right? How they...
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
Wow.
You gotta know that that's gonna happen.
In the UFC's very first fight, Taylor Wiley faced Gerard Gordeau. Gerard was from the Netherlands, like Peter Pan. But he was acting like he just came straight out of American History X. But then during his interview, he started talking like Goldmember.
The look of it, the taste of it, the smell of it.
It was very disarming. Smart move. You would think that Gerard wouldn't be so obvious, but he probably thought that the UFC had his back on this one. Think about it. All of the first round matchups were between light-skinned vatos and what Twitter refers to as people of color. UFC 1 was nothing short of a race war. But you gotta be careful when you enable people like Gerard. He didn't even want to stop when the fight was over. He was trying to curb stomp that fool. And Taylor Wiley was over here like, chill homie, it's only business. I'm a thespian.
The first one's free.
UFC 1 was just one big Gracie Jiu-Jitsu commercial.
Grappling's a very, very interesting art, and I think what you're going to see tonight is quite a few of these fights go to the ground.
And they were as relentless back then as they are today.
Well, you know, it's interesting. 95% of the fights, according to PD, police department studies, end up on the ground.
When you watch the event, it's as if they were given very Pacific talking points.
A large percentage of fights anywhere end up on the ground.
Well, you know, it's interesting. 95% of the fights, according to PD, police department studies, end up on the ground.
This fool sounds like he's trying to sell me a car.
You're probably going to see jiu-jitsu, in my estimation, at its best.
Or at least try to sell me on how to fight in a car.
She dives around, she puts the hand around the neck, she locks it up, gable grip or standing right here.
Wait a minute. Machado? That name sounds pretty BJJ-ish, doesn't it? Well, I don't know about you, but I don't like to speculate. So I went on Wikipedia, and it didn't take much research to find out that Rod Machado trained in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu for over a decade. They had a man on the inside, and Bill Wallace confirmed it in an interview with the karate nerd, Jesse Enkamp.
So basically I'm thinking, oh, something doesn't sound right here.
Right.
Seems to me like it's a 2-hour advertisement for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, which is what it turned out to be.
Gracie Jiu-Jitsu was the product that they were trying to sell you, and Royce Gracie was the poster boy. They even made him play up the accent so that he could sound like Mackenzie Dern.
To give him the chance, the opportunity to go through this.
And what's up with all the talk and confusion about his weight?
Of all the 8 fighters, Royce is the lightest. I think he weighs 176.
178 pounds.
I bet you that fool was like 215. I know what you're thinking. Grandmaster got that OnlyFans cake. And even though you are correct, that's not what's going on right here. That's what I look like when I use my old wallet. I was carrying around things I didn't need. Things that didn't make sense. And it was making me uneven. I guess you could use 2 wallets, one on each side, if you want to get on that Louis Stevens level. But I'm not trying to get that kind of attention. You can also try keeping this wallet in your front pocket, but if I show you what that looks like, then this video will get age restricted. Let me get to the point. If you don't got a Ridge wallet, then this is your best look. Mira, it's sleek, it's stylish, it's practical. If it's up to 12 cards, oh, what about cash? It's right there. Oh, what about coins? I heard that they're all gone. I don't know. Stop carrying around things that you don't need and make your life simpler with the Ridge wallet. It's the last wallet you'll ever have to buy. Nah. It's the last wallet you'll ever want to buy. There's over 30 styles and colors to choose from, including burnt titanium and carbon fiber. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/Voto. That's ridge.com/Voto. And use the code VOTO. Link down below. Please get one.
Once a cheater, always a cheater.
It's bad enough that the commentating was so biased in favor of Royce Gracie.
Royce he's got an excellent base, one of the fundamental positions in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu right now.
But it went farther than that. He has several unfair advantages when it came to the actual fight. Now, I don't believe in hand wraps because I've been hardened by training and the legal justice system. But most fighters like to wrap their hands to protect their knuckles. However, these fighters were not allowed to do this.
Yeah, they had the meeting and they decided no hand wraps at all would be allowed.
The best that they would let them do was tape their wrists, probably just for insurance purposes. But all of a sudden, these strikers were at a disadvantage. But it's no skin off Royce Gracie's knuckles. Literally, they knew that that fool would never be in danger of broken hands, because that fool doesn't throw hands. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Grandmaster, what about that fool with the one glove? His hand was protected. Royce Gracie wasn't tripping about that glove. I've already covered the ridiculousness of fighting with a bunch of padding on your hand. He knew it wasn't gonna hurt him. Plus, look at that fool fighting with the one glove. That fool's not posing a threat to anybody. That's that Michael Jackson right there. Even after Gerard Gordeau broke his hand, they still wouldn't let him wrap it. But the lack of wraps was not the only disadvantage for the strikers. They were also fighting on a sponge. Balance is very important to the striker, and the Gracies took that away. They knew that Royce was gonna be spending a lot of time on the ground, and they wanted him to be comfortable in that memory foam. The strikers were never able to get their footing or their clothing. That's right, Royce Gracie was the only one allowed to wear his gi. Now I know that some fools wouldn't have wore clothes anyway. Taylor Wiley's not gonna wear a gi, and Ken Shamrock's trying to get on Baywatch. But the fact is, they weren't even allowed to. And you would think that they would want to cover up the fact that it worked to Royce Gracie's advantage. But instead, they decided to brag about its effectiveness so that they could get some students.
Actually, Bill, it will work in his favor. It'll be easier to grapple with the guy to actually get more friction on an arm. Yes.
I guess they wanted to be like, people wear their clothes in the streets, so you should train with your clothes on. Good point. People also wear shoes in the streets, so why did you make Ken Shamrock take his off?
24 hours before I'm supposed to step into the ring, they tell me I can't wear my wrestling shoes.
And how come when the boxer with asthma asked you not to use the smoke machine, you didn't listen? And how come Royce's brother Rorion did him like Mickey and handpicked the fighters?
Rorion Gracie picked the fighters.
He was handpicked! Sad! Sad!
Apparently Rorion isn't very thorough because he let Frank Dukes Jr. slip through the cracks. At that time, Patrick Smith's record was 250-0.
An astounding record of 250-0!
And he was even prepared to fight blindfolded. He changed his mind at the last second, but still, if he wasn't fighting the world's most dangerous man, he probably would have left the towel on, and he probably would have left undefeated. However, his record was tarnished that day. And a few years later, so was his other record. But somehow, he is still actually held in higher regard than Frank Dukes. When we think back to the early days of the UFC, we think of the pure martial arts. We think about respect and honor and how it seemed to be better, which it was. But this event reminds us that there was drama since day one, and that's because of Ken Shamrock. At this point, Ken Shamrock had already been catch wrestling. If you don't know what catch wrestling is, it's basically WWE, but without government funding. So Shamrock was used to putting on a show.
What are you doing?
Who could have known that he would be the gateway thug to future UFC drama?
Gonna be long night.
Yes! When most people think of the Attitude Era, they think about that sweet chin music, the Stone Cold Stunner, the Rock Bottom, and China. But I think about the world's most dangerous man. That fool was looking at Royce Gracie the way I look at Chinese food. Even when the fights were over, he didn't want to stop. And then he started acting up with the interviewer.
Now let's go to Ken Shamrock for his views on exactly what happened in that bout.
However, he did redeem himself. The ref didn't see him tap, and he could have got away with it and continued to fight. But he doesn't get down like that. There's some people out there who could learn from him.
And the way I thought it worked was that if you tapped, you lost that round. So I thought what they would do is they go to a judge's decision, they go 4 rounds to 1, and we go home and I'd be the new champion. And if anyone had explained to me that that stops the bout in its entirety, I would not have tapped.
You know what? Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery.
When Mike Tyson beat Evander Holyfield, he didn't just become a biter. He became a biter. In the final match of UFC 1, Royce Gracie took the back. And it looks like Gerard Gordeau doesn't know what to do. It looks like he's just laying there, but he's actually biting that fool.
I didn't feel him tapping.
You didn't?
He shouldn't beat me.
Mira, Marilena beat me yesterday. He won the first match by knocking out Taylor Wiley's teeth. And now he's trying to win this match by using his own teeth. Fortunately for Royce, he had that 500-count Egyptian cotton sleeve on.
Actually, Bill, it will work in his favor.
Gerard's teeth weren't getting through that, unless his teeth were named Kazushi Sakuraba. Remember, UFC 1 was in 1993. 4 years later, Mike Tyson beat Evander Holyfield. And somehow, it remains the least weird thing that he's ever done. But he was clearly watching and learning. UFC 1 influenced the world of fighting. The biting, the getting paid to pretend like they're fighting, the drama, the heels, the Dana White privilege, the Dana White power, the biased commentary, the dirty referees, the BJJ propaganda. Having said that, please don't forget to join me for the Mexican Fight Companion on September 26th and all the fight nights before that. Thank you to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this video. And thank you to everyone who supports me on Patreon, YouTube membership, PayPal, Super Chat. I appreciate you, and I'm here because of you. If you would like to support me and help me keep doing this, then you can find the links down below. And don't forget that all of your likes, dislikes, comments help me out a lot. So please say some things down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Cobra Kai first hit the scene in 1984 in the Karate Kid movie. Then it hit YouTube Premium in 2018. Shortly after that, it hit my computer with a virus because I couldn't afford the YouTube membership and I streamed all the episodes on Reddit. Now it's on Netflix, but fortunately, I know my primo's login information. Today, I'm gonna be talking about the 6 reasons why Cobra Kai moved to Netflix. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. And you should already know by now that this episode is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. Now let's get it. Netflix is in the business of nostalgia. Think about it. Fuller House, Lost in Space, Carmen Sandiego. She's been on the run for longer than my Tío Beto. Netflix wants to take you back in time, and Cobra Kai is the perfect way to do it. It has actual footage from the original movie. Bonsai trees, racism, cameos, checks, Iron Eagle, in-person bullying. This is what people did before social media.
Nobody even wants you here.
Firebirds, and a lot of old music. Cobra Kai has more songs from 1989 than Taylor Swift. And they were smart enough to bring back the original cast. I think that seeing these fools get old makes other people feel better about themselves. But the secret sauce is Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Home Improvement, The Lion King, Man of the House. That kid is ratings gold. And that fool still got it. He looks so young that even Chris D'Elia's texting him.
Let's get it, dude.
This country, you gotta make the money first.
It's no secret that you can't make money on YouTube. Well, you can, but you can't. Even the biggest YouTubers have to put out videos like every day in order to make money. It's like a hamster wheel. But on Netflix, 10 episodes a year, and you get those fat checks. Before that, all the cast members and everybody involved with the show was just splitting up that AdSense money. But the AdSense money doesn't always line up with the view count. Mira, my second most popular video with almost 900,000 views makes nothing because it got demonetized. This happens with a lot of my videos. And if you watch Cobra Kai, it doesn't take long to discover the many reasons why those videos were demonetized as well. If Cobra Kai wanted to make any kind of money, then it would have to go to Netflix, where all types of raunchy content are welcome. I know what you're thinking. Grandmaster, why would YouTube produce a show and then demonetize it? Because YouTube doesn't follow their own guidelines.
What I do care about is YouTube's uneven application of their own rules.
I experienced this myself recently when YouTube age restricted one of my videos and then took it back and then age restricted it again and then basically told me that it was because of the coronavirus and that they were unable to assist me. I'll try again in November.
But y'all don't say that. It's gonna be consequences and repercussions.
YouTube is basically a platform for commercials. And in order for YouTube to make money from those commercials, they have to put some videos in between them. Mira, there's two types of PC, both of which are garbage, but the executives at YouTube, who most likely work off of PCs, have bent the knee to PC culture. Because of this, you have to be very careful of everything that you say and do in your videos, or else they could be demonetized or even blocked altogether. There's no way that a show like Cobra Kai could ever exist on YouTube without facing harsh restrictions. You don't have to watch very many episodes to experience the racism, underage drinking, drunk driving, excessive profanity, sexism, dangerous acts, bullying. That's a Netflix promo. I know what you're thinking. Where did the Grandmaster go? Mira, I'm gonna put my beanie on so that you can see me. Look, I'm right here. I'm doing this as an illustration to show you what it's like when you use the Ridge wallet. It's like it's not even there. The Ridge wallet is, hold up, I can't see. The Ridge wallet is slim. It's covert. It's the first ninja-like wallet. This is a front pocket wallet. If it's up to 12 cards, if it's your cash will go right here. If you have cash, I currently don't have any. It comes in a bunch of different styles and colors, different prices depending on the material that you want. They're not all the same. Why are you gonna want a wallet that looks like this when you can have one that looks like this? It's common sense. Go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. That's ridge.com/Voto. Put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. I'm gonna do some effects so they can just see the wallet floating around and so that it looks like it's flying. Just like edit it out.
I have no idea why people don't feel the same way that I feel.
Back in the day, stuff was on TV and you thought it must be good because it's on TV. But those shows didn't have comment sections.
Just don't read the comments.
They didn't have thumbs down. They didn't have dental assistants and 4th grade teachers telling them how they could make the show better. So many shows fooled us into believing that they were successful because we didn't have the expert opinions of the viewers. Believe it or not, the comment section plays a huge role in how others perceive your videos, which is why some people delete their comments. Imagine what you could fool people into believing is quality content by taking away viewer feedback. The 2 main stars from Cobra Kai come from an era where you didn't have to worry about negative comments. And after reading one too many posts about how they aged like a loaf of bread, the 2 stars pushed executives to find another platform. Aside from the ageism, viewers also heavily criticized their excessive product placement and the fact that they were stealing from other YouTubers.
Thank you so much for joining me here in my new space.
If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
There's a lot of people out of work right now, and they're watching more Netflix than ever. Yes, YouTube is more popular than Netflix, but that's because people use it like a search engine. You already know that if you're gonna binge something, it's gonna be on Netflix. Think about it. You think that YouTube's popular because you're always on it, but there's no household names. Go ask your tia if she knows PewDiePie, Unbox Therapy, Shoe Nice, Chale. But if you bring up Narcos, Ozark, Black Mirror, she's already seen it twice. This was Cobra Kai's opportunity to strike first and to strike hard. And I'm assuming that there was no mercy. The very first appearance of Cobra Kai was in 1984, and now its reemergence comes when the world has turned into 1984. No one has benefited more from the coronavirus than Cobra Kai. and DoorDash.
Y'all come back now. Here.
YouTube is not the platform for cliffhangers. Every time there's a part 2 and so on, you can see the viewer drop off. People don't have the attention span on here. They're most likely just trying to watch something real quick on their break or on the toilet. So unless they got diarrhea, you gotta wrap it up. Every episode of Cobra Kai ends with a cliffhanger. The drop off in views actually got so bad that they hit the view count after episode 1. You know something's up when a channel's hiding its numbers. But Netflix is the perfect place for cliffhangers. Literally. If I watch a show on Netflix and there's no cliffhanger, put that garbage on Amazon. Cobra Kai's usage of the cliffhanger boils down to this. Oh snap. I gotta go. I'll tell you in the next video. Hey, when are you gonna be home? I can't take off my green screen suit. I can't reach. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. And today, I'm gonna be talking with Steven Seagal. Mr. Steven Seagal, I am both thrilled and honored to have you on my show.
And I'm going to say a lot of things that are maybe politically incorrect, but I just...
No. That's encouraged here. So I'm very glad that you're here. I've been sending DMs, emails. I've been trying for the longest time to get Van Damme, but this is a good start. How are you?
Good, brother. Very good. So happy to see you and see you again, actually, and nice to be on your show.
Yes, that's right. We have spoke in the past. I had noticed that a lot of non-Mexican people were a little bit hesitant about learning the Mexican martial arts early on. So I realized that I needed to build relationships with some waifus, you know? Ramsey Dewey, Sensei Seth, Red Chucks, even yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not white, but...
Hey, fool, I'm not judging. You're darker than me. I just mean like the culture, you know?
Yeah, my mother was an American Indian and my father's a Russian Mongol, so I'm Asian.
Oh, Asian. So are you Chinese or Japanese?
Am I allowed to cuss on this show, or?
I would rather that you didn't. I'm currently in talks with Nickelodeon, developing a game show. So.
Okay. So, is there any way you would teach me karate?
I could teach you Mexican karate, but you're gonna have to stand up.
I'll let you come to my home on, every Thursday night and Saturday afternoon, and you can come. And...
I think it's probably better if we do it in like a neutral public place.
That's for sure.
But basically, the martial arts that I teach are like the martial arts you already know, but better. Mexican judo, Mexican taekwondo, Mexican boxing, Mexican Muay Thai, etc.
Your martial arts are astounding. Nobody does what you do.
What's that on? You watch my videos?
Every day.
Serio?
Yeah.
Like how many per day?
Probably 14, something like that.
Chow! That's what's up.
My action is never sped up, ever.
Hey, fool, I didn't even bring that up. You sound a little defensive.
It's always my speed. In fact, sometimes I'll go a little bit slower than my fast speed or top speed, just so it's easier for the eye to see.
Hey, I do the same thing. I gotta make sure the stuntmen keep up with me so they don't get hit.
That would hurt bad.
Neta. One time I flipped over my primo too quick, and because of the force, he had a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, he's off the chain, this guy.
Oh, you like Flaco? You're one of those.
I don't get to see those anymore.
Yeah, we haven't been able to make a new one lately because of logistical complications, but we will again someday.
I hope someday I can make a great Western.
Exactly. We all have our own goals, you know? So tell me a little about your early years.
I didn't really graduate from high school, but I took a test to graduate early.
Hey, same here. I didn't pass the test, but still.
My father was a football coach, and at the halftime of a football game, do you even know what that is, a halftime? Probably not, because you're...
Oh, because I'm Mexican? Nah, I never heard of football. I must be a soccer fan.
And when I got older in Japan, I actually went into Hong Kong a lot to study some Kung Fu there, and then went into Taiwan to study some Tai Chi there. So I did that kind of thing. I was always going around trying to find the greatest master.
How does it feel to know that you have finally found me?
Yeah, I mean, you know...
Speechless, huh? So what kind of things do you do for fun?
Breaking the elbow, snapping the arm, choking people to death, stuff like that.
You have had a great deal of success in your life. How do you give back to your community?
Well, what's that gonna buy you? What's that gonna get you?
You know, just like the dream of making the world a better place.
My dream was to be one of the best martial artists in the world.
So is it true that you invented the front kick?
It's a front kick, but it was different.
And who did you teach this kick to?
Jackie Chan, Donnie Yen, Jet Li, I mean, all those guys.
So you were training actors and fighters?
You know, I got together with these guys and started working with Leodo and Anderson primarily, and I filmed it.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's hilarious.
But that's not sped up. None of that.
Oh, I believe you. Listen, I know you have to go. If you could leave your fans with just one thing, what would it be?
If you can't kill with one punch, you don't know how to punch yet.
And there you have it. Steven Seagal, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed, and don't forget to let me know who you would like me to interview next. Please subscribe to my channel, and please check out these other videos right here.
Those two things, magnificent.
Thank you, Steven. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. The best there is. The best there was. And the best there ever will be. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. Today I'm going to be breaking down Khabib Nurmagomedov versus Justin Gaethje. And I guess you could look at this as the fourth and final installment of the Khabib Top Finishes. Links down below. This video is sponsored by the best wallet in the game, the Ridge wallet. More on that later. And there's a lot more to Khabib's last fight than the fight itself. Let me break it down for you. Hold up, I gotta put on my big man face.
You lose! Good day, sir!
Mira, before you even start tripping, I like Gaethje. And you hear me say it all the time. That I don't like fighters that talk papas and act all annoying. But Justin went all the way in the other direction. He went full Shirani. Matter of fact, that fool was telling himself that he was gonna lose.
I've been telling myself that's gonna happen, as a matter of fact.
You got Asanya out here making fun of the Twin Towers. Mike Tyson saying that he's gonna eat people's children. And Justin is saying that he's gonna lose. And that's what drives him.
And that's what drives me every single day.
That's what drove you off the cliff, homie. That fool was driving under the influence of insecurity. He was so insecure that he didn't even think he belonged there.
I'm not even supposed to be here.
I'm not even supposed to be here today!
And that's the mindset that caused him to be unprepared.
I didn't watch any tape.
Why wouldn't you study for the biggest test of your life? This is what happens when you don't keep score. And when you take your kid to Baskin Robbins, just for getting a participation ribbon. You know what my mom said when I got a participation ribbon? Nothing. Because I didn't show her. Because I was ashamed. Why are you going to be proud of your performance if it's not good? But that's irregular. Justin kept talking about how he's a performer.
I'm a performer.
It's hard to be a performer in an empty stadium. It's what happens in the octagon that matters.
When I step in that octagon, nothing matters.
Let's move on. Hey, I need a new chair. Fools keep thinking that I'm farting. People are calling this fight Khabib's most dominant performance.
I feel like that was his best performance in the UFC, and that's saying a lot considering what he's done as of late.
And he did it with a broken foot.
Apparently he was in the hospital, he broke his foot.
A broken foot will give most fighters cold feet. But Khabib wasn't even tripping. He understands that it's all up here.
He said, Coach, he goes, my toe may be broken, but my mind is not.
He just put on some tape, and he was good to go. My homies have been getting down like that for the longest. But that's not the only thing.
He had the mumps.
We think he's fighting for the title. And he's over here fighting for his life. I know what you're thinking. How are people still getting the mumps in 2020? He said chale to the vaccine. He said Bill Gates can't even keep my computer from getting a virus. How's he gonna help me? At the end of the day, I don't care if it's the mumps, broken toes, or even if that fool broke his face running from a snake.
You guys hit teeth?
I almost broke my face.
Oh. Khabib is simply too mentally strong to lose. He's not afraid of injury or sickness. That fool's down with the sickness. Ridge Wallet, Grandmaster Jesse, collaboration for the nations. Let's get it. You get it, I got it. You want it, Ariana. I'm living in this modern world, 2020. I gotta look for something new where I can put my money. This wallet is industrial, sleek and light. Front pocket gang, all day, all night. Gift cards, iPods, double mint gum. If you're still rocking this leather,
You are really dumb.
it holds up to 12 cards and there's room for your bills. So many styles and colors, homie, I'm getting the chills. 30,000 5-star reviews, that's a lot. And RFID blocking so you don't get got. I really use it. It's my only wallet. What you call it? You know, the Ridge Wallet. Go to ridgewallet.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO for 10% off. There's free worldwide shipping and you have 45 days to return it if you don't like nice things. That's ridgewallet.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Please do yourself a favor and get one.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
So the same fools that call Justin Gaethje the most exciting and violent man in the UFC are the same fools that call Khabib Nurmagomedov the most boring man in the UFC. A lot of people were disrespecting and acting like the eagle wasn't gonna take flight because that Justin Gaethje has the highest striking rate in UFC history and the highest striking accuracy in UFC lightweight history. But I guess nobody told Khabib because he went toe-to-toe with that fool. And his toes were broken. That fool went toe-to-toe with broken toes. Savage. He was letting those hands go, throwing knees to the face. He even kicked that fool in the ribeye. Not only was he dishing out the offense, he was making Gaethje's hands look like pillows. Hey, I respect a pillow fight, but that fool wasn't doing it right. To be fair, Gaethje did a good job of defending the takedowns early on, but then Khabib got one at the end of the first round. And while he was looking for the submission, Gaethje was looking for the clock. Gaethje's looking at the clock. He didn't know that it's stuck on Khabib time. Gaethje got so touched up by Khabib that he didn't even want his cornerman putting hands on him. Pobrosito. That fool was traumatized. His coach encouraged him to keep attacking the leg. And even after the fight, Gaethje was all proud of his kicking.
He's gonna be limping for at least the next 3 weeks.
But listen, I hate to break it to you. Khabib was letting him land those kicks. He was learning the timing so that he could grab onto it later for his own purposes. And even though Gaethje said that he wouldn't let Khabib put him on the cage,
I will not allow him to put me on the fence.
once he was there, he didn't want to let go. And it seemed like the referee didn't see it. But that makes sense because the referee didn't see all the tapping either. He was too busy miring the eagle. But I can't blame the ref too much for not seeing the tap. He wasn't looking for the tap because Justin said that he wasn't gonna tap.
He saw that Justin said he would never tap. Justin would never tap.
And Khabib, being the gentleman that he is, didn't want to break Justin's arm in front of his parents.
He didn't want to hurt him in front of his parents. So he went to the triangle and just kind of put him to sleep.
So he decided to both honor his father.
He said it's his dad's favorite submission, right?
Wow.
Get into the mounted position, going to the armbar, going to the triangle.
And give Justin a nice little dream at the same time.
You know, you get a nice little dream.
It's crazy. Khabib honored his father in his very first fight. In his last. And you could tell it meant a lot to him. And what happened next meant a lot to me.
You're all right.
Justin Gaethje had just been dominated and put to sleep with billions of people watching. And he was the first one to console Khabib. I had already liked Justin, but this made me respect him. Did he maybe show a little too much respect before the fight?
How many rounds has he lost in fights?
I would say 0, but they say 1.
1?
Yeah, they say 1.
Yeah, so.
I think so. And I think his respect for Khabib affected his performance in the cage as well. But the respect after the fight was next level. Even George St. Pierre was impressed. Normally when fighters lose, they dip with the quickness. They're frustrated, angry, embarrassed. But Justin stuck around just so that he could pay respect to the eagle.
The only reason I stuck here is to give this man praises.
Justin's a real vato, and he proved it when he poked his nose and looked at it on live TV. Respect. When it was time to officially announce Khabib as the winner, I noticed his homies fumbling with his gloves, and it was giving me the ice spill vibes.
Three Stooges. What are you freaks doing?
And at first I thought that it was weird that they were so concerned about his gloves. But then I knew. He's trying to get those gloves off. Wait a minute, is he gonna retire or something right now? Oh, he's retiring. He's retiring. And even though some fools are out there trying to push that Michael Jordan narrative,
I said it was reminiscent of Michael Jordan crying uncontrollably. It was very reminiscent of that. When Jordan retired, I think a lot of people thought, all right, that's it. And then he eventually came back the first time, right? In 93.
I knew that that wouldn't be the case here because Khabib is a man of his word.
But the one thing he doesn't do is lie. And I don't think he would lie to his mother.
The fact that people are not honoring the wishes of Khabib and his family simply because they want him to continue entertaining them is disgusting.
2 years, they present him with some dream fight or something, and he says, okay, let me get to that round number.
Even after Khabib makes it clear that he made a promise to his mom to never fight again, Ariel's still out here trying to pick a fight for him.
What a fight this would be. The two goats coming together.
But GSP is just too classy to take the bait.
I mean, I want him to go with his family in peace and have the peace of mind, not thinking about fighting. And
even fools that I don't normally see eye to eye with are shutting Ariel down.
Do you believe that this is it for him?
Yeah, I most certainly do. I don't know what other game he would be playing, in all fairness.
I think that he's going to be very happy in this decision, quite frankly. I don't think he's ever going to second guess it.
Ariel's out here trying to be more hated than Trent Reinsman. Khabib doesn't need another fight. He's already proven all there is to prove. MMA math is one of my strongest subjects. And we already saw what Gaethje did to Ferguson. And then Conor and Poirier?
I choke him out, both of them.
And when it comes to the pound for pound discussion, and John Jones? Jones lost his last 2 fights, and everybody knows it. And he would have lost to Anthony Smith as well, by disqualification. But Smith didn't want to go out like that. And most people believe he lost to Gustafsson. That's 4 losses. And the disqualification. And if you're a Chael fan, then you don't believe that Chael's ever lost a fight. That's like 6 losses now. He also lost many rounds. Defeated people past their prime. And who knows how many PEDs that fool was on before USADA came onto the scene in 2015. Some of his biggest fights were pre-USADA. That fool was probably juicing more than an IG girl. You know why he's talking so much on Twitter? Because he knows that his record and the truth behind that record tells a much different story. Mira, we are very fortunate. And we are very blessed. We got to witness the eagle who fought a bear and turned into a goat. Khabib Nurmagomedov, thank you. It's burger time. You deserve this. I want to say thank you again, big thank you to the Ridge Wallet for sponsoring this video. Links down below. I want to thank you for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing. When you do those things, it greatly helps the channel and it makes YouTube go, I think maybe I should show this video to more people. So please consider doing these things. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. No Tap November is when fools all over the world are put to the test. When they push their bodies to the limits, refusing to tap. Only a few are victorious. And today, we honor them. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I'm very happy to let you know that this video is sponsored by the official wallet of the Mexican Martial Arts, the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. And since we're talking about No Tap November, it's probably a good time to tell you about my rash guard. Now you can work on your no tap game while representing the Mexican Martial Arts. What? If you use my link in the description and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts, you'll get 10% off. A lot of people want to know, does it come with the abs? You gotta order it to find out. And it's not just for my rash guard. You could get whatever you want. Just use my link in the description and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts for 10% off of anything. On top of that, there's a Black Friday sale coming up where you could save up to 75%. You don't have to go at 3 in the morning, wait in long lines, or fight with any old ladies. You could order from the comfort of your own home with my link below. Shout out to Nogi BJJ for making this possible. Just go to sleep, fool! You do it every night! This fight didn't last long, but the whole time, Jordan Espinosa was jumping in and out like a karate point fighter, which doesn't make any sense because he's a state champion wrestler. Alex Perez, being an All-American wrestler, could tell that he was scared. So he put on the pressure, causing Jordan to bounce around even more. But that fool bounced himself right up against the cage, which is probably the worst place you could be if you don't want to grapple. It would be all downhill for Jordan from here. The only grappling that he was able to pull off was against the fence. He did have one of those underdog moments where he thought he was going to get the guillotine just because the head was right there. But that's the difference between a state champion and an All-American. Jordan was fighting with the big dogs now, and it was past that fool's bedtime.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
I know what you're thinking. Isn't Amir Khani a boxer? I thought the same thing. Apparently that fool's a wrestler now. Specifically a submission wrestler. But this fight was kind of boring for me because that fool was fighting like Royce Gracie. And by that, I don't mean that his big brother handpicked fighters for him and put them at disadvantages so that he will win. I mean because he wasn't engaging. He spent the whole fight looking for the takedown. Danny Henry tried his best to control the pace, but Amir Khani was patient, just stalking that fool like an anaconda stalks his prey. And when he let his guard down, he pounced at him with a flying knee and began constricting.
He's switching to an anaconda choke.
At first I thought that Henry was nervous because he started shaking his leg, but I guess that fool has restless leg syndrome because he was asleep. And then Amir Khani came around and started doing that McDojo life stuff. I don't really believe in that, but it's a lot better than this.
That's nasty.
Now they'll sleep.
The worst part of this fight for me was Dan Hardy's commentary. So then I watched it again without the volume, which allowed me to be more objective. It was clear from the start that the randomie was gonna be on that stick and move game plan. It was like watching Adesanya fight. So she would interact whenever there was an opening, but she was making Peña do all the work. So Peña said, hey, if it's gotta be like that, then it's gotta be like that. So she put her on the cage, and then she laid her out. And then the whole second round went like that. It got so bad that the randomie was even having to look up at the Titantron just to see what Peña was doing to her, and it worked. The father of American Campo, Ed Parker, used to say that there's 3 perspectives in any fight. Your perspective, your opponent's perspective, and the perspective of the Titantron. The randomie used this wisdom to close out the second round with the Von Flue choke, better known as the Von Prue choke. She didn't get the submission, but this got inside Peña's head. The grappler got out grappled, and then she went full Conor McGregor and went for the takedown in a panic. The only difference? She didn't tap.
What are you, a grappler now?
There's only one thing I love more than mayonnaise, and that's my Ridge wallet. Sure, I can't put it in my sopa, and I can't shoot it into my mouth. I've tried, but I can fit it into my front pocket. Back in the day, my cards were all bent because I was sitting on them. But now, my cards are straight, and my cash stays strapped. Quit sitting on your wallet, fool! You think it's gonna hatch or what? Every time you buy something, you're probably giving someone pink eye. The level of disrespect. Hey, quit being a cochino and go to ridge.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO for 10% off. There's free worldwide shipping, and you have 45 days to return it if you plan on going back to your old sketchy ways. That's ridge.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO for 10% off.
Shut up! I'm trying to sleep!
This fight was a real slobber knocker. It turned into a kickboxing match with the quickness. But Sean Brady was quick to have a change of heart after he got socked in the face. Immediately after that, he decided to mix things up and take the fight to the ground. And it was obvious that Aguilera was not expecting that. He thought he was in a kickboxing match, but that was the genius of Sean Brady. He hypnotized that fool. He lured him into thinking that it was a kickboxing match so that he could find the timing of that kick. That's the same thing that Khabib did to Gaethje. But Aguilera showed the heart of a warrior. And he never stopped kicking, even in his sleep.
Hey, what happened? Wake up and go to sleep.
Yeah.
You already know that TJ Brown came into this fight confident. That fool trains with Bryce Mitchell, aka Mr. Twister. And then knowing that Jordan Griffin trains with Rude Doofus, he knew that he was gonna be kickboxing. TJ was gonna do him like Brady did to Aguilera and like Khabib did to Gaethje. So Brown went heavy with the takedowns, trying to work that grappling. But it didn't take long to realize that fool was grappling with defeat. Every time they went down, Brown had a hard time finding position. He didn't think that Griffin would pose a threat on the ground, and he underestimated him. Brown was the one doing all the takedowns, and he almost got choked out twice in the first round. Then in round 2, Griffin slapped that fool up. Literally, Brown thought that he would come out on top by relying on his ground game. Ironically, he did go out on top.
Wake me up.
I'll never understand why fools insist on leg kicking grapplers. De Lima kept throwing them, and Romanov kept intercepting them. I understand that he was trying to weaken that foundation, but it defeats the purpose when the house falls down on you. And then he was like, I know, I'ma choke that fool, like The Undertaker. To be honest, I think it's kind of dumb that you can't choke someone in a fight, but that's just one of the many rules. They don't allow that one, but they allow this one. Yeah, this is a choke, apparently. I know that he was like under the arm, but this was the choke. I'm not hating though, that was a trick. It was such light work for Romanov that fool even started dipping his coaches right after. Savage.
What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing?
To be honest, I could watch this fight over and over again. And not just because it lasted one round. the giant heart shown here from Benavidez, I don't even know how his precious little body could contain it. It was bad enough that his very last fight was a loss to Figueiredo. Now he gets sat down within the first minute. It was gonna be an uphill battle. Within the first 2 minutes, Figueiredo had him caught up in 3 different submissions that much lesser men would have tapped to. And you know what I noticed? After all that, Benavidez looks like Nate Diaz. And much like Nate Diaz, Benavidez likes to block punches with his face. So he got sat down a second and a third time. He got sat down 3 times and caught up in 3 submission attempts all in the first round. That's probably some kind of record. And then he survived the ground and pound. A much lesser ref would have stopped that. After all of this, he got caught up in 1 final submission. And he still refused to tap. It's men like this who paved the way and who remind me that it's possible not to tap. Joseph Benavidez, I salute you. Honorable mention for No Tap November includes Kevin Lee for trying his hardest to pull a Chael Sonnen and claim that he didn't tap. Corey Sandhagen, because even though he tapped, he kind of looked like he did it involuntarily, Holly Holm style. And Justin Gaethje, because according to the ref, there was no tap. I hope this video has encouraged you not to tap. At least not until December. And if it's possible, I would rather you not tap in my rash guard. It's not good for my image. Remember, you could get it by going to my link down below in the description with the promo code Mexican Martial Arts. And don't forget to scope out that Black Friday sale. Up to 75%, 1 day only. Shout out to Nogi BJJ for making it happen. And don't forget to pick up the realest wallet in the game, the Ridge wallet. They keep coming out with new designs, so I've been applying for a lot of new credit cards so that I could need more wallets. Link down below with the promo code VOTO. It would also mean a lot to me if you would scope out the collab I just did with Sensei Seth on his channel. We listed and ranked Bruce Lee's best fights, and we had a lot of fun doing it. I have the link down below. Please consider subscribing while you're there. One last thing, I resisted for a long time, but I finally got a Discord. If you're on my Patreon or on the YouTube membership, then scope out my latest post for the Discord link. And remember, when you show love to the channel by liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, etc., it really does make a difference. You guys came through on the last one and the analytics went like that. So thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I said that I would come out of retirement after UFC 256. And now, it's time to celebrate. What's up everybody, my name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. At this point, I shouldn't have to tell you that this video is sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. I also want to shout out the most recent addition to the Mexican Martial Arts family, Nogi BJJ gear. It doesn't matter if you're repping pandas or if you're repping the Mexican Martial Arts. If you use my link in the description and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts, you'll save 10% off of anything. I'm loving my gear, and I know that you will too. Please consider shopping with Nogi BJJ gear to support this channel. And shout out to Ramsey Dewey for repping the Mexican Martial Arts.
Now get out there and train.
As far as I'm confirmed, UFC 256 was the most action-packed event of the year. There was almost 6 hours of non-stop action from start to finish, which I will do my best to recap in 10 minutes. Chase Hooper is like the legitimate love child of Ben Askren and Virna Jandiroba. And when two grapplers come together and become one, there is no stand-up chromosome. Chase Hooper's stand-up is worse than Joe Rogan's.
A unicorn is a donkey from the future.
Is it exciting to watch some fool get beat up for 3 entire rounds and then bust out the Imanari roll at the last second? Yes. But he'll last 2 or 3 more fights before he starts talking like Stipe Muchacho.
No, man, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. If it ain't fixed, don't broke it. Don't, whatever. I'm tired right now.
He might be the youngest fighter ever to both enter and retire from the UFC. Chase Hooper needs to work on those hands if he even wants to think about getting anywhere near the top 15. He's lucky that this time it was Peter Barrett, aka Lil Brows, aka Slippery P. Unfortunately for P, he just wasn't slippery enough. Sam Hughes took the fight with Ticia Torres on less than 6 days notice, and we already know that that never goes well. Unless you're Nate Diaz. Angela Hill had to drop out after getting the coronavirus. But honestly, I think she got the better end of the deal. She might have lost her sense of smell and taste for a couple of weeks, but Sam Hughes lost her vision, and then she basically gave up. Bisping fought with one eye and no talent, and Jandaroba fights with her eyes. Hughes simply wasn't ready for the big show, just like Netflix. Gavin Tucker looks like his body was filled with tattoos that he later regretted, and then he covered up those tattoos with more tattoos. He looks like a randomized fighter, but that fool knows what he's doing. It's that game plan where you got your opponent trying to decode the hieroglyphics on your body, and then you catch him slipping. Tucker pieced up Guarantillo and stayed one step ahead the entire fight. Tucker's solid stand-up and 7 takedowns secured him that decision. I was impressed with the lightning fast kicks of Rafael Fazayev, but I was not impressed with that stoppage. Fools throw strikes and make themselves fall down constantly. Of course you're gonna fall when someone else hits you. You could see Pineda's spirit leave his body when Swanson hit him, but Moicano never went out. That fool was just trying to pull guard like Nate Diaz. We reference Nate Diaz a lot here.
I'm not surprised.
You gotta give him a chance to defend himself. And then Joe Rogan and DC were over there trying to create a narrative that supposedly Moicano couldn't even get up after that. He just lost his balance because he was trying to pull away from the referee while he was on his knees. The ref had just done him dirty. I would have pulled away too.
Cigarettes and alcohol.
Cub Swanson was kind enough to take a break from his TikTok and bless us with another fight. He has gained quite a bit of notoriety lately, and even had one of the stars from the hit show Kingdom in his corner. I'm a fan of Swanson, but we all know that he lost 4 of his last 6, and he didn't want to get that metal treatment. So he put down the cranberry juice and he gave him that Cub soda. After the fight, he said that he was able to come through because he kept thinking about his kids and that how he's their superhero. I know how he feels. I know what it's like to be a hero. To be your hero. Over the last several months, I have established myself as something of a financial guru. Many people have come to me and asked me, Grandmaster, what should I do with my money? And I told them all the same thing. You gotta put it in that Ridge wallet. The Ridge wallet is a front pocket wallet. And a lot of people don't understand that it's symbolic, you know? Keeping that money in front of you. Always keeping that money in your future. It's like no matter where you're moving, you're always moving toward that money. And then when other fools try to move in toward your money with their scanners and whatnot, never fear, because it's RFID blocking.
I don't even know what that means, but I love it.
Mira, it holds up to 12 cards and your cash. In my opinion, your wallet shouldn't be doing more than that. Go to ridge.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO to get your Ridge wallet for 10% off. It has over 30,000 5-star reviews. And I know you're about to add another one. That's ridge.com/Voto and the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Please get one. The Anthony Joshua looking full serial gain handed JDS another defeat and quite possibly a retirement package It didn't go to a decision, and it wasn't a flash knockout. JDS straight up went full turtle and said, I'm out. And it's not the first time. It's not a good sign when a real fighter is coming out to the music of a fake fighter.
That's how winning is done.
This is real life, homie. That fool probably went into the turtle thinking that someone was gonna call cut from the roster, maybe. Did he get hit in the back of the head like 3 times? Maybe, but that doesn't fit the narrative.
That's 4 losses in a row for Junior and 4 by being knocked out. Do you think maybe it's time he starts looking at his future in fighting in general?
I do. Yep.
I want to be a fan of Kevin Holland, but that fool's annoying. He's one sensual assault charge away from going full Adesanya. To be fair, I do suspect that he's acting like that just to get inside of Adesanya's head.
Yeah, you know I am crazy, bro. I'm coming for you.
He's playing that long game, and it's a smart move. We already know that it's not hard to get into Adesanya's head. One little backflip and that fool malfunctions. Holland's also trying to get on that Dana White privilege, but Dana left him hanging. Very interesting. All that aside, it was a pretty amazing finish from the bottom, which creates a bad matchup for Adesanya. Virna Jandiroba took counter-fighting way too literally. When you counter-fight, you're supposed to counter and then fight. But she was trying to counter the fight. If it was a fight in the streets and she was just trying to avoid damage, then she was doing the right thing. But you can't win an MMA fight by simply running the whole time, unless you're Israel Adesanya. She was stuffing takedowns, clinching up, avoiding shots, but she just didn't do enough offensively. It would make sense to me if she wanted to take the fight to the ground, being a BJJ specialist. But she didn't even want to go there. Virna's hesitation made Mackenzie look like Valentina in there, in more ways than one. Ferguson runs in his shades, wraps his hands in his shades, hits the speed bag and the Cobra bag in his shades, gives interviews in his shades. The moment I saw him leave his shades behind, I knew it was over for him. And what I thought was very interesting is that you always have this one fool in the shades trying to block out the world, you know? And his opponent coming out like that ethnic Clark Kent with those prescription lenses, determined to zero in on everything around him. Quite a contrast. Oliveira is just a different kind of animal. That fool gets hyped up off of his own pheromones. He came into the fight with the most finishes in UFC history and the most submissions in UFC history. And Tony came into the fight with no Eddie Bravo. But that's alright. Eddie clearly took his teachings elsewhere.
Might have to throw in a Minori.
Mira, Oliveira did to Ferguson what Fury did to Wilder. He knew that he couldn't fight under pressure, so he just kept backing him up. Usually people go into the cage being intimidated by Ferguson because of his antics and whatnot. But when you look at his actual fighting game and the damage that he takes, you see all the holes. So Oliveira got on that Gaethje game plan, and then when he got bored of that, he took it to the ground. People are always talking about Tony fighting from his back, but I don't think this is what they mean. The most impressive part of this fight was that Tony didn't tap out to that armbar. But you gotta remember that he trains for this. He's got that power suit and has conditioned his arms to become double jointed. The least impressive part of the fight was that illegal up kick from Tony. That fool was getting desperate. But that's alright. Oliveira continued to lay him out all over the canvas, like if Tony was a sponsor. Mira, there's still some good fights left for Tony. Cerrone, Drew Dober, Jake Paul. But if he wants to be a contender again, he's gonna have to reinvent himself like Gaethje did. No more damage, no more papas. You gotta stop acting like a 1990s villain and start focusing on your craft. Tony Ferguson is the type of guy that... I'm gonna let you finish that one, Tony. I'm gonna let you write your own story. Figueiredo is built different. Serio. That fool's head is almost as big as Joe Rogan's. He's built like a Funko Pop. It could be intimidating. And then in this corner, you got the Mexican McLovin. Gangsters. No wonder the judges took advantage of him. If this fight was really a draw, then so was Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr., which we know it wasn't. Hey, my pick was Figueiredo, but the moment I saw him in that Conor McGregor costume, I was out. I can't support that. Figueiredo obviously underestimated Moreno. He was stronger, faster, and more confident than Figueiredo expected. So he eye poked him. And then he straight up teeped him in the groin. He gave him the old TP and the PP. He lost a point for that because it was so bad that some people thought the fight was over.
DC, this might be it. I don't know if he's getting up. It was a bad one.
But Moreno didn't even take the full 5 minutes. But he almost took Figueiredo's life. Moreno punished him so much that Figueiredo was falling all over the place, even when he was throwing. Moreno gave that fool the beating of his life. The commentators were trying to act all unbiased before the decision, so they wouldn't be too obvious.
One final time tonight. I don't know who won. I don't know. Bruce Buffer does.
But as soon as it was made official, they showed their true colors.
Without the point deduction, Figueiredo would have won 48-47, right? So
yes.
They did Moreno dirtier than Bret the Hitman Hart, but somehow he remained very gracious and very respectful and had no excuses. And then you have Figueiredo over here saying that he was sluggish because he had diarrhea the night before. It's alright. They're gonna fight again. Moreno's gonna let that eye heal, and Figueiredo's gonna take some Pepto-Bismol. What are your thoughts on UFC 256? Do you agree with me, or are you incorrect? Alright, I got some things to plug, and I'm gonna do it as fast as I can. I'm a gamer boy now. If you wanna follow the gameplay, then scope my Twitch link in the description below. We have a Discord. If you wanna join it, then become a patron or a YouTube member by using the links below. If you wanna help me keep making videos, because a lot of fools use ad block, and I don't get that ad money, then please sign up for my Patreon or YouTube membership by using the links down below. You could also turn off your ad block just for this one channel if you want to do that to support. We have new merch. There's now undercover student merch in the Mexican martial arts store for those of you who want to represent but are afraid of getting called out for appropriation by your friends and family. Don't forget to use my link down below and the promo code VOTO to get your Ridge wallet for 10% off. And don't forget to use my link below and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts to save 10% off your no-gi BJJ gear. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. He's an embarrassment to combat sports. Has had run-ins with the law time and time again. Nobody likes him. Even most of his fans have turned on him. That's the wrong photo. Conor McGregor is just one of the many reasons why Jake Paul is gonna be the biggest fighter of 2021.
Yeah, if you thought 2020 was crazy.
Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. In case you don't see a pattern here, this video is sponsored by the Ridge wallet. More on that later. I also want to remind you that the company formerly known as No-Gi BJJ Gear, X-Martial, has also joined the Mexican Martial Arts family. If you go to my link in the description below and use the promo code Mexican Martial Arts, you could save 10% off of anything on their website, whether it's the Mexican Martial Arts rash guard or even one of the lesser known brands. Just make sure that you use my link below and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts for 10% off. Now let's get it. Mira, you either hate Jake Paul or you love how much you hate him even more than most people. There's no in between. But what people need to realize is that Jake Paul's haters are his motivators. He already knows that the more people hate him, the more they're gonna pay to see him get knocked out. He's on that money team mentality, and I respect that. The alternative is being on that welfare team and begging people to buy your merch with the link in the description below. And we can't hold Jake Paul fully responsible for this either, because fighters are taking the bait. As of right now, it looks like he's gonna box Ben Askren in March, and Jake Paul is currently the betting favorite. Ben Askren may have held titles in both Bellator and one championship, but we've seen him throw those hands. This fight is gonna be hilarious. Most people are talking papas on Jake Paul, and telling him to stay out of combat sports. But at the same time, they know that it's gonna be funny to see him beat a actual fighter. Ben Askren may technically be considered a world-class athlete, but so was Nate Robinson. May he rest in peace. And I don't think Anthony Pettis' boxing is gonna help him either. Anthony Pettis' boxing didn't even help Anthony Pettis. And just the same, Conor's boxing, or lack thereof, isn't gonna help Dylan Dennis. And as much as he might want to, Brendan Schaub can't help Dylan Dennis either.
There's a lot of dudes in that truck. I gotta dust off the old skill set.
But at least this fight makes more sense. Ben Askren wants to fight Jake Paul because it's like his last chance to redeem himself by defeating someone that nobody likes. Askren will be a hero, and everybody will forget about that flying knee for at least 3 days. But Jake Paul and Dylan Dennis have actual beef. They've been talking papas back and forth for a couple of years already. And supposedly Jake Paul had a little rendezvous with Dylan Dennis' lady. This is like Biggie and Tupac all over again. But like, not at all. You would think that Dennis would see right through this and figure out that he's just a pawn. But Dennis didn't even realize that Brendan Schaub was using him when he set up that drive-by. Schaub is tight with the Paul brothers, and he doesn't even really like Dylan Dennis.
No, you told me that John Jones beat me in jiu-jitsu match. You said that on the Rogan thing.
I said on Rogan?
Yeah.
Jake Paul already knows that if he gets in the ring with Dennis and smacks him up, then Conor's gonna take that fight. Look at what he did when his other friend got slapped up. Conor McGregor doesn't fight for legacy.
This is called prize fighting.
His legacy has already been set in stone. He fights for that generational wealth. And he already knows that there's no bigger money fight than facing Jake Paul, especially because there's an additional $50 million thrown in.
So I'm backed by commercial billionaires, bro. Come on.
His matches have been sideshow acts for a couple years already anyway. It's not above him to take this fight. And in my opinion, I don't think that fight fans should discourage it. McGregor runs his mouth way more than Jake Paul, has had far more trouble with the law, flaunts his money more, has allegedly been less than a gentleman to numerous women, repeatedly disrespects the mother of his children, has launched attacks against cultures, religions, and family, beats up old men. But everybody's like, yeah, but he's brought so much money and popularity to the sport. It's very good for the sport. Jake Paul hasn't even fought an actual fighter yet, and he's already the most talked about person in combat sports. Jake Paul is the second coming of Conor McGregor. If you're a Conor fan, then by default, you're a Jake Paul fan. No! Hey, I didn't invent the rules. Now that you bring up inventions, I just found out that back in the 1800s, some fool named D.D. Palmer invented what we know today as the wallet. Prior to this, fools had sacks tied to their belts to hold their money, but this new invention was marketed for their back pocket. You want to take a guess who the founder of chiropractic treatment is? I could wait. D.D. Palmer. You don't have to look any of this up. I already did the research for you. It's clearly a racket. If you still got a wallet in your back pocket, you're destroying your back. I heard that that's what happened to Shawn Michaels. And if you keep a fat leather wallet in your front pocket, you're living on borrowed time, homie.
What were you doing with your pants there when you were heading towards the door?
Don't be going out into the world looking like this. You don't need to be walking around looking like a storage unit. The Ridge wallet holds up to 12 cards and your cash. If that's not enough for you, then you don't need a wallet. You need a backpack. The Ridge wallet goes in your front pocket. It has many designs and even more 5-star reviews. I use it. Zach Hughes is using it. And you should too. Go to ridge.com/Voto and use the promo code VOTO for 10% off. So Dana White threw himself into the mix and actually offered Jake Paul a fight. Dana White wanted to make Jake Paul versus Amanda Nunes happen. Now that Khabib is gone, Conor has a chance to win some fights again. And Dana doesn't want him getting distracted. And the way that Dana sees it, Nunes has the biggest credentials anyway. being the double champ. But Jake Paul sees right through that.
Why does Dana White say, oh, I don't want Jake to fight Conor because Conor's one of the greatest fighters of all time, but so is Amanda Nunes? So is he saying like women are inferior maybe?
Hey, but is he wrong? And Jake doesn't want just any fight. He wants a fight that's gonna put him on the map and take him one step closer to Conor. Why would he want to jeopardize that by fighting someone who always gets to win, even when they lose? Jake Paul doesn't want to get Valentina. He'd rather fight his own brother than let that happen.
You want my opinion? I think it's inevitable.
Oh, really?
What people don't want to admit is that these two non-fighters fighting would be the biggest fight of 2021. Think about it. When Vine died, these brothers embarked on their YouTube journeys, and within a few months became the most popular people on YouTube. Other YouTubers were doing sketches, pranks, music, news, podcasts, cool tricks, teaching you how to bake, fitness tutorials, gaming, eating chicken, etc. And these fools were chilling at their pads, just talking about their day, and they took over YouTube. Most people think this is the best that the combat sports world has to offer, and you don't think these brothers are gonna take that over too? But you don't want them to, because they're not purists, because they got side hustles. The UFC heavyweight champion of the world is a firefighter. Are you mad at him too? So this is where we're at. If you don't want Jake Paul fighting, then you also got to get rid of Conor McGregor and Stipe Muchacho. And also Tyron Woodley, which I don't think anybody will mind at this point. Jake Paul is on that Tyron Woodley template. Fighter, media personality, rapper, actor, activist. And he's argumentatively better in every category. If you really want eyes and money coming into the sport, then not only do you give Jake Paul that green light, but you root for that brother versus brother fight. It will be the biggest fight since Undertaker versus Kane. Jake Paul has started beef with plenty of other people lately. Michael Bisping.
Pretty sure I could beat Jake Paul with one eye and one hand behind my back.
Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kanye, Des Bryant, LeBron James. I've heard people for years talking about how they think that LeBron James was smash in combat sports. Oh, really? Well, you finally got someone calling him out. Let's make it happen. But that's irregular. It doesn't change the fact that Logan Paul will be his biggest opponent, literally. Logan Paul is fighting Floyd Mayweather in February. If you apply MMA math to boxing, this tells us that if Logan Paul beats Floyd Mayweather, then Logan Paul is the greatest boxer of all time. Jake Paul could be facing the greatest boxer of all time in 2021.
Take my money. Take my money.
And if Logan Paul loses, well, everyone still wants to see the brothers kill each other. So it's exciting to watch people fight to begin with. But then you add the fact that they're brothers. It's like Jerry Springer. I know you don't like Jake Paul. I don't either. But you need to realize that he's gonna be the biggest fighter of 2021. Because we don't like him. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay.
I know I look more like Gilbert than Stone Cold Steve Austin, but I dare you to say that to my face. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And that's the bottom line, cause Stone Cold says so.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. Back in 2019, I interviewed Conor McGregor, and that fool exposed himself on camera as a dirty vato. Today I'll be chatting with him again as he aims to redeem himself. You could like this video while we get connected. Conor McGregor, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey fool, you can't be drinking right now. Plus, it's like 8:30 in the morning.
We're grown men now, you know?
Speaking of grown men, do you feel like grown men should be spending $4 million on X-rated watches?
We're starting off 2021 in a big way, the same way we started off 2020.
Well, 2020 was actually the worst year that a lot of people, if not most people, have ever experienced in their entire life. So,
2020 was a good year for me. Highest pay-per-view, highest gate, fastest main event KO. I came back with a bang, 40 seconds.
Do you think that it's a little bit selfish to be bragging about those types of things when people are losing their jobs and whatnot?
I want to focus on the positives. There's so much negative around,
Yeah, there's a lot of negative. You're over here bragging about Donald Cerrone taking a dive. We're about to have a civil war.
I would love a war. I would love, to be in the mix with it, and I am certainly ready for that. So let's see.
All right, well, you're saying a lot of really stupid stuff right now. So let me try to change the subject for you. Have you gotten over being humiliated and goat handled by Khabib?
It's been tough, I think all of us all over the globe have been forced to go within themselves and, find comfort.
Actually, I think most people feel like you got what was coming to you. I don't think anybody took it as hard as you're thinking, but I'm talking more like you and your team. Do you feel like you'll be able to come back from this mentally, physically, legally? I never know with you.
I think if we stay tight this year, if we all do our part this year, I feel 2022 is where we will begin to emerge from it, so.
A lot of people are wondering, has the trauma that you've experienced from Khabib contributed to your ducking Jake Paul?
You've got to be self-motivated,
So you are not a motivated Conor McGregor right now, because Dana White's telling everybody that you're all motivated.
Me and Dana have always had an amazing relationship, more than fighter promoter even. I have a lot of respect for Dana, and what he's done in 2020 was nothing short of outstanding, and I've commended him on that, and I do commend him on that.
Although I feel like that was very informative, you did not answer my question. Is Dana White protecting you from Jake Paul?
I've been as safe as I possibly can be, and
I do think it's odd that you're running from this fight, but then you criticize Khabib for retiring.
Fights must take place. You can't just scurry away from bouts.
Oh, okay, so it's different when it involves bouts, because if I remember correctly, you're notorious for holding up divisions and never defending bouts, ever.
I have done this flawlessly, alongside my team.
Your team has watched you make terrible, terrible decisions over the years. Do you think that this has been difficult for them?
Difficult things are not so difficult when you commit yourself fully. And in actuality, they become easy.
So you pay them more.
I've been blessed in this position that I am in.
So how do you like it over in Dubai?
I've been blown away by Dubai. The place is beautiful. The people are amazing. And
hey, why are you acting like you're reading off a teleprompter?
I have bags of energy.
Is that what they call it? Well, I heard that USADA isn't tripping off that Herb Dean Green anymore, but you better chill with your bags of energy.
It's when I do all of my best work.
Well, I don't really want to enable you, so let's move on to the point. The big day is almost here. You versus Poirier. What's your prediction?
I didn't just come here to get here,
Okay. Conor McGregor, I feel that I have given you enough of my time. Do you have any final words?
All is good. We hashed it out. We said our piece, and we're in a great spot now, and I'm very excited to come back.
All right. Yeah. That's good. We don't need your whole life story. So there you have it. Conor McGregor, notorious as ever. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. The biggest loser of this fight was Bernie Sanders. He was on top of the meme game for like 2 hours, and then this one took over. Fortunately, we have this little nugget. It's like a Venn diagram. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. This video was sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. Oh, you want to win this? Well, then you gotta watch the whole video. All right, listen, I'm editing right now, and I just realized that I forgot to mention in the video that I'm gonna be doing new videos every single Wednesday. And I wanna make sure that you know that, so you keep coming back to scope them out. So I'm just gonna put up a picture right now of something interesting for you to look at while I say this so that you don't get bored. Thank you. I know what you're thinking. Grandmaster, your prediction was wrong. You said that Conor was gonna knock out Dustin. Objection. I said that Conor was gonna knock that fool out if he came into emotional, looking for that bloodbath that he kept talking about. If you want to hear my full-length prediction, actually in favor of Poirier, then you gotta go check out the episode that I did with the homies from We Out Here MMA. Don't forget to like and subscribe while you're there. Link down below. A lot of people are in denial right now over Conor McGregor's loss, especially ESPN Plus. If you log in right now, this is the photo that you're gonna see for the fight. That's how they're doing Poirier. I almost couldn't even see the fight because of ESPN. And now they're gonna act like this? That's exactly why Dustin's not in love with the game anymore. Immediately after the fight, Dustin told DC that he's over it already.
I'm not in love with this anymore.
After Khabib beat Conor, he wanted to keep fighting. He was insatiable. Well, I don't blame Dustin. They're doing him worse than the first time Stipe Muchacho fought Ngannou. That's why he looked all traumatized during the press conference. He was looking like when Lance Armstrong had to lie about the moon landing. I'll be honest, for a moment, I thought that Poirier was looking guilty because he was about to pull a cowboy. And then when he gave that fool his chile, I thought it was over. But Poirier just doesn't care anymore. Even the process leading up to the fight was driving him crazy.
And it's the day before the fight. I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm about to jump off the balcony.
And then to go and make things even worse, Herb Dean had to go and mess it up. No, not that mess up. This mess up. I'll be fair. Technically, it was Conor's fault. Herb Dean asked that fool if he was ready, and he jumped the gun because he was nervous. I've never seen him that nervous. But Herb Dean should have put him in his place. Big John McCartney style. Mira, from the very first exchange, Poirier started with those leg kicks. Very interesting. I have been saying for weeks that Poirier was a more rounded fighter than Conor. I said that his stand-up was solid, but that he should be patient and keep a good distance. And people were saying, but Conor fights his best at a distance. I said that Poirier's ground game is better. And people were saying, but Conor's takedown defense is too good. In the first minute, he landed 4 of the leg kicks, which will be the demise of Conor McGregor, and the takedown. You could actually see McGregor having flashbacks of the Khabib fight, but then Poirier got him too, so he let him back up. Then they started exchanging shoulder strikes, which was hilarious. Spent some time fighting for a position on the cage, and then, with a minute and 40 seconds left in the first round, Conor had his first big moment. He landed a clean elbow that left Poirier a little wobbly. Dustin started telegraphing and getting touched up. I became the most concerned when he started with the theatrics. This is what fools usually do when they know they're in trouble. And then Conor landed a beautiful spinning back kick, which landed right on Dustin's glove. But Poirier never stopped with the kicks, and he finished the round strong. But McGregor didn't want it to show, so he was trying to act like Khabib, and he didn't want to sit down. He probably should have though. 4 seconds into the second round, Poirier landed the kick that will alter the course for the rest of the fight. McGregor did land a solid uppercut after that, but he wasn't able to capitalize on anything because of his dead leg. The only problem was that Dustin threw the kick so much that Conor started timing it, and he caught it 3 times. And at first I was like, Poirier, you gotta Joaquin Buckley that fool. But he wasn't even concerned because he knew that Conor couldn't do anything with it. What's he gonna do? Take him down so that Poirier could choke him out with the guillotine?
Guillotine Island.
Even if Conor wanted to, he couldn't do anything with that leg because his own leg was in so much pain. You could actually see him think about it for a moment. But then he said, Charlie, in a moment of frustration, that fool starts swinging like Ngannou. And he wants to rope it though, but he's trying to do it against the guy that beat the best boxer in the UFC. Wait, what? McGregor doesn't respect the power in Dustin's hands, and the meme is born. Well, as far as I'm confirmed, there is no greater meme than this one right here. Listen, I understand that it holds more stuff. Your library card, your family photos, your shame, but it's not worth the risk, homie. If you're watching this video right now, then there's a good chance that you're a martial artist who does not need back pain in your life. The Ridge wallet is a front pocket wallet that you never have to sit on, unless you want to put that in your fat wallet too. I know what you're thinking, but wallets are supposed to go in your back pocket. Why? Because that's what they told you to believe? Hey, don't be like this fool. There's different styles and colors for you to choose from. Free worldwide shipping and 45 days to return it if you like living with chronic pain. If you go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO, you could save 10% off and greatly help this channel. But I also have one right here, and I would like it to find a good home. The last winner was Will A, and you could be next. No, not you. You. I'll tell you how in a little bit. This fight has such a big ending that people basically forgot about how they almost missed it.
A little bit of tech issues at the start. Do you know what happened there?
A little bit of tech issues. That's why that fool always gets the first questions.
Fair enough.
Of course, Dana's response didn't help.
It was mostly on the West Coast. West Coast had some problems, but they got it fixed, and yeah, it was a good night. It was a really good night.
And now he's not even sending out refunds because he's too busy trying to convince Khabib to fight. It's not gonna happen, Dana! To be honest, even McGregor himself showed more class after the fight than Dana. Even with the football in his leg, he made no excuses. And then he almost cried when Mind Smash started reading him poetry.
He who fears being conquered is sure of defeat.
I think it's time for the fanboys to admit that the McGregor era is over. He's so beat up right now that he's considering moving on to boxing because he doesn't want to get kicked anymore.
There's none of them leg kicks in boxing anyway, you know what I mean?
That's not the mindset of a fighter. That's the mindset of a businessman. But then Dustin doesn't care about fighting anymore either.
I have so many things happening outside of fighting right now. This is just something I do.
This was the biggest win of Dustin's life, and he still couldn't enjoy it. And we all know why.
I choke him out, both of them.
This was the battle for second place, and Dustin doesn't want that. And now they're disrespecting him by talking about Chandler.
Could I be more sorry?
He said that he'll fight Conor again because he knows that's money. Or even Nate Diaz because he just doesn't like that fool. But even if not, he doesn't care.
That's it, exactly. I don't really like this anymore. I don't know.
A lot of people have been coming out in McGregor's defense, saying that they think the only reason he lost is because that his suit was too tight and that supposedly it cut off his circulation. Kind of like a Deontay Wilder situation. Either way, it says a lot about the difference in these gentlemen. You got one with the Rolls Royce looking like one of the Beatles, and then you got the other one in the t-shirt and jeans, one clowning around and one ready to kill. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure it out. Conor's a boxer now, Dustin doesn't care about fighting, and Khabib is retired, so Charles Oliveira is the next champion. If you want to try to win this wallet, all you have to do is leave a comment. The 10 comments with the most thumbs up will go into a little pool, and I'll raffle off a winner from there. So leave a good comment. I'm gonna be picking a winner on Valentine's Day because that's the day of love, and you're gonna love this wallet. Please don't forget to like this video. I've been told that it helps a lot. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Justin Bieber has officially called out Jake Paul for what could be the biggest boxing match of all time.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I know what you're thinking. That fool looks nervous. Chale, I'm just using my new toy from today's sponsor, X-Martial. More on that later. Mira, if you didn't like what I had to say about Jake Paul before, then you're really not gonna like this. But what sets me apart from Ariel Helwani, Luke Thomas, Brett Okamoto, etc. is the truth. Tell him, Bruce.
The truth.
And the truth is, On paper, Justin Bieber versus Jake Paul could be the biggest fight of all time. Serio, Justin Bieber just released a new music video like a month ago called Anyone, and it's filled with subliminal messages, which I could only assume are aimed at Jake Paul. I know what you're thinking. Why would I want to watch a singer fight a YouTuber? Hey, you forgot about Celebrity Deathmatch or what? This is like Celebrity Deathmatch in real life. People are so busy acting like purists, they forget that it's fun to watch famous people fight each other. You know how long it takes for fighters to get famous? These fools are already famous. Let me tell you something that's gonna hurt your feelings right now. Go ask your grandma if she knows who Israel Adesanya is. Or Stipe Muchacho. Or Terrence Crawford. And then, ask her if she knows who Justin Bieber is. I could wait. You gotta admit that you started watching fighting because of big names. Whether it was Conor McGregor, Mike Tyson, Ronda Rousey, Muhammad Ali. You also gotta admit that you never know the fools fighting on the prelims. And if you do, then you got too much time on your hands. You're not supposed to know those. So then what's the problem with watching these big names fight? That they didn't get their big names from fighting? That's a good point. But let's not get sidetracked. The title of Justin's song, Anyone, is making a big statement. Jake Paul was calling out everyone and anyone on Twitter for weeks until Ben Askren finally answered that call. And now Bieber's trying to show that fool that he's on that same level. They're willing to pay their dues, unlike some people. And I respect that. And they're both willing to do it from humble beginnings. You got fools like Conor McGregor chilling on his yacht right before a major fight. And everybody's fine with that. But then Jake Paul gets no love when he decides to sell his mansion in order to focus on fighting. That's dedication. And then you got Dustin Bieber over here doing the same thing. He's letting Jake Paul know that he's just as hungry. He's even hunting for his food. The most impressive thing about these two is that they're choosing to go back to humble beginnings after they've already made it big. It's always the glitz and glamour that destroys fighters. And these fools said they're not going out like that. Now there's a scene in the music video that has a lot of people coming up with their own theories. Bieber walks through these cage doors on his way to training. Some people are saying that the cage represents his goal to someday fight in the UFC, after he conquers the world of boxing, of course. Others are saying that it's a shot at Jake Paul and that he's calling that fool a gatekeeper. But the most common theory is that that's just how the gym is. I know a lot of you are thinking the same thing right now. I can see it on your face. It's just a song. It's a music video. He's acting. Oh yeah? Look at his shorts. Bieber. He's not acting. Think about traditional music videos. Michael Jackson was a zombie. That fool from Coldplay was a scientist. The Weeknd was Luis Guzman. I'm beginning to think that this isn't even a music video and that it's more like a vlog. Bieber is himself in all of these clips. Just like Jake Paul when we see him training. But Jake Paul's trainer seems to like what he sees. And Bieber's trainer doesn't look nearly as impressed. To make it even worse, he's bringing his lady to the gym, John Lennon style. And we've seen how that plays out. Don't fall in love at the club. Don't take your lady to work. Take your son to work day. Take your daughter to work day. Take your dog to work day. Have you ever heard of take your lady to work day? No, there's a reason. And Jake Paul knows this. He's so committed to his boxing goals that the only ladies he focuses on are his opponent's ladies. He only follows 2 people on Instagram right now. His daddy, Triller, and Ben Askren's lady. So I'm pretty frustrated right now because I was gonna get a screenshot of Jake Paul following Ben Askren's lady, but it looks like he is no longer following her. So I can only assume that she blocked that fool. So even though I am irritated at the moment, that's a good job, Ben Askren's lady. Good thinking. But just so that you have proof that he was following her, here is a short excerpt.
I noticed on your Instagram, you only follow 2 people now, Triller and Ben's wife. Why is that?
She thick, bro.
She's what?
She's thick.
Okay.
So Jake Paul's thinking strategically and he's playing those head games with Ben Askren. by following his lady. Like he's giving everyone else the Heisman. And then Justin Bieber's out here like Teen Beach Movie. And then when he's finally ready to train, he's pulling this stuff. Justin, who gets in the ring like that? If you're too short, then at least slide in like Rey Mysterio Jr. or something. But you can't be doing that. Even his lady doesn't get down like that. But I'm skipping ahead. And I've also been skipping meals because I want to look good in my new rash guard. People are often ridiculed for practicing BJJ because of its ineffectiveness in real life situations. But if someone sees you with this, they'll quickly realize that you are a disciple of the Mexican martial arts and therefore study Mexican Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But as much as I love the new rash guard, I want to make sure that people know that X-Martial offers much more than that. Headgear, shin guards, training pads. I've also been keeping it tight with my resistance bands. And I've been improving my grip every single day. But I know you want to get your grip on this, homie. If you use my link down below and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts, you'll save 10% off of anything you buy. Think about it. If you buy one of these rash guards today, you'll save 10% off. And if you don't get one, you save 0.
It's basic mathematics, man.
Maybe you're a romantic. Maybe you think that it's nice that his lady watches every second of his training. Do you think that it's romantic that she's sabotaging his training with moonshine? Why is it all wrapped up like that? That's like how my mom would make my Tio Beto wrap up his Arizona when he would come over. It's easy to beat a bunch of nobodies when you're all boozed up. Jake Paul knocked out Nate Robinson. Now he's gonna fight Ben Askren. I've never heard of any of these fools, but he lets it get to his head. And he goes full Mike Perry. Now his lady's training him, forcing him to wear matching outfits. And she's even breathing down his neck to sign contracts. He forgets all about his roots. And now he has to fight store-brand Gastelum. And it doesn't go well. But you quickly learn that there's a bigger point here. That fool gets up like Tyson Fury and secures the victory. Something that Nate Robinson couldn't do. Justin Bieber's trying to let Jake Paul know that he can't be put away. And that's just off of 2 days training with the fight coordinator. Imagine if he has a whole camp. I know it seems like I'm taking sides with Jake Paul, but I'm not. I'm just saying that Justin Bieber needs to come correct. He can't be underestimating Jake Paul just because he's a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber, and look at how deadly I am. I think Justin's on the right track, and he's clearly made some sacrifices. But he needs to tell his lady to chill, and he needs to stop padding his record with nobodies. People are starting to call that fool Ryan Garcia. Jake Paul seems to be doing everything right. He's taking his training seriously, and he's making everybody hate him, which is exactly what's gonna sell the fight. He's been getting tips straight from Adesanya on how to be as annoying as possible. Justin Bieber versus Jake Paul. Not only do I not hate it, I can't wait to see it. Who do you got? Let me know down below. Please consider liking this video if you actually like it. You guys came through big last time and it clearly made a difference. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. My prediction changed during the making of this video. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I upload new videos every Wednesday. Please don't forget to click that like button if you enjoy them. This video was sponsored by the official wallet of the Mexican Martial Arts, the Ridge wallet. More on that later. There are 2 main things that people are focusing on when it comes to their pick for this fight. They're either picking Jake Paul because they've seen footage such as this, or they're picking Ben Askren because they hate Jake Paul. Both of these reasons are really stupid. There are many things to consider leading up to this fight. Let me break it down for you.
We talking about practice.
When I look at footage like this, it reminds me of that one fool from Kung Pao that they train wrong just to be funny.
I must apologize for Wimp Lo. He is an idiot. We have purposely trained him wrong as a joke.
And then he's winding up his punches like The Undertaker. There's no fighting stance to be found. It's not orthodox. It's not southpaw. It's like a horse stance. But the horse is way too tall or something. His feet are flush and he's leaning his entire upper body forward. It looks like his chin is touching the bag more than his hands. You already know he's on that Robbie Rotten level. R.I.P. And you can't help but notice Jake Paul clearly unfazed by these punches. Perhaps a glimpse of the fight to come. But there's an element that people often overlook in situations like this. Self-awareness. If you can't pick up on this, then you're gonna take the bait every time. You have to be able to tell the difference between fools that are naturally annoying and unlikable and fools that are just doing it for the entertainment. I experience this myself all the time. I often have people leave comments on videos like this one saying stuff like, I didn't even know he was joking till about 5 minutes in. When clearly I was not joking. Does Ben Askren have a good stand-up game? No, but this is obviously trolling. Ben Askren has that self-awareness and he knows when he's on camera and what he's putting out there for you to see. And he's not just on camera, he's the director.
Good.
Awesome.
All right.
I know what you're thinking. What about that fight with Damian Maia? That looked pretty bad. I'm telling you, Ben Askren is a genius. The ultimate troll. He's on that Sacha Baron Cohen level before Borat Part 2. He's been playing that long game so that he could get that Jake Paul money. I'm not saying that he threw the fight, but he has been hustling us. Uncle Phil style. R.I.P. Here's where it gets tricky. Hustling doesn't mean that you have to come back and win. It just means that you get paid.
They offered me a bunch of money and I'm excited to do it.
I don't have any hands.
Everyone's so focused on Ben Askren's lack of hands.
What about the gif of him like shadow boxing? What about that? I mean, that has to concern you, right? Yeah. Come on. That's impressive, no?
Nah, bro, like...
For the sake of content, let's forget that I just debunked this.
All right.
Ben Askren doesn't need hands to defeat Jake Paul. All he has to do is not get hit, which is exactly what he did his entire career. To be fair, I don't really think that we should count the UFC as part of his career. Ben Askren in the UFC is like Joe Rogan on Spotify. The glory days have come and gone, you know? And Ben Askren wasn't just avoiding punches. He was avoiding elbows, kicks, knees. Remember, the UFC doesn't count. All he has to do with Jake Paul is not get socked in the head. And Askren has moves for that. He's just gonna be taking the back all night long. Line out Richie style. R.I.P. He's not dead. He could also tie him up early and try to get him tired. I've been seeing a bunch of footage of Jake Paul laying out his training partners, but no one's clinching him up. They're not preparing him correctly. Remember how much Conor McGregor was tying up Floyd Mayweather? Ben Askren is a two-time NAACP state champion wrestler. He's gonna tie that fool up like a pair of shoes. Askren doesn't need to knock out Jake Paul. He just needs to use that dad strength for 8 rounds and show him a little tough love with that squeeze. Home court advantage is a thing for a reason. I don't really think it's a big deal, but people let it get to them and then it becomes a big deal. To me, home court advantage is like MMA mat, or washing your hands after you go number 1, or ring rust. It's stuff that people believe in without any real science to back it up. But all that really matters is the mental effect that it has on the people involved. And I know that we're talking about boxing here and that Ben Askren is not a boxer.
Have you ever done an amateur fight, a smoke, any kind of boxing match before?
No, I've not.
But he is the real fighter. So this is the first time that Jake Paul is gonna face someone of that caliber. Ben Askren has been fighting on pay-per-views, main cards, title fights, Olympic stages. Jake Paul has been in a couple of freak shows up to this point. I'm surprised he hasn't fought Bob Sapp yet. So Ben Askren has the whole MMA community behind him, cheering him on in hopes that they'll stop seeing Jake Paul in their feeds, like this video, for example. Of course, there are a few who would like to root for Askren, but simply believe that Jake has the attributes to put him away. This hurt Ben Askren's feelings a little bit.
DC said I'm gonna lose. Can you believe this guy? I thought he was a friend. DC, I can't believe you.
But then DC was like, hey, fool, facts don't care about your feelings.
Tell him he's dead to me.
Okay, fair enough.
The mess up thing is that up to this point, Ben Askren has never had the support of the MMA community. People clown on that fool more than CM Punk. And now all of a sudden, they want him to swoop in and save the day. That's gacho, Nacho.
Listen, I don't like them that much. They don't like me. It's fine. I'm great.
The purse doesn't make any sense. And neither does the traditional wallet. I speak the truth and nothing but the truth to you about the fight world. And I do the same thing when it comes to your wallet. Mira, this traditional wallet is like the bare knuckle FC of wallets. It's like that illegal stream that ends up getting you a virus. And it seems like a good idea until Dana shuts you down. And there's an appropriate metaphor for that somewhere. If you're ready to level up and quit stashing receipts and coupons like your grandma, then you need to get on that Ridge wallet. Neta, I didn't use a wallet for like 12 years because I got tired of sitting on leather. And then I got one of these for my front pocket. And I always forget it's even there. And now the only time I sit on leather is on the weekends. It's a minimalist RFID blocking wallet. It holds up to 12 cards and your cash. It has over 30,000 5-star reviews from people that are much happier than you right now. Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off.
I am completely indifferent.
This is where things took a turn. Mike Tyson, Anderson Silva, Ronda Rousey, the Incredible Hulk. We've already seen the seemingly invincible fall, literally. It may seem like a sure thing to most people that the world champion, Olympian, professional athlete would easily defeat the YouTuber. However, no one is invincible. But that's not even the biggest problem. We already know that Ben Askren is not invincible, but he is indifferent.
I am completely indifferent.
Ben Askren has already made it clear that he no longer has the aspirations of a winning fighter.
I have no intention of ever training to be a world champion in mixed martial arts. I will never be a full-time fighter again.
He's just looking for that payday.
How much are you making for this?
A lot of money.
You're happy with it?
I'm very happy, yeah.
More than UFC?
More than I've ever been paid for a single fight, yeah.
Wow.
We've all had jobs that we didn't care about and we just needed a paycheck. I'm guilty of that myself, but it's a little different when someone's trying to knock you out. He's grossly misunderestimating Jake Paul.
The guy's not really a boxer or a fighter at all. He's a YouTube star.
His logic is that it's not like he's fighting Mike Tyson or Roy Jones Jr. Hey, fool, nobody that you fought is like Mike Tyson or Roy Jones Jr. That doesn't mean that you could just look past this fight. He's already planning his next matchups. You can't be talking all those papas when you're still recovering from hip surgery. And you can't just run away when things get tricky either. This sport has ropes. Ben Askren has the MMA community depending on him. And he needs to take this seriously.
No, I don't know if I like the MMA community.
We've seen it time and time again. Hungry people beating legends. And Jake Paul is hungry. People keep asking the question, how can someone with seemingly no talent become so successful? Ask Chael Sonnen. But I could tell you the real answer. Hunger. You combine that hunger with natural athleticism, you better start checking the warranty on that head. Jake is putting people down. He's not preparing himself for a stick and move kind of fight. Ben Askren's smartest move will be to tie him up as often as possible. But you already know that the ref is gonna have to be separating them. But you also know that Jake is gonna be boxing dirty in that clinch.
He will be getting hit from every single angle.
I have a feeling that this fight is gonna have a lot of similarities to Mayweather versus Ortiz. And it's even more dangerous for Askren because his chin sticks so far out of his guard. He can't simply rely on his stamina and assume that he's gonna wear Jake down. Jake Paul has been on that wrestling conditioning since childhood.
I was a Division I Ohio State wrestler, had over 200 wrestling matches.
Both of these fools are conditioned, but Jake is hungry. Are we gonna respect the work or not? Jake Paul might talk papas to sell fights, but he respects Ben Askren.
Ben Askren was really the only one who was serious about it and that wanted to make it happen and was ready to go. So kudos to him.
He respects that he took the fight and he respects his legacy.
He has less losses than McGregor.
Well, he's found a way to balance it, perfectly. Sometimes a fighter has no respect for their opponent, and so they underestimate them. Other times they have so much respect that they don't know how to handle it, and they don't fight at their highest level. Jake Paul respects Ben Askren, but he also believes in his own attributes enough to declare victory.
I'm too sharp right now.
But remember, he's a YouTuber, so he can't fight, right? That's how it works. So then I guess Wonder Boy can't fight either, or Masvidal, or Max Holiday, or Nogano, or Ben Askren. I think you get the idea. So it looks like fighters could become YouTubers, but YouTubers can become fighters. Mira, I've turned a blind eye to double standards over the years. But this is where I draw the line. The hate that I'm seeing from the MMA community toward Jake Paul almost makes me want to root for him. Look what you're making me do. It's hypocritical. It's ill-informed. And your favorite fighter's probably even worse. My official statement is that I am not rooting for Jake Paul. But I think he's gonna win. I think he's gonna come out swinging like Will Smith's lady. And Ben Askren's only hope is to hold on for as long as the ref allows. But it doesn't really matter to him anyway, as long as he gets to hold on to that money.
I'm being compensated well.
And I don't blame him. He's earned it. I would love to see Ben Askren win, but I have to pick Jake.
Let's go, bro.
What's your pick? Jake Paul or stubbornness? Let me know down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. It's no secret that me and Chael Sonnen got beef. We got more beef than a Cardi B video. But the fact is that he's one half of the greatest MMA comeback of all time. So I'm gonna have to talk about it for like the next 10 minutes. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I upload new videos every Wednesday. If you want to make sure that you don't miss them, then you need to click all when you subscribe, and then you need to enable the notifications on your phone. We've been through this. This video was sponsored by X Martial, the home of the Mexican Martial Arts rash guard. More on that later. I have to admit that I had never seen the fight prior to my research for this video, as I'm sick of seeing Chael Sonnen on my homepage as it is, and I was missing out. Chael Sonnen said before the fight that it was gonna be a one-sided pounding.
This is gonna be a one-sided pounding and I'm swinging the hammer.
And he wasn't lying, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Chael Sonnen came into this fight with the perfect mindset. He respected Anderson Silva, but he also had complete confidence in himself.
I acknowledge that he's a fantastic fighter. He is the champion, but I am the best.
And he also came into this fight with what seemed like the perfect game plan. He was attacking those daddy long legs from the get. He was on that Poirier game plan. Apparently Conor McGregor had never watched this fight either, but I know who did. Anthony Ferguson. I didn't know Chael could move like that. I didn't watch a lot of UFC back in those days. I'm used to seeing Chael just sitting down, running his mouth about the people that are actually fighting. And it wasn't all for show either. Within the first minute, Silva got rocked, and Chael followed up. He was putting on such a performance that the commentators started harmonizing.
He had him again!
Things were different back then. These days, the arguments between the commentators are almost better than the actual fights. But back in the day, Chael was bringing fools together.
He had him again!
And this was kind of embarrassing for Silva. Up to this point, he was 11-0 in the UFC, reigning champion. And then all of a sudden, he's getting smacked up by some fool with biceps. This goes against everything that Silva's BJJ was supposed to represent. So he was trying to save face and act all hard. But it's not a good idea to save face by getting your face socked up. Silva was trying to prove to Chael that the biggest arms in Wesleyan, Oregon didn't have the power to phase him. Unfortunately, Silva did not consider the cumulative effects such decisions, and it came back to haunt him later. He lost a lot of respect from Chael by playing games like this. He thought that that fool was being cheesy, so he started grading him, and he absolutely punished him for the rest of the round. To be honest, Chael was sunning that fool, and I've seen fights stop for much less than that. Maybe not less money, Silva was so beat up after the round that he didn't even want to go to his corner. His nose hurt. His ribs hurt. His feelings were hurt. Serio. His corner was all mad at him. But that's good because it motivated him. And I mean motivated in the traditional sense, not in the Conor McGregor sense. He came out for the second round with enthusiasm and a big leg kick. Again, a cumulative effect. He got a little too excited and tried throwing another one, but Chael caught it. And then he discombobulated that fool, rendering Silva helpless, which led to the funniest ground and pound that I've ever seen in my life. It was kind of like that one scene from Kickboxer. And then he started covering his mouth. Silva was already looking winded, so Chael decided to capitalize on it, and he gave him that homemade elevation mask. He later confessed to Joe Rogan that he farted in his glove before the fight. Dirty vato. I have to admit that Chael executed probably my favorite move that I've ever seen in an MMA fight right here. He was acting all tired and dropped a couple of lazy elbows to throw off Silva's timing, and then he surprised him with the elbow to the face. This was one of the funniest things that I've ever seen in a fight. The skill that Chael Sonnen has to make you laugh while he's fighting for his life is frankly undeniable. And then he did the same thing again right after. It's that broken rhythm. And then at the end of the round, something very interesting happened. Silva had a pretty solid Kimura that Chael didn't seem to have an answer for. And for some mysterious reason, he let it go. And he went for a leg lock instead. Chael slipped out of it, socked him in the face, and proceeded to give him another bevel. Silva came out big again at the beginning of the third round. He landed a kick, and Chael didn't like that. So he took him down and gave him a dead leg. And he kept intense pressure for the entire round. It was like he was dropping a beat on that fool's head. And it was catchy too, because Joe Rogan started playing along. Chael Sonnen was pounding on him so much that it was starting to look like a gif. And then that caused him to think of how angry it makes him when people mispronounce it as Jiff. So in a blind rage, he straight up choked that fool. But it's like I always tell people, if you're gonna choke someone, you gotta do it in that ex-martial gear. There's fools out there who will literally tell you to do it in your pajamas, cause they're sleeping on these rash guards, which I can't fully blame them for. They are very comfortable. Mira, when you're at Walmart and you gotta take that fool down and he's on PCP, I guarantee you that he's not gonna be wearing pajamas. The first thing that fools on PCP do is get naked. The rash guard imitates nakedness so that when you're training, you don't condition your muscle memory to rely on grabbing jackets and pants and belts. You're just grabbing what God gave that fool. I know what you're thinking. I want a Mexican martial arts rash guard. It looks clean, but I'm not Mexican and I don't want to get canceled. Mira, if I said it once, I've said it at least 2 or 3 times. The Mexican martial arts is not about the color of your skin.
It's the way you think and the way you live.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're Mexican, white, Chinese. The only color that this rash guard sees is green, homie. Just use my link down below and the promo code Mexican Martial Arts for 10% off of anything.
That's a good deal.
The beginning of the 4th round was the absolute worst that Chael looked throughout the entire fight. Perhaps this was due to the fact that this was his first time ever competing in a championship round, as well as his last. Silva was landing kicks. He rocked him. And for the first time, Chael's takedowns were unsuccessful. And for the first time, Chael got put on his back. But then Silva dropped a 12-6 elbow, and the ref got mad at him. And he got embarrassed or something, and kind of lost his momentum after that. And then Chael straight up took Silva from 12-6. And he controlled the rest of the round. It would be very easy to assume that Anderson Silva was completely helpless. But maybe he was just very patient. You could see that he never lost sight of his own strategy, that he was waiting for the perfect moment to strike, or submit rather. It doesn't make any sense to me that Chael Sonnen absolutely dominated the entire fight up to this point. And now, at the beginning of the final round, and leading 4 rounds to 0, he looks like he doesn't even want to be there. And now Silva's all hyped up. Chael's looking clumsy and can no longer land takedowns at will. But what looks even worse is this punch that clearly didn't land. But for some reason, Silva's trying his best to sell it. And then right after that, Chael locks in a pretty good choke from side control and willingly gives it up by moving into Silva's guard. And then that reminded me of that perfectly good Kimura that Silva had given up earlier. And clearly, I wasn't the only one that suspected foul play. Things were starting to look so obvious that the UFC had Joe Rogan call this a slip.
The punch that looked like it knocked Anderson down was actually a slip. I was just showing the replay. Anderson ducked under it, lost his footing, and now he's in side control.
It was actually this incident that caused Spotify to first take notice of Joe Rogan and the fact that he's willing to push any narrative for the right price. But that's irregular. The UFC was obviously just trying to cover their tracks because you could see that Silva was acting all dramatic, like he was hurt, and he appeared to continue to do so for the next couple of minutes. I guess he's a method actor, like Marlon Brando or Chris D'Elia. But none of the shenanigans from this fight could prepare me for what I was about to see next. I've never been a fan of Chael. This is public knowledge, but I am a fan of truth. And when I see the footage of the tap, it doesn't look like a tap to me. Remember, this is the same fool that was slapping up Silva's ears a little earlier.
Discombobulate.
And I believe we're looking at the same kind of thing right here. This is obviously an inner thigh slap, which is a very effective technique. You could see that it didn't have the characteristic motion of a tap, just a single, distinct strike. Ladies and gentlemen, this was no tap. Of course, Chael ruins my case by openly stating otherwise.
That was a misunderstanding of the rules. And the way I thought it worked was that if you tapped, you lost that round. So I thought what they would do is they go to a judge's decision, they go 4 rounds to 1, and we go home and I'd be the new champion. And if anyone had explained to me that that stops the bout in its entirety, I would not have tapped.
That being said, I think it's pretty ironic to lose the fight by way of your own sponsor. But as far as I'm concerned, this is not where the story ends. That's right, I'm about to pull an M. Night Shyamalan on you. Vámonos! This video was not about Anderson Silva's comeback. It's about Chael Sonnen. Right about now, Anderson Silva's probably playing Rainbow Six with Steven Seagal. And Chael Sonnen? Well, he currently heads the biggest MMA talking head channel on the planet. Who else is there? Luke Thomas? Brendan Shaw? The numbers don't lie. I know what you're thinking. What about Ariel Helwani? First of all, the only reason that anyone watches Ariel is because DC is so darn lovable. But on top of that, Ariel's backed by ESPN. And there's a ton of other videos on that channel that he's not even in. Chael Sonnen is all by himself. And he's right behind the behemoth that is ESPN. Chael Sonnen is like PewDiePie. And ESPN is like T-Series. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but Grandmaster, where do you fit into all of this? That's a good question. But I'm not an MMA analyst. I'm what you might refer to as MMA truther. And even though I'm not a Chael Sonnen fan, for reasons between me and himself, the truth is, Chael Sonnen has successfully pulled off the biggest MMA comeback in history. Chael Sonnen, respect, but you already know what's on site, homie. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I called it like a month ago. I said Usman burns Gilbert in 3. Haters will say it's Photoshop, but you could go find me in the comment section if you want. Hey, what's up everybody? My name is Jesse, aka Mystic Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I know what you're thinking. That fight was a long time ago. Why are you barely breaking it down? Because a lot of my viewers requested it, alright? And I come through for my viewers. And also the video that I was working on for this week did not work out. This video was sponsored by me, homie, I just want to tell you real quick that I got some new merch. It's a lot like my regular merch, but better. A lot of people were trying to tell me that I should get on that OnlyFans, but Marilena said that this was the best I could do. And shout out to Amanda Griffin, who insists that she's a woman. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because you're not watching the Mexican Fight Companions. You can find this new merch on my Teespring store with the link down below. But for now, we got a fight to discuss. Let me break it down for you. Listen, I know you're here for Usman versus Burns, but let me break down the rest of the card for you real quick. Nobody cares! Serio. At this point, we're paying $70 for one fight. Or you're risking getting a virus and having that Dana White power come down on you for one fight. The fight that I had with my lady for paying $70 was more exciting than the rest of the card. No disrespect to the fighters, but my pick for the main event was Usman because I felt that he was more proven and tested. A lot of fools think that his fighting style is boring, and they're correct. But boring fighters win. Think about it. They said the same thing about GSP, Khabib, Randy Couture, etc. because of their grappling. And they say it about Adesanya and John Jones because of their running. And then people praise the likes of Tony Ferguson, Justin Gaethje, Jorge Masvidal because they're in wars, because they like to scrap. Oh yeah? How many bouts have they won? And I'm not talking about fake bouts either. Those bouts are faker than Chael Sonnen's. When you say boring, you're mispronouncing the word strategy incorrectly. I knew that Usman was gonna win because he was either gonna stomp those feet, like if his rent was due, or he was gonna use that reach to tee off on him. And everybody was talking about Burns' stand-up, but Usman's dome is built different. He just wasn't gonna lose this fight. He's been putting in too much work. His last 5 fights all went to the 5th round. Burns has only seen the 5th round once, and that was with the SoundCloud rapper. I got nothing against Burns, and I'm not a Usman fanboy, but it seemed pretty simple to me. Now I have to mention something. Even though my official pick, based on a little research, a little logic, and a lot of MMA math, was Usman. When Usman dissed Gilbert, I got too emotional and I changed my pick. I take back everything I said. Burns is gonna win. I don't care what I said before. Burns is gonna beat him. Burns is gonna beat him. Burns is gonna beat him. Both me and Gilbert fell victim to becoming too emotional during this fight. Burns reached out his hand for the fist bump and Usman said, "Chale." I thought it was disrespectful, so I threw all my logic out the window and I started rooting for Burns. I hope Burns wins. I'm going for Burns. I wanted to see Usman get instant karma so that Burns will have to pay for his daughter's schooling.
I even pay for his school if he needs to, you know.
And within the first minute, Burns landed a powerful shot, which had me thinking that Marty Snoozman was about to take on a whole new meaning. But it didn't even count as a knockdown because Usman put his hands out and stopped himself. And it was at this point in the fight that Burns officially changed his game plan. He admitted during the post-fight press conference that he went full Cody Garbrandt when he heard Usman.
I went like my guy, so much respect for my guy Cody Garbrandt. I just went the same way as soon as I saw he was hurt.
He immediately followed up with a hammer fist, an uppercut, overhand right, another right, leg kick, overhand right. And I thought Usman blocked this when I was watching the fight. But Burns even landed this head kick. The fact that this didn't put Usman down must have taken a lot of confidence away from Burns. I'm telling you, that dome. To make it even worse, this kick actually led to Burns being on his back. And I did my best during the Mexican Fight Companion to let you know what was going on. But I know it's just not the same as seeing it for yourself. Burns wanted Usman to join him on the canvas, but Usman decided that he wanted to stay champion instead.
Am I supposed to risk my belt?
And then he cup checked that fool, but Herb Dean let it slide. What's new? But then Usman kicked his butt, literally. But Gilbert wasn't just wasting time on his back. He kept chopping away at Usman's leg, and Usman was landing here and there, but Burns wasn't concerned. He even went into a Nick Diaz pose for a moment, and then one of the times that Usman tried to land a shot, Burns actually caught it and wanted to sink in an armbar, but Usman ran out of there with the quickness. They scrambled to their feet, and when Usman tried to close in on him, Burns landed a knee right to the mouth.
Pow, right in the kisser.
Then he landed a big left. They traded some solid kicks. But as I watched the fight back, I can't help but notice Usman solidly working the jab throughout the whole thing. I didn't really notice it the first time around, but after hearing him talk about it so much after the fight, it's so obvious now. The second round is pretty simple to sum up. Burns was desperately trying to land that knockout punch, and Usman was consistently working that jab. The jab was so effective that it chipped away at Burns and almost put him out twice. In his defense, he later went on to say that he was just trying to pull guard, Nate Diaz style. But still, Usman didn't want none.
I'm not stupid, dummy.
19 seconds into the third round, Burns got sat down again with a jab. Usman followed up and landed 10 fight finishing blows on him. During the 7th punch, you could hear DC go full Dan Hardy and start yelling that the fight was over.
It's over, it's over.
I think Herb Dean let it go on for as long as he did though, because you could see during certain moments, the way that Burns is moving his hips and trying to grab Usman's arm, that he was simply weathering that storm so that he could get an arm bar.
Agree to disagree.
But then Usman landed one last convincing blow, and Herb Dean was like, Charlie, I'm tired of fools not being impressed with my performance. But that didn't last very long now, did it? Of course, Usman was all hyped up immediately following the finish, and he was trying to figure out that who was trying to take something from who or something like that.
Taking what from who? You know what it is. You know.
But after a few moments, he started to feel bad for Burns. Burns was going through it. It was a pretty sad moment. And then this fool came in and put the stool right behind Burns without letting him know. So Burns lay back and cracked his head open. He took more damage from the stool than the fight. It was a beautiful thing to see them make up after the fight. It was like the fighter and the kid actually having a kid again. Or like Chris D'Elia finally setting the record straight.
I mean, I know you've seen some of the messages online. I mean, there's way more than that.
They were homies back in the day. Then they weren't homies because they had to sell a fight. Now they're homies again. Well, things have turned out differently. If Burns had paced himself better, I guess we'll never know. Unless there's a rematch. But to be honest, I don't think anyone has even come close to putting up as good of a fight against Usman as Colby Covington did. I think that's the rematch we need to see next. Am I wrong though? Who do you think Usman should face next? And have you put respect on his name? Let me know down below. Please like this video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I'm gonna start doing this like the vloggers. UFC 196 was the beginning of the end for Conor McGregor. The fanboys thought he was invincible, and seeing him lose was like finding out that your favorite streamer is married. I'm assuming that any Conor fan knows who this is.
Dance for me, and don't look me in the eye when you dance.
What's up everybody, my name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. This video was sponsored by the Ridge Wallet, and they are coming to take over the wallet business. More on that later. This was a horribly timed matchup for Conor McGregor. Him deciding to take the fight with Nate Diaz at this point in his career was on that same level as John Lennon saying that the Beatles were bigger than Jesus. Even though that's not what he was on a 15-fight winning streak, 7-0 in the UFC, 6 by TKO or knockout, featherweight champion, eating disorder. He was supposed to fight RDA, and to be honest, he probably would have won that fight, becoming the first ever double champ in UFC history even earlier. Being that I'm somewhat of an MMA mathematician, I could confidently say that based on Conor's fight with Eddie Alvarez, Conor would have easily defeated RDA. Alvarez lost his first fight in the UFC, then won 2 split decisions and got a title shot. That's almost as bad as giving some fool a shot at the title without even having a single fight in the division, but that's irregular. Alvarez won that fight. Maybe the bruise on RDA's foot hadn't fully healed. I don't know. Conor would have stayed looking like a king had he fought Dos Anjos, at least for a little longer, because he probably still would have fought Mayweather. But supposedly RDA's foot was a balloon, so he had to back out. And that's where Nate Diaz comes in. BJ Penn wanted the fight. So did Pettis, Cerrone, and Faber. But you already know Dana White's always trying to be Vince McMahon, so he couldn't resist that call out. Nate Diaz wanted respect, And Conor McGregor wanted carbs, so they agreed to fight at 170. Conor underestimated Diaz, and he claimed that he would be like a ghost in there.
I'll be a ghost in there.
Little did he know that this would become one of his Mystic Mac predictions come true. And his lack of respect for Diaz caused him to go into the fight unprepared.
I'd never prepare for opponents, I simply prepare.
He spent all of his time training, almost kicking stuff, almost kicking candles, almost kicking Conan O'Brien. You're gonna fight the way you train, homie. And then there he is, almost kicking Nate Diaz, almost saying good enough. Unless you're talking about Almost Famous. That's a great movie. I don't even know what to say about this. I just want you to see it. But I know what you really want to see is that fight. Let me break it down for you. So Nate Diaz took this fight on 11 days notice, making it the first time that a short notice fight was actually worse for the one with the full training camp. In case you're ever interested in becoming an MMA fighter, then training for a triathlon like Nate Diaz was apparently doing is clearly a lot better than whatever Conor McGregor was doing. But the start of the fight had me wondering what Nate Dogg was doing. This was the biggest fight of his life, and that fool was still blocking shots with his face. But then it kind of evened out because McGregor was almost kicking him. But even that was too close for Nate's liking. He didn't want to end up like a candle in the wind. So he clinched him up and put him on the cage. And to be completely honest, I got a little bit distracted right here because I noticed young Jamie noticing himself on camera. And he started clowning. And he doesn't get a lot of attention, except for when Joe Rogan gets mad at him. So I couldn't really blame him. This was his big moment. So I rewinded it to see what I had missed. And I got distracted again. But then the third time, I saw what happened. And I realized that it was actually pretty uneventful. And not at all worth spending this much time talking about. There was actually some pretty good boxing in this first round, by MMA standards, of course. But when McGregor disrespected Nate's style, he slapped him up. You would think that Conor will find a lot of success with his infamous left hand, being that Nate Diaz is a southpaw and that his right side is a lot closer than most fighters. But Nate's ancient blocking punches with head style is actually a method of conditioning. You see, some fools are born hard-headed and some fools earn it. So these shots simply didn't phase him. I just hope that it doesn't have any long-term effects.
You better hope.
So Conor facing a southpaw actually backfired for him, as it usually does. And since you bring up Poirier, I thought McGregor had never heard about leg kicks.
The low calf kick, I've never experienced that.
So how was he throwing them right here? Either way, all that throwing was making him tired. His conditioning had failed him. I played touch butt in the park. He wasn't doing it right. He was moving slow. And Diaz took advantage of this. Conor threw a sloppy kick and got taken down. And then that fool thought he was gonna get a leg lock. McGregor trying to throw a leg lock is like Chase Hooper trying to throw punches, or Donald Cerrone trying to throw a fight. Nobody's buying it. There's no denying this choke though, unless your name is Herb Dean. But you already know that Nate's not going out like that. So he disrespects Conor by farting in his face. You almost can't hear it because of the horn, but it's there. So Conor just got slapped up. Left wasn't working. He was winded. Took a pedo to the face. And now Joe Rogan's acting like he just made a highlight reel.
There's a nice left hand by Conor. And there's another one. And there's another one. And that was the one that really cut him. Yeah.
But maybe that was a good thing, because Nate Diaz heard what he said and he got mad. So he slapped up Conor again. And you already know that McGregor is not one to take a slap lightly. So he started working the body. And he was feeling pretty good about himself. And at this point, a lot of people watching probably thought he was doing good because he had cut Nate open. But you gotta understand that that's just a part of Nate's game plan. You see, most fools are sensitive to seeing blood. So he constantly uses this trick to intimidate his opponents. And he learned it from the best. Unfortunately, it backfires sometimes. But it was working right here. Conor was feeling queasy. And there was nothing behind that left hand, making him feel even worse. But of course, the commentators kept hyping him up.
He said he didn't come here to take part. Said he came here to take over. We didn't know it was going to be at multiple weight classes.
They were obviously rooting for Conor. Their commentary was almost as biased as mine.
So this fool could bend styles, but he can't bend weight classes.
And finally, Nate had enough. And he started teeing off on that fool, like if the price was wrong.
The price is wrong.
So Conor got an idea, and he started trying to intimidate Nate by getting his own face bloodied up. It was brilliant, really. So he tried throwing shots again, hoping that his new appearance would discourage Diaz. Well, he might as well have thrown a shot at proper 12, because Nate was already buzzing. This was one of the most ill-fated moves in all of UFC history.
They become panic grapplers.
But we will all be forever thankful for the memes that it produced.
Oh, you're a wrestler now.
Connor tapped like if he had somewhere to be. And then all of a sudden, the fickle fans started cheering. Everybody was booing him earlier, so he started flexing on those haters. Literally. But he was a gentleman. He went up to McGregor and they squashed it. But Bruce Buffer and Herb Dean thought they were losing their jobs. I don't know why everyone was acting so surprised though. Nate wasn't surprised.
I'm not surprised.
That fool that started banging on Joe Rogan wasn't surprised. But that look of surprise was on McGregor's face throughout that entire post-fight press conference. Even when Diaz started cracking unintentional jokes.
Hold up. I'm warmed up now, so I figured it would probably go somewhere.
And then I thought that McGregor was joking at first when he started talking about BJJ. Like if he actually knew what he was doing.
I looked to pass guard, but he had that high elbow guillotine, so I was forced to roll to my back.
But then I quickly realized that he was being quite serious when he explained the ultimate reason for his loss.
I was simply inefficient with my energy. But I was simply inefficient with my energy. He was just simply more efficient with his energy. He was very efficient with his energy. He was efficient with his energy and I was inefficient. It was simply a battle of energy in there, and he got the better of that, so.
You've got your entanglements, you've got your conscious uncouplings, and now you've got...
I was simply inefficient with my energy.
And after hearing him say this, I had to go back and watch the fight again. Because the first time around, I thought he lost because he was getting socked up. He didn't have any stamina. His punches couldn't phase Nate, and that he got choked. But after watching it the second time, I realized that I was inefficient with my energy by watching it again, because I was clearly right the first time. At the end of the day, Conor was simply not prepared for this fight. You can't fight every single fighter the exact same way, unless your name is Royce Gracie and you only plan on winning until a few other fools learn how to BJJ. And the trash talk that usually gives them the upper hand actually backfired this time. You can't trash talk someone that's dead inside.
Nate, that must get into your head when someone says they're gonna bury you in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Conor, how close are you?
And then he exposed himself when he was trying to act like he knew about Stockton.
Full of snitches in Stockton.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of Stockton in my life.
He knew even less about Stockton than Khabib knew about Oxford.
What is this, Oxford?
And when he saw that Nate wasn't intimidated, it broke him. That fool's gimmick had worn out. A lot like your wallet. If you're still walking around with one of these in your back pocket, then you better hope that you haven't already done permanent damage.
You better hope.
If you haven't switched over to the Ridge wallet, then this is basically you right now. The Ridge wallet is a front pocket wallet that fits up to 12 cards and your cash. I know what you're thinking. What about my coins? Get a backpack, homie. Throw them in there. You could throw in a phone case while you're at it. Hey, this is real life right here. My phone recently got messed up and I can't charge it right here anymore. It doesn't fit. Good thing I got my power bank. The Ridge wallet has over 30,000 5-star reviews, free worldwide shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee if you decide to be inefficient with your energy. Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Tune in next week for the Blockowitz versus Adesanya breakdown. I know it's gonna be old already, but that's why I'm gonna remind you. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. This video was sponsored by the Polish power of wallets, the Ridge wallet. More on that later. Hold on, don't forget to subscribe and like the video. All right, continue. So a lot of people are getting off the hype train, and those aren't even my words.
If you want to hop off the hype train, bro.
Adesanya already knows that the reason he gets away with his shenanigans is because he keeps winning. This time. They say he bends styles. We've seen him bend the truth. He even bends over his opponents. But you can't bend weight classes, homie. And now you're being a bad influence to Dominic Cruz.
I would love to get a charity fight lined up.
You couldn't even beat the fool that's 4.5 pounds more than you. And he's calling out Hans Molenkamp.
He's got 100 pounds on me.
I know what you're thinking. Blanco was probably gained like 20 more pounds after the weigh-in. So Adesanya couldn't get another pizza or what? Everybody gets mad when fighters don't cut enough weight. That supposedly they're unprofessional or whatever. So then how come no one says anything when Adesanya doesn't gain enough weight?
The size played a factor in the 5th round.
That's on you, fool. So he doesn't want to gain any more weight, but he does want to throw his weight around. He's over here putting bottles down, taking off stickers, clowning on Cruz. Of course he's gonna call out Hans. He had no choice. But you did. You decided that the 185 strap wasn't enough. And you got greedy. DC's out here trying to tell people how hard it is.
Shows how difficult it is to be going up in between weight classes trying to become double champion.
Does he have inferior motives? That's not important. Joe Rogan changed the subject anyway.
It's hard to tell because they got masks on.
All right, a few minutes ago, Petr Yan.
But you didn't come here to hear about Monster any more than you watched the press conference for those sound effects.
Win. Defend my belt. Moving up.
Stalls for the
I can imagine of mine. Like those guys. Champion.
Pro momento.
It's a world they call it. It's the first time.
Someone needs to get fired. And someone needs to give the cup check guy a raise. He's over here trying to do his job. And Adesanya's acting up. I can't even watch the fighter and the kid anymore. But then he gets away with that. And then he gets away with being homies with the Paul brothers. The fanboys that are rooting for Adesanya are the same fools that are crying about Jake and Logan fighting. But Adesanya's down with them. Logan Paul's over here praising him right there on the screen. And then you got Adesanya saying that he's a fan of Jake Paul.
Nah, he's a fan. So he got a new fan in me too as well.
How do you feel about that one? If you ever wanted a visual representation of what an Adesanya fan looks like, that's it right there.
9,500.
Is that who you want to be? To Adesanya's credit, I will say that he looks clean now. No matter how hard I look. I just can't seem to find any gyno. Cause I got all my homies with me. It's working. And the same is true for Yan. Paper beats rock, homie. All the games Adesanya plays. You think he would know that? He did his best to offset it with his feints. But then he almost fainted when he got caught slipping in the rear naked choke. Adesanya was simply being inefficient with his energy, which he made even more obvious when he kept throwing kicks with no setup. How you gonna knock out the world champion without even setting it up?
all my homies with me.
He didn't even set it up in his training. Fools get sat down for that nonsense. Literally. By the time they got into the second round, they respected each other a little more. But this is what happens when.
Cause I got all my homies with me.
What's up, fool?
What you looking at?
Take flight, homie.
You throw first. I'm on probation.
That being said, you don't poke fools in the eye if you respect them. You don't ask for title shots either. And Adesanya said it wasn't a poke.
Cause I got all my homies with me.
But then he apologized immediately after. Sorry. That's admitting fault, homie. Never say never. Never disrespect. Never apologize. That's why I never apologize to my lady. Because then she's gonna think I did something wrong. If I don't apologize, then she's like, I guess he didn't do it. Either way, it's hard to act like you're not fighting dirty when you kick him in the groin right after that. To be fair, Yan did cup check him later on, but Herb didn't let it slide because he knew he deserved it. But after all the stalling and dirty fighting, things started to get more interesting. Yan was flying off the cage. Adesanya was clapping those ears.
I clap hard.
And there was finally some groundwork. I'm surprised the biased commentators weren't trying to say that Adesanya was just pulling guard right here and he couldn't bend his way out of that ground control. I didn't even know Yan was a BJJ black belt till I started making this video. You know what else I found out? His nickname is John. John. That's terrifying. And then in the 5th round, I found out that Zayn is also a fan of Adesanya. No, not this Zayn. This Zayn. So now we got Logan Paul, Jake Paul, and Zayn, all fans of Adesanya. And Ariel Helwani, all fans of Adesanya. Do you really want to be in that club? Blink twice if you need help. But my brain went from Zayn to Goldberg with the quickness, because Yan speared that fool.
Oh, that's it. You just got to take him down.
And Adesanya's long legs usually work in his favor because of all the kicking And even more importantly, all the running. And don't even start crying about me calling him a runner, because he even trains for it. But that length was working against him right here.
Just get up.
Because his legs were too long to get the feet on those hips. And while he was struggling with defeat, Jan started dropping that Viking hammer. But Jon Anik must have been watching like a mirror screen or something, because he thought that Adesanya was headbutting Jan's fist.
And Adesanya potentially has done enough to become a simultaneous two-division champion.
But even Jon Anik's biased commentary couldn't fool Dana White. He already knew what was up. And he didn't try to hide how he felt about it either.
There was no 10-8 in that fight.
And Joe Rogan didn't try to hide, not being at all prepared for this interview.
Did it go the way you thought it was going to go?
Really, fool? You thought that he was gonna say that he expected to get glued to the canvas for several minutes and lose the fight. To be fair, Rogan was most likely under the influence of something. Who knows at this point? And I was under the influence of joy, and some people didn't like that. Some people were upset that I was celebrating Jan's victory. Some people went as far as saying that I was being toxic. Are you kidding me? This is me after a fight, and this is Adesanya after a fight. You want to talk about toxic? I'm like the toxic Avenger. To be honest, I didn't even want to make this video, but people kept asking for it, and I come through. I released a video after UFC 259, breaking down an old classic, and everybody was like, who cares? Where's the Adesanya breakdown? It's just not my style to soccer kick fools when they're down. But for my viewers, I'm willing to bend my style, and I'm not really doing any harm. Adesanya's fine right now. He made a lot of money, and he's got people around him that love him, like his roommates.
When I go home and I see Toothless and Millie, they're gonna see me and lick me and they'll still love me.
It's a little bit ironic that Adesanya was holding that puncher's chance after the fight, because him and the fanboys thought that that was all Blachowicz had. They expected a sure victory, and they were loud about it. They underestimated Jan and thought that Adesanya would destroy him. But now that he lost, it's all about that. At least he tried.
Dare to be great. Yeah, like I said, dare to be great. Like I said, dare to be great.
Like I said, dare to be great.
And all these fools that were predicting a knockout are just going along with it. And they're adding me. To be fair, I did post this first. Adesanya, thinking that he could visualize a TKO into existence, lost the unanimous decision to his lazy training methods. I've been trying to tell fools, you're gonna fight the way you train. And that's exactly what Adesanya did. But if you're an Adesanya fan, first of all, what are you doing here? But if you're an Adesanya fan, you don't need to feel bad about the loss, because I guess he actually won the fight.
In another parallel universe, I'm the double champ, and it all went, the way I expected it to.
And he still has a perfect record, like Chael Sonnen and Sean O'Malley.
I've lost many times, but I remain undefeated.
He was in complete control, but simply chose to let this universe play out in a different way.
I even had his chin at one point. I thought, should I go for a guillotine? I was like, nah. Slip it. I'll let that one go.
Even when he was down on the canvas, we misunderstood what we were looking at.
Trust me, I was fresh. He was getting tired.
He said way too many stupid things after the fight for me to specifically focus on. So let me just give you a little compilation.
Honestly, I could have won this fight. Trust me, I can drop these guys. He was tired. I was fresh. And then I rise up again like the phoenix that I am. When you get touched by this guy, you go to sleep. I'm awake. He was getting tired. He did the whole pitter-patter thing because he was just going to steal the round. In another timeline, I beat this guy. I didn't really get outclassed. Did you see me get trapped? I'll have to give you an honest answer another time, if I'm being honest. Did you see me get, held against the fence for long? I like to hit and don't get hit. I'm not worried about getting hit. I just don't like to get hit. I gotta go find someone in the woods who's hanging and get their rope or something. I could sell my entrances to some artists because people always offer me I'll give you this much if you walk out to my song. Because I saw him getting tired. He would trust me, I was fresh. I was just having fun in there. I can handle that Polish thing. But, yeah. Wait, repeat the question? I rambled there for a little bit.
I don't even remember.
At the end of the day, I think Adesanya got what he wanted.
What I've always predicted to do in this game is change the game.
I think Dana White is gonna change the policy regarding switching weight classes. It's just not good for business. You got a solid money maker that looks dominant with a huge fan base and then gets embarrassed overnight. And it's not the first time either. And I realized that Adesanya felt like he had no other options.
Who else am I gonna fight at middleweight?
But what's he gonna do now anyway? He's gonna go back and fight at middleweight. But that's not all he's gonna be doing. A lot of people were talking about the body language and chemistry between him and Megan Anderson at the press conference. And apparently she had an influence on it, because now that fool's gonna be twitching.
I'm getting into Twitch now. I've got a green screen, got a whole Alienware setup.
And I can't even hate on that. He's trying to get paid. And when he starts making that money, he's gonna need a Ridge wallet. Jan Blachowicz already got his. How does it feel, Jan?
Amazing feeling.
I've had mine for a year now. It's been a year. It's the best wallet I've ever had. It holds up to 12 cards. And your cash. I know what you're thinking. I don't even use cash anymore. So then strap in your guitar picks, Q-tips, toilet paper for long trips. The possibilities are endless. How many 5-star ratings do you think it has?
That's a good question.
It's a great question.
Over 30,000. In case you're someone who doesn't like getting robbed. It's RFID blocking, and it comes in several different styles and colors. It comes with free worldwide shipping, and you have 45 days to return it if you have any regrets.
No regrets.
Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Wait, what? Like, the people who actually thought that Ben Askren would win and their reasons for believing so were about as coherent as De La Hoya.
And I'm proud of that.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. And if you don't know by now that this video is sponsored by the Ridge wallet, then that doesn't make any sense, because I just told you. More on that later. Mira, I don't want to tell you that I told you so I'm gonna sing it. I predicted a Jake Paul victory over 2 months ago, and a lot of people didn't like it. I guess Benny was for real when he was hitting the bag. Now Snoop and Loop like Dana White with my money, yeah. People acting like the ref was trying to stop it early. Jake would have beat that fool until his head was no longer curly. Don't get it twisted, I was praying for attritional war, and that Ben would give that fool what he was asking for. But you could see he didn't mind it, he was laughing with bait. She said they're transferring the funds into the Bitcoin today. Mira, I'm not a Jake Paul fan, I say it all the time, but I knew he was gonna win. And we should be happy that he did, because now he's gonna do something even weirder, like fight Dr. Phil.
Are you kidding me?
De La Hoya represents the people rooting for Ben, trying to tell you all the reasons that they thought he would win. But you know that they were placing disbelief in suspension. Now they're sitting next to Oscar cause they need intervention. People that didn't even buy it want their money back, because the lip-syncing performances and slapping was whack. But you just couldn't help yourself because you found it already. You watched the whole 11 hours, now you're trying to forget it. Everybody disrespecting the achievements of Jake. Best losses than McGregor, what is it gonna take? Facts don't care about your feelings, throw the homie a bone. But everybody out here like we're about to call on Tyrone. Triller has a pretty big lawsuit going on right now, because a lot of people streamed the event illegally.
I'm being sued by Jake Paul.
Maybe Dana wasn't lying when he said that they didn't make as much as they were acting like.
They didn't pull those kind of numbers.
But I already got too many viruses on my computer, so I just paid for it. Basically, I paid $50 to watch Coachella from home, and 4 fights. I could have seen more fights if I actually went to Coachella. There were 11 musicians and 4 fighters. And one of the fighters is a musician. When Mario Lopez was talking to supermodel Taylor Hill, I don't know who she is either, during this boxing event, she said, I haven't seen live music in so long, and I've really missed it. You're probably trying to figure out why she was even there. I'm trying to figure out why Mario Lopez was there. She then went on to compare the event with Lollapalooza. Normally at a sporting event, you got the national anthem, and that's it. And during the national anthem, they cut the audio. I read on 4chan that supposedly Triller did it on purpose, because that is slightly offensive to be patriotic. But I don't know. They also tried way too hard to make Snoop Dogg funny. Turned Urkel into a drug dealer against the wishes of his uncle Carl. Hired Pete Davidson because that was the closest they could get to Ariana Grande. Hyped up Max Holiday's brother. Tried to hit that TikTok demo. Had Ric Flair host a slap fight. Brought in Chuck Liddell to take the heat off De La Hoya, but Chuck was straight that night. Had David Spade on the mixer and proved that no one at this boxing event even knew who Marvin Hagler was in the middle of his tribute.
I remember watching Hagler fight. You got any memories about Hagler, Joe?
I'm ready, homie.
That's what I'm talking about. So,
they went on to spend far more time honoring DMX, but not everyone knew who DMX was either. One of the commentators who referred to DMX as a legend said that he passed away a few weeks ago.
He will always be remembered.
At the time of the event, it was 8 days. All this while Jake Paul was playing touch ball backstage.
That might be a pause.
But after his game was over, he grabbed his robot real quick and came out to fight. He was confident from the get and predicted an early knockout, but he loaded his shorts with some bars of soap in case things got dicey. The artist formerly known as the more popular Buffer disrespected Ben Askren by calling him Ben Askew.
Ben Askew!
Which some people believe he was paid to do. By now, you already know how things played out, because it takes me 3 months to make a video and you probably have the internet. Askren got caught with the 1-2, fell asleep upon impact, woke up when he hit the ground, stumbled to the ropes and had to lean on them for support, and had that same dazed look in his eyes as when Masvidal needed him like a doughboy. Grandpa Munster gave him a simple command, but by this point, Ben actually was askew. Jake Paul started crying, and his homies were trying to tell him to get up because of secondhand embarrassment and whatnot. They were trying to tell him that it really wasn't that big of a victory, but you see, they had it twisted. Jake Paul wasn't crying just because he won. He was crying because at that moment, he realized that he was gonna have to fight an actual boxer now, and De La Hoya's gonna be ready to go in July.
I don't care who it is.
Snoop Dogg started asking for the stimmy.
Give me my $2 million.
Pete Davidson remembered all the papas he was talking about Jake Paul. And Ben and his lady went to go check the Bitcoin. I want to address something right here. I'm not one of those fools who thinks that Ben threw the fight. When I see something like that, I call it out. But I just don't think that that was the case right here. I think he's happy he got that money. I think he's real happy. But I don't think he threw the fight. I think what happened, aside from him ultimately not caring about winning, and Jake Paul being hungry and desperately wanting to win, was that he never allowed himself to go into that flow state. He was determined to do nothing but tie up with him and get him tired. All he wanted to do was stalk him and hug him, and that always ends in defeat or a restraining order. You can't go into a fight only trying to do one thing over and over again, especially if your opponent knows what that is. It's like Connor with the left hand, or Adesanya running. After a while, fools are gonna catch on, and he got caught. One of the most disappointing things for me was there was no call out at the end. I was waiting for the papas, you know, and for that next big drama show to get started, but it never happened. He was just celebrating with his brother, Logan Paul, which was nice, because Logan never gets to celebrate in the ring. But I think it was a smart move that he didn't call anyone out, because now we get to see the whole thing unravel over time. And then everyone will complain about how terrible and embarrassing it is right before they illegally stream it. But I get it, because people work hard for their money, and that's why they should protect it with a Ridge wallet. Are you seeing this? It's like your own little armored bank, and you don't have to have that awkward small talk with Melissa. The Ridge wallet holds up to 12 cards and your cash. I know what you're thinking. What about my Bitcoin? I don't know. Maybe the Easter Bunny could hold it for you. People have been turning their backs on their old wallets quicker than they turned on Wei Lee. And since you bring up backs, stop destroying yours! The Ridge wallet is a front pocket wallet. Basically, the back pocket is worthless unless you're talking about these adorable children. And don't even think about putting a traditional wallet in your front pocket unless you want to be mobbing around like Swollen or Conor McGregor. That's what I did, and now I could never go back to Legoland. Some people are hesitant because they saw Chael talking about it, and they know they can't trust his pigs. Hey, even a broken clock is right at 5 o'clock somewhere. So don't have a cow in your back pocket. Get the Ridge wallet. Go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO to save 10% off. I will be remiss if I didn't talk about UFC 261, as it was the most exciting card of the year. And I have not yet hit the 10-minute mark. Every fight on the main card had an early finish, but even the prelims were exciting. Everyone trying to make a name for themselves. The prelims are kind of like college sports. They're hungry. They're not making that money, and it makes you feel like a good person for actually watching it. But I know that not everybody's good here. because I read the comments. So let's talk about the main card. I have to admit that I was sleeping on Anthony Smith, but so was Jimmy Cruz's leg. You know how when you sit on your leg too long and then it falls asleep and then it tickles real bad when you try to get up? Imagine having to fight right after. I got into a fight one time with Marilena when my leg was asleep, and even the verbal confrontation was difficult. Amazingly, he made it till the end of the round, but then he TKO'd himself when he was trying to show the doctor how hard he was. He got mad when the doctor stopped it, but that fool said that he didn't have a leg to stand on. Speaking of not having a leg to stand on,
It ain't right.
I want to remind you that I called it during the Mexican Fight Companion. I don't know why, like I feel like I could see someone losing by like DQ tonight. I said that I had a feeling that some crazy stuff was gonna happen and that some of the fights will end up with weird injuries. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, isn't it obvious that some fights would end with injuries? Isn't that like when a psychic says, you've experienced great pain in your life, haven't you? I see your point, but you had to be there.
I'm looking at body language right now. I'm taking in.
The very first strike of the match was a leg kick from Weidman, and not to be outdone by Jimmy Cruz. Weidman TKO'd himself as well.
It's normal.
If his leg had wrapped around Uriah Hall's leg any further, he would have been able to drag him like Scorpion.
Get over here!
It is ironic that it happened to him after he did the same thing to Silva.
We were talking about Alanis Morissette earlier. That isn't it ironic? Your leg is gonna break today. Remember we were talking about that? Had too much power. Had too much power under the beanie.
But the most shocking thing is that Joe Rogan didn't try to interview him when he was on the stretcher, because he's just interviewing everybody again. Supposedly Jake Paul called out Weidman for his next boxing match as they were carrying him by on the stretcher, but nothing has been confirmed yet. Valentina came into the fight like she had a chip on her shoulder, and nothing goes better with chips than Valentina. She didn't just plan to win. She made it a point to beat Andrade at her own game. Andrade kept talking about how she was gonna be aggressive and take her down. She didn't take her down once. The only thing Andrade took down was notes. It was Valentina that had 7 takedowns, 82% striking accuracy, and the full attention of UFC president Dana White.
You like popsicles?
Rose vs. Weili made me go to a split decision. I'm a big fan of both of them, but I had to choose. But once the fight started, I think my true colors shined through.
She won! She went down like Ben Askren. Feel these thorns real quick. I said Rose has that IQ. Rose is dedicated. She shaved her head.
I did feel bad for Weili from the get because people were already booing her. She had gotten used to people loving her and rooting for her, and you could see the confusion on her face. But you gotta remember that Andrade and young J-Chick are annoying, so it's easy to root against them. And everybody loves Rose. Maybe not like Pat Barry, but still. Mira, everybody thinks that it was the kick that beat Weili. Chale, it was the eyes.
The eyes, chico. They never lie.
They lied! Rose was looking down so that she could trick Weili. So Weili was expecting that low kick, and Rose never looked at her dome. She came at her like Bloodsport. Weili folded like Stipe Muchacho, but then she still went off on Keith Peterson.
My experience of him was smelling like he had been out all night the night before, like cigarettes and alcohol.
Shout out to MMA World for making that. That was funny. I've never understood the whole Scarface thing with Masvidal. It's like he hasn't seen the end of the movie. They did him like Phoebe Buffet.
That's when my mother would shut off the TV and say the end.
My pick for weeks and weeks was Usman.
I think it's gonna be Usman. Like, no doubt, I think it's gonna be Usman.
But then at the last second, I changed it.
Masvidal's gonna win. Mystic Jesse is alive and well tonight.
I had that deja vu. I remember being just as confident that Ben Askren would be Masvidal back in the day.
Masvidal is going to get manhandled right now. Let's see it.
And then Masvidal came out with that same look on his face. Like, if he knew something that I didn't. So I made a last second adjustment, but I wasn't the only one. Usman had been making adjustments as well. By the end of the first round, he was looking sloppy and frustrated. And I was thinking that I had made the right choice. in changing my pick. But then round 2 came around, and Usman dehydrated that fool. He gave him that instant weight cut. Masvidal said after the fight that he felt like half the man he was before, because that Usman beat all the water out of him. Because that half the human body is water, and that the other half is corn. Hey, corn is in everything. I don't know if there's anyone that could beat Usman right now, as much as they might want to. Hey, Usman, there's a lot of people I respect, but I respect you. If you would like to help me keep making videos, then please consider joining my Patreon or YouTube membership. Links down below. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. I'll see you in another 3 months. Look and listen. Stop, look and listen, baby. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA. I forgot how to make a video. All right. What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? My name is Jess. Stupid chair. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA. Man, this is why I stopped doing this. This is why I stopped doing these videos. Mira, I don't want to tell you that I told you so. I'm trying to figure out why my stalking and hugging, and that always ends in a restraining order. People have been turning their backs on their old wallets quicker than they turned on Wei Li. That was way too much noise. And don't even think about putting a traditional wallet in your front pocket unless you want to be mobbing around like Swollen. And don't even think about putting a traditional wallet in your front pocket unless you want to be mobbing around like Swollen. And don't even think about putting a so don't have a cow in your pocket. So don't have a cow. I will be remiss if I didn't talk about UFC 261, as it was the most exciting. He got mad when the doctor stopped it, but that fool said, that's a hard name to say. Phoebe Buffet, Phoebe Buffet, Phoebe Buffet, Phoebe Buffet. You have to go Phoebe Buffet, Phoebe Buffet. They did him like Phoebe. They did him like Phoebe Buffet. The human body is like half corn. Hey, listen. Lick it. What the? I didn't want to make a video about this. Well, I didn't want to make a video about this because I feel like at this point, everybody has already said everything that needs to be said. Except they're saying the wrong thing. Logan Paul did not win that fight. My guy DC. Right after the fight, Daniel Gomez on Twitter saying something like that it's not a good look for Mayweather, that he couldn't put Logan out or something like that. For real, DC, like that? You're over here trying to get a fight with his little brother, and now you're taking sides? Never take sides with the Paul family. I know people are probably scratching their beanies right now, saying, hey fool, haven't you made like 4 videos already about Jake Paul, and then we get mad and we act like that we don't want to watch him because we don't like Jake Paul, we don't want him in the community, and then you keep making videos about it because it's supposedly you're trying to get views and whatnot. And isn't that antithetical to what a YouTuber is supposed to do? YouTubers aren't supposed to get views and worry about their analytics. YouTubers are just supposed to have fun and make videos about stuff that people don't want to click on, right? Well, I will have to say I'm a little bit confused by the way you worded that question. But yeah, I should be making videos about Jake Paul. It's good for my channel. Yeah, so I'm going to be capitalizing on this stuff, all right? I'm going to make videos about it. But I'm also going to call out the truth when I see it. I don't work for anybody. I don't work for Bloody Elbow, MSBN's Fighting, ESPN. They're not in my pocket. They didn't want to call me back. So maybe I'll make the videos about it, all right? Maybe I'll make predictions. Maybe, you already know this, that's my chair, don't trip. Maybe I'll be making predictions and whatnot. Maybe I'll have some fun with theories and things that I want to see play out in the future. But I'm an MMA truther, all right? I've already declared that. And Daniel Comed disappointed me. I'll be making videos about these fools, but I'm not going to be rooting for them just because that's what the masses are doing. DC's flip-flopping again. Just like when he said he was going to retire, and I was happy. I thought he was going to go out like a king, and then he went back on his word, and he lost. He's flip-flopping again. That fool flip-flops more than my chanclas. I thought I wasn't recording right now. I almost cried. DC didn't go that hard, so I don't want to go that hard on him. But I feel like he helped to create a narrative on Twitter when he said something like that it wasn't a good look for Floyd because that he allowed Logan to go the 8 rounds with him. Hey, DC, did you actually watch the fight? Or were you over there watching basketball with Ariel? Mira, I've never been a Mayweather fan. And if you've been with this channel for any amount of time, you understand that. Go look at my older videos. I've been clowning on that fool from the get. I don't like that fool. But anybody that watched that fight, whether you paid the $50 or you watched the fuzzy stream on Reddit, could see that Mayweather carried that fool. And if you don't see that, then you're one of the fools that doesn't realize that Mayweather carried McGregor also. Mayweather carried Logan Paul and Conor McGregor like one of his little backpacks full of money. Because that's all they are to him. And look, I'm not going to say nothing right here set in stone. I'm not going to make any black and white declarations. I'm going to throw something out there that, you know what, it's not even my idea. It's not even my idea. I read it on a forum somewhere. But I'm going to say this thing that I read somewhere on a forum. That, you know, look, a lot of people are saying that Floyd's a gambling man. You know, a lot of people are saying that he has problems. I never said nothing like that, but I read forums, you know? And I saw on a forum one time that because he has these problems that we often hear about, and let's say that maybe that someone said on a forum that I read and I never had this thought in my own brain, but that I just read it, that maybe Floyd wanted to bet on himself, you know? That maybe he wanted to play some bets out there in the universe, and maybe Floyd was like, you know what, this fool's big, this fool's strong. Maybe I can't pinpoint what round I would knock him out in exactly because maybe he has a chin, maybe. But you know what I do know that I could do? If I did read this on a forum somewhere and I never came up with this in my own elaborate mind, then maybe he would think that, you know what, maybe I don't know exactly what round I could knock him out in, but what I do know is that I could take him to the distance. I do know that. I could Philly roll that fool all night long. So then maybe that Floyd, you know, if I read it somewhere on a forum after the fight and I never thought about this in my own self, that maybe he wanted to bet against for himself and he didn't know when he could put the money on that he would knock him out in what round win, but that he knew that he could take him the distance. That's business. What's he say that he's a business man like that? And it's the same thing that Khabib said when he beat McGregor. He was like, hey, I don't want to beat him with like a flash knockout or something like that. I don't want to elbow that fool in the dome and then people be like, oh, it was an accident. He was like, I wanted to take him into deep waters. I wanted to punish him. I wanted to submit him so that there will be no questions. I wanted people to see that it wasn't just luck. All right. And that's the same thing that Mayweather did with McGregor and with Logan Paul. He gave him a whole 8 rounds to knock him out. Did you see that one part where he was swinging at him like if Mayweather was just a heavy bag? Mayweather was just standing there like this. Logan was giving him all that he had and it wasn't enough. And then that fool Chael Sonnen, Charles Sonnen made a video saying something like that Logan Paul won. It's bad enough that fool's already selling his viewers fake Ridge wallets off of Alibaba. And now this? Look, let me tell you something. All right, let me tell you something. Who landed more punches? And who avoided more punches? I'm not even gonna say no names. I'm not gonna say no names. I'm just gonna say who landed more punches and who avoided more punches. That's probably gonna be the winner because it's a boxing match, right? Was it boxing or was it? No, it was boxing. All right, that's your winner. I'm not even gonna look at the names. I'm not even gonna look at the stats. You tell me. You do the math. All right? You do the math. Who got more punches landed and who avoided more? It doesn't even matter who avoided more, by the way. But that's just our human nature kicking in, being like, oh yeah, that fool is embarrassing. He threw like way too many punches and didn't land them. Doesn't that work in the favor of the one that avoided them? Since when do we count how many punches somebody threw and be like, hey, that's impressive. He threw 30,000 punches in that fight. Well, how many landed? I don't know, like 3. But he threw 30,000. That's crazy, right? Hey, Chael, you just single-handedly redefined how the science of boxing is supposed to work with one video, with one 9-minute and 52-second video. Congratulations. Look, I'm gonna say it like this. I am 100%, I'm gonna say 110%, because a lot of people like to say there's no such thing, but there's no truths anymore. So you can say, I say 350%. You can say whatever you want now. 411%. I like the Paul brothers fighting. I'm gonna say it, all right? You might get mad at it, but I like it. I like them fighting because I think it's a freak show, and I like freak shows. I like the Paul brothers fighting. 587%. I want to see it. I'm all in. I know a lot of the boxing Puritans, they're not for it. They're not with it. That's all right. I understand it. I respect it too, but I like to see the freak show. I like to see the crazy stuff, unexpected. I'm a WWF fan at heart, all right? I'm still a little kid right here. I got to admit it. And when you put that with the world of people actually getting hurt in real life, that's what I want to see. But I'm not going to lie for those fools, all right? I didn't even do it for my Tío Beto. And now he's doing Fight to 10. And my Tío won't talk to me. But that's okay. I got integrity and immunity. Look, I don't remember the numbers. I don't care. But I'm just going to tell you this. You could go look at the numbers and do the math yourself. All right? Logan threw way more, landed way less. Mayweather threw way less, landed way more. Now, unless the rules of boxing have changed when I wasn't paying attention, I think it's obvious who won. Now, there is one little narrative to explore left. If you want to say, all right, look it, hey Jesse, we're with you. We like to watch the freak show. We want to see the brothers keep fighting so that they could end up fighting like Oprah or something crazy like that. Like we're here for it. We want to build up Logan, make it sound like he did a good job so that there's justification for him to fight again. I'm with you now. I'm with you now because I want to see it. I want to stream it. I want to predict it. All right. If you're trying to build them up just because you want to have a reason to see him in the ring again, because if he lost and he got embarrassed and he's a fool and all that, then all right, then it's like we don't want to see him no more. But nobody wants that. Whether you want to admit it or not, nobody wants that because, hey, you act like you're all righteous and everything because you didn't buy it. Hey, you know what? It takes way more work to find the working link on Reddit than to just buy the fight. If you stream the fight illegally, that was way more legwork than just paying the $50, homie. So joke's on you. I'm not Lou Thomas, all right? I'm not Ariel. I'm not DC. I'm not True Gordo. I'm not none of those fools. So I'm not going to go into all the analytical nature and stuff like that. I said my piece. If you want to go get into all that stuff with it, you could go check out those vatos. But I'm telling you, as an MMA truther, and I guess / boxing truther, whatever, I'm just giving you a little piece of my dome right here, a little piece of my beanie. I just want you to know what I got brewing under here because I feel like there's some stuff, as always, that's not being said. And I believe that's exactly why you're here because you know this is where you're going to get it, homie. I want to leave you with one more little nugget right here. I'll probably put it somewhere so you can click on it. I don't know. But I put in a previous video that Logan Paul was going to fight Mayweather and that if Logan Paul won, like the majority seem to think right now, that he's going to be thought of as the greatest boxer of all time because of boxing, that he's gonna be thought of per boxing mat of the greatest fighter of all time, the greatest boxer of all time, because that he beat the best boxer of all time, and that's how everybody's minds work today. Every time someone wins, they're the GOAT, you know. So that's I'm just gonna accept it for my narrative. If Logan Paul beat Floyd Mayweather, that Logan Paul will be seen as the greatest boxer of all time. And what would that set up? What'd I say? You gotta go watch the video. Now I'm gonna tell you right now because I don't get down like that. I said that Logan Paul will be seen as the greatest boxer of all time so that he could fight his brother, Jake Paul. And that will set up the biggest boxing match of all time. Imagine those two fools fighting each other. Dana White's over here talking about Amanda Nunes fighting Kim Kardashian. Hey, Dana White still thinks that people care about Kim that much? I said that he will set up a fight with his own brother, Jake Paul, because I said this was Jake Paul's year. I said it. I declared it. And now it's coming to fruition. I told you now he's going to be fighting Tyrone. And I called that too. Am I over? You gotta call on Tyrone. Remember, did you see that video? I've been calling all of it. I called that one too in the last video. You didn't see it or what? I'm gonna go right now. I'm gonna stop the video so that you can watch all my other videos because I feel like you're missing stuff. I've been calling this stuff. Mystic Jesse has been hard at work. I've been laying out my predictions and I feel like YouTube isn't letting you know. So go watch it right now. Go scope them out. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. I know what you're thinking. Slow day in the MMA world? Yes, but that's not why I'm making this video. I know what else you're thinking. Grandmaster, why are you shooting these on your Samsung Potato SG1? Hey, first of all, you're talking papas, fool. Literally. And B, it's not even a potato, homie. It's the FaceTime HD built-in camera. Just imagine that you're like FaceTiming one of your friends because of the virus and whatnot. And look, it's like we're in the same place. Mira, I would never replace Hulk Hogan with the Incredible Hulk. Hulk Hogan has a very special place on my piano. But I will also never replace the Incredible Hulk with Hulk Hogan. The Incredible Hulk has a very special place on my frustration ball. But the spotlight today is gonna be on the Incredible Hulk. I'm just making a video to let you know that the Incredible Hulk TV series just started a YouTube channel. Not a sponsor. This is one of my favorite things to watch when I was a little kid. I remember I used to tell my tío Beto, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. And I wouldn't turn green or nothing, but when I would get mad at him, I would lick his toothbrush. Now that I think about it, it probably hurt me more than it hurt him. I have to take a breather now. But I always wondered why the Hulk would turn green. Was he jealous? Was he ignorant? Was he insatiable? Nah. Stan Lee actually wanted him to be gray, but they had an ink problem. So they just worked it into the storyline and acted like it was about radiation or whatever. But that's irregular, because you don't care about skin color. And I respect that. And that's why I'm willing to show you my tan. But what I care about is one of the Hulk's more concerning characteristics. That fool couldn't just morph like a Power Ranger or switch out his chonies real quick like Superman. He always had to take a beating first or be like right on the verge of death before he could finally salve out. Kind of like Tony Ferguson. I said I would stop. I said I would stop. Imagine being a superhero and not being able to use your superpower. It's like Marilena not letting me get on that only feet. I told her, how about just the pinky toe? And for real? She turned a little bit green. But the Hulk has a lot more patience than my lady. It's like if he was trained by Mr. Miyagi or something. Miyagi used to say, fighting always last answer to problem. I know what you're thinking. That's a weird crossover. How would the Hulk know Mr. Miyagi? I don't know. Maybe the same way he knows Sensei Kreese. It's the extended universe, homie. But it's probably a good thing that he can't just Hulk out on command, you know? I know that if it were me, I would probably abuse it. I had to get rid of my bow staff because my neighbors kept parking in front of my house and I would be in the grass spinning it like this. But I actually respect that he doesn't use any weapons. He's low maintenance, like Marilena. That's a compliment. And that's why he's my favorite Hulk. All he needed was a can of paint and a wig, like my tia. The scariest thing about the Hulk today is how long it takes to animate. This Hulk's transformation is in and out with the quickness. If your transformation lasts for more than 4 hours, get some paint thinner. This was truly the golden age of the Incredible Hulk. The Hulk today, matter of fact, all the superheroes today, they're always trying to save the whole world while everybody in their own neighborhood is dying. It's like when my mom would send money to the starving kids, but then I couldn't even get a Lunchable. What's that on? The Hulk from back in the day was saving kids from abusive homes, stopping baby thieves, landing airplanes, showing love to lonely women, and putting gorillas in their place when they wouldn't quit monkeying around. The ironic thing? They almost did him like Harambe. Everybody's against him, and nobody wants to help him. Maybe if they just knew that a boy was being beaten.
There's a boy back there being beaten. I know.
Oh, I can't blame him for being so aggressive when he finally goes into beast mode. That fool breaks more stuff than Steven Seagal. And now that you mention it, you thought Steven Seagal was all hard with that ball? Look at this vato. He don't play. I knew from the moment I saw him rocking the brown Cortezes. To be honest, that's probably why he's always having to run from the law. Look at this. And tell me how much running you think I've had to do in mine. And now imagine if they were brown. They assume that he's up to no good. because of the color of his Nikes. They're intimidated by him because they think that he's scary and that he's ugly. To make it even worse, he felt the same way. He didn't like who he saw in the mirror, and my heart broke for him. I wish that he could have been around in 2021 because that supposedly everybody's beautiful now. I'm gonna put the link down below so that you could go watch the Incredible Hulk YouTube channel and all the free videos, and so that hopefully they won't sue me. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been very supportive in the comment section regarding my new low budget format that I'm doing for the time being. And if you're one of the fools that's been complaining and saying, I want the edits, what is this? Then I would like all of you fools to get together and form a company, and then you could hire me to make the kind of videos that you like. And until then, you could probably shut your mouth. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. As Conor McGregor cruises the streets of Cali, contemplating his next move. I already figured it out for him. He needs to finish up that trilogy that he keeps running away from. Literally. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I know what you're thinking. Why are you making this video right now? Right after the broken leg? Just leave that fool alone for a little bit. I had already been working on this video before the Poirier fight. I can't just scrap it now. I'm trying to get those rounds in. Plus, it makes more sense to talk about this fight and a trilogy instead of Poirier and McGregor Part 4, because you can't sell that anymore. Everybody knows who's gonna win every single time. And Poirier wants that strap. With Diaz and McGregor, right there you got two fools that can't win fights anymore, but people will still buy that one. Give me two. Today's comment question: who will win the trilogy match between Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz?
That's a stupid question, dude.
After Conor McGregor was exposed at UFC 196, Nate Diaz agreed to give that fool another red panty night. Oh, that's right. You see a lot of people get it twisted, and they think that it was Conor that was giving Nate the red panty night. But when you look at it closely, you'll see that it was actually McGregor who was wearing the red panties. Caught that fool slipping. That fool was out there repping the red panties like the Zodiac. It's like he wanted to get caught. I was able to crack that code, homie. Because of the, yeah, I forgot to talk about this in the first video, and it kept me up at night. Do you have to go pee again? No. Then what's bothering you? I forgot to talk about McGregor's red panties. You can't sleep because you're thinking about McGregor's panties? No. Well, yeah, but not like that. Well, he'll probably still have them in the morning. Go to sleep. I'm just gonna have to make another video. Another video? It's always another video. Where are you going? Well, now I have to go pee. I was inefficient with my energy. That's on me. But today, I come correct. Even after McGregor's humiliating loss to Diaz, he still hadn't learned a thing about respect. He didn't respect Dana. He didn't respect Nate.
Once again, Conor McGregor is not here.
It's rude.
And worst of all, he didn't even respect David Copperfield.
He has to start respecting people's time, man. Mine, theirs, David Copperfield's, everybody's.
Well, he actually showed a lack of respect for himself by falsely claiming that Nate was too big. Nate's not even a real welterweight. He fought at lightweight way more.
I fought 155 pounds in my whole career, so.
The only reason he could even make welterweight is because vegans eat too much bread. You gotta remember that vegans must not live by bread alone, because that they also have soy. But then that fool's gonna be a soy boy. So, but Nate wasn't even tripping about it because he understands the game.
I don't know how all of a sudden became this monstrous heavyweight against Conor McGregor. Just because I want to fight.
But like always, Conor was taking everything that Nate had worked for, and all they cared about was Conor being late.
Dana, if Conor doesn't show up to this press conference, will there be any repercussions?
He's showing up. He's en route.
Very good.
In his defense, he was only late because he was trying to find a smaller shirt. Well, he had to settle for a medium, but Nate wasn't willing to make up for that time that Conor had wasted. So he dipped. And they started doing that bottle challenge before it was cool. They were doing it before it made Sensei Seth a viral sensation. Sensational Sensei Seth. Most people's takeaway from this is McGregor's hilarious throwing form, which predated his Dallas Cowboys incident, and which proves to us that McGregor does not improve over time in any aspect of life.
Your wife is in me DMs, hey baby!
But my takeaway was that he was crazy enough to take Glover's can. Imagine what Glover would do to that fool. I mean, he didn't do it to Rumble, but he would do it to McGregor. Conor's always in enough trouble as it is for touching people's cans without their consent. And now he's pulling this, and then he has to go and get racial.
He's a big, slow Mexican. Beanbag.
You could have called him a punching bag. You could have called him a training dummy. But you went full bean. Never go full bean. But what's even more interesting to me is the Dylan Dennis conundrum. Conor was landing leg kicks early, and they were starting to take effect, which led to Nate deciding to pull guard. But Conor didn't want none. It's always Dylan Dennis this and Dylan Dennis that.
Got the mindset, he's got my mindset, he's like a protege.
But then when it was go time, he said, Chale. Clearly it was nothing but photo ops. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And Conor was hoping that those words will say that he's really good at BJJ. But if a picture's worth 1,000 words, then a video's worth at least like 1,500. And this video was telling me that Conor didn't even want to fight at all. I understand that martial arts training will tell you to walk away from a fight and whatnot, but that probably doesn't apply when you're on the pay-per-view, homie. But when Conor did fight, I have to admit that Nate always seemed to be a step behind. And then he made the mistake of trying to step through Big John McCartney. It was like when you try to go to a part on the map that you haven't unlocked yet. So Nate realized that he needed to step his game up, and he decided to pull guard again. Well, he was learning that he was gonna have to jump into it if he really wanted to get it, because McGregor wasn't that confident working inside the guard yet. That Dylan Dennis had barely showed him how to do that one move, like when my dog has worms. On top of that, Conor was already winded and breathing through his mouth.
Conor's still breathing heavy, Mike.
To be fair, I am also a mouth breather. It's obviously more efficient. You get a lot more air. Like, think of the circumference of your two nose holes and then of your mouth hole. But even though McGregor is taking in all of this additional air, when they pulls guard again, Conor still wants to let him up. The level of disrespect for Dennis is unavoidable. But Conor is simply more comfortable when he's throwing those hands. What was uncomfortable for him was when he realized that those hands didn't have the same effect on Nate as they did in the featherweight division. He was landing shots that usually put smaller fools down, but Nate's just built different. That fool came packed with a little more sand, you know? Conor's wearing down a little, and he realizes that he's gonna need to dig deep to go the distance. So he starts working on his cardio right in the middle of the fight. But his run is cut short when Nate puts him on the fence, which is ironic because Conor has a decision to make. Keep it standing up, even though his shots aren't effective, and Nate keeps coming forward, or go for the takedown, even though that's how we got exposed the last time.
I don't live to live, homie.
Or you could just get saved by the bell. If the fight still had no time limits, which should have never changed, this would be a much different video. But the reality is that the fight went on, and both of these men continued doing what they do best. McGregor ran, and Diaz pointed and laughed. And I continued trying to break it down. But you'll never guess what happened next. Young Jamie was there again. I'm over here trying to be all professional and take aerial spot at ESPN. And this fool's trying to torpedo. At least he wasn't making all those dumb faces this time. I think Joe Rogan told him trucha. And I think McGregor's coach told him the same thing. That fool wouldn't stop running. I thought he was trying to get elected for something. After a while, Nate got sick of it. And he slapped that fool. And it wasn't even really like fighting at this point. It was more like a moment of correction.
Why did you make me do this?
It was like if Conor was in trouble or something, which he was. Nate almost finished him. But Conor got saved by the bell again. Conor gets saved by the bell more than Mario Lopez. For Nate, this fourth round was like all psychological. That fool came out like that one scene from The Shining. He was trying to make Conor freak out like that little kid. But Conor wasn't really that concerned until Nate put him against the fence and tried to take him down. Conor was determined to do everything that he possibly could to make sure that he wouldn't have to use anything that Dylan Dennis taught him. And he succeeded. And Nate was like, hey fool, if you don't want to go to the ground, then I'll just go by myself. But Nate's corner was over it already. They weren't focused on going to the ground anymore. They wanted to capitalize on McGregor's flat feet.
He's flat-footed, so look for land the two.
Have you ever noticed that fool has those Fred Flintstone feet? So Nate tried to stand with him, but he was still one step behind Conor. Literally, Conor kept running away from him. And with feet like that, he was able to cover more distance with each stride. He was trying to yabba dabba do what he thought was the right thing. And he continued to try to walk away from the fight. And then when he wasn't running, he was trying to hug him. It was like that one video where the cop is hugging that guy with a knife. He had the right to remain hugged. I myself have won a fight by hugging. I know what you're thinking. Grandmaster, that's anecdotal. I know what else you're thinking. This was a fight with Marilena, wasn't it? And I'm not gonna dignify that with a response. Having said that, as I have mentioned before, I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I'll fight for love in the same way that Conor fights for a paycheck. And if you're a Conor fanboy and you're mad that I said that, then you should realize that it's actually a compliment. Because if he's not just fighting for a paycheck, then what's his excuse for not being a good fighter anymore? Aside from no longer being a weight bully.
I was injured going into the fight.
Oh yeah, he added that one now too. That fool's just punching a time card and trying to get home in time for 2.5 men. He was looking at the clock more than me when I'm trying to make sure my video is at least 10 minutes long. And he paid for it when they caught him slipping with the Diashi Harai. But that's alright, because that fool had already been elected to win, having been predestined according to the plan of him who works out everything in conformity with the purpose of his will. Of course, I'm talking about Dana White. And even though I'm a semi-Pelagian, Dana White power is very real. Even Joe Rogan was all happy when he peeked at Bruce Buffer's cards and saw that they were giving it to Conor. But they couldn't phase Nate because he already knows how they get down.
I'm too real for this sport.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You guys came through on the last video and it really made a difference. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. Michael Scott versus Dwight Schrute. It's not as straightforward as you might think. Now I know it's already the accepted narrative that Michael won that fight.
You talking to me?
And I'm not hating. Michael Scott is like my favorite television character of all time, besides Curly.
You see that?
But you don't come here for me to be a fanboy. You're here for the truth about what really happened. Let me break it down for you. What's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. And you already know that this video is sponsored by... That's right, the Ridge Wallet. I hear you. More on that later. Today's comment question: who is your least favorite Office character?
I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
Mira, if you're out there trying to talk about the fight without taking the whole episode into consideration, then what you're doing is spreading misinformation, and YouTube's gonna shut you down.
It definitely is a policy violation.
And if you were watching The Office reruns on Netflix for years, like I was, then you were missing some very important scenes and plot points. While I was doing my research for this video, I realized that I was missing out on extra footage this whole time. If you're watching the show on the free version of Peacock right now, like I recently was, you'll get the same versions that were on Netflix. But if you upgrade to the paid version, then you'll get the Superfan episodes, which has the footage that was cut out for time. I know what you're thinking. Is this video sponsored by Peacock or what? No, I just told you it's sponsored by the Ridge Wallet. More on that later. I'm just telling you all of this because I don't want you to go watch the free episode after and be like, that fool's talking about stuff that's not even in the episode. You see, when you watch the whole thing, you'll realize that the dojo fight was simply the climax of 4 different things that were already going on before that. Dwight is often the butt of jokes, pranks, and general mistreatment. Well, you could only push a man so far for so long. And in this episode, Dwight decided to fight back, literally. From the moment he walked into the office, he was set up to fail.
Who moved my desk?
I know a lot of people think of Jim as like the sweetheart of the office or whatever, but I can't stand that fool. When he's not trying to steal your girl, which he tries to do pretty often, he's stealing your desk and putting it in the bathroom. And he obviously thought that this was funny.
Colder.
But Dwight is not a fan of potty humor, and I don't blame him. Nobody likes going to the bathroom at work. It's too intimate. I've been with Marilena since I had a MySpace, and I won't even go pee without running the shower. That's how you keep it spicy. But there was nothing left to the imagination here. Dwight was elbow to elbow with the urinals. He probably could have won without even leaving his chair. But the disrespect doesn't end with Jim's shenanigans. His emotionally unavailable sensei only adds to his frustration. Dwight called him, probably for some advice about the bathroom situation, which you should be able to do with your sensei. But he didn't even recognize Dwight's voice.
Hello, it's Senpai. Dwight.
Which is like a double insult, because Dwight even learned how to talk in Chinese for that fool.
Arigato gozaimashita.
I learned how to count to 10 when I went undercover to study judo, but I didn't learn pleasantries. However, there was nothing pleasant about this conversation. His sensei cut him off with the quickness, setting Jim up to start clowning on him again.
Is that your mom?
Dwight was angry, and although he's usually very good at repressing it, someone kept nudging at him to let it out.
Bite, 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 bite.
You don't need to watch very many episodes to see that Jim Halper pulls more pranks than David Dobrik. And now that you mentioned David Dobrik, separated at birth or what? Jim is like one of those jocks that peaked in high school. I'm surprised he didn't show up to work with a Letterman jacket. Nah, he doesn't do that. But he'll do this.
It's better.
You see, he finds what he considers to be an easy target, and he puts their stuff in vending machines, ruins their exercise. He even turns Asian just to freak them out. Not that Asians freak people out. Watch the whole episode. Jim would never try that stuff on Roy or Daryl. What's ironic is when one of them tried something on him, guess who came to his rescue?
Pam, please call security.
But Jim is a bitter individual, and he resents his life. He thought he was gonna be making that paper, doing something in sports, but he's selling paper. And guess who does it better than he does?
Yes! Woo! Woo!
Jim is unconsciously jealous of Dwight for being far superior at something that Jim doesn't even want to do. So not only does Jim pick on Dwight and fuel his anger, he then goes on to misdirect it and piss him against another unassuming individual.
I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Michael Scott is endearing, lovable, and a great ice skater, but that fool's insecure, and insecure people constantly feel like they have to let everybody know how tough they are. So Jim got Dwight to talk about his fighting prowess, knowing that Michael was within earshot.
Michael, could you beat up Michael?
Yeah.
And Michael took the bait.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
Michael's his boss, and he knows how much Dwight looks up to him. He should have just let it go. But Michael was having a bad day himself. He had a lot of work to do that day, and he was trying to procrastinate. So he started flexing his own fighting capabilities.
I'd beat up black belts.
So Dwight clapped back.
My motto, never say die.
You just said it. You just
No,
said it.
that's not how I meant it.
You said it.
Shut up, Dwight.
Dwight was already angry, and Michael was already insecure. And you know Jim's trying to instigate.
I call it the perfect storm.
It wasn't enough that Michael disrespected Dwight's rank.
Dwight's a purple belt, so.
So?
He followed up with a rear fully clothed choke when Dwight was trying to work. You gotta be real insecure to choke someone that's not even posing a threat.
There's a lot of violence in me, for sure.
But Jim's all for it. You already know he don't want that smoke.
Just got a manicure, so.
He's trying to blow it Dwight's way.
Just have Dwight punch you.
Well, Michael's insecurity makes him want to go after that big tuna. He doesn't feel like Dwight's gonna do anything for his street cred. But Dwight's his only option. Jim ain't gonna step up. Dwight throws the 1-2. And Michael almost throws up. This is not good for his insecurity. And neither is this.
Take this pen and stab me with it.
And it's all Jim's fault. He bullied Dwight into a rage and then fed him to an insecure Michael. What Jim should do now is apologize. Maybe that's what he's talking to Pam about.
He has to be stopped.
Oh, no. He's bribing her to help him with some more pranks.
I'll buy you bacon chips.
And Pam caves.
French onion.
Like always. And she blatantly feeds into Michael's insecurities.
Could you ask Dwight to stay late too so he can walk me to my car?
It's quite disgusting, really. He goes full Michael Scarn. He doesn't really have a plan. He just wants to confront him.
So, catch 22.
But Jim has a plan.
Ooh, what about Dwight's dojo?
And then he's gonna act like it's Michael's idea.
Michael, he decided to extend our lunch by an hour so that we could all go down to the dojo and watch him fight Dwight.
I'm always scratching my beanie over the fools out there, still rooting for Conor McGregor. I can't even imagine anyone rooting for this vato. He simply took it too far this time, literally.
Hey, put me down. Hey.
Why don't you have a seat right over here for me?
But having said all this, it still couldn't have happened without one last person.
Bow to your sensei!
Most people watched that one episode of Seinfeld and said, that's funny, but not Sensei Ira. He thought that might actually be a good business model. I know what you're thinking. How is adding one adult to the class a good business model? I'll let Dwight answer that for you.
Turns out, Sensei Ira was a bit of a shyster. Sensei Billy says most students don't spend $150,000 over 20 years to get their black belt.
Sensei Ira knew that Dwight had that paper because Dwight was selling all that paper. That fool was running a McDojo. And then he had the nerve to get low when Michael thought he was reading a menu.
That is Japanese for California roll. Actually, it's a symbol for eternal discipline.
Hey, if you're charging $150,000 for karate lessons, the least you could do is throw in some sushi. Not only was he putting children in danger by letting them train with an adult, he also lets fools show up on their lunch break to fight each other. I wouldn't be surprised if he taught no-touch knockouts or BJJ, but whatever he was doing, it didn't work out for him because a few years later, he tried to get a job at the office. Shameless, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You're here for the fight.
Everybody's kung fu fighting.
By this point, you already know that this fight shouldn't even be happening. The karateka should be practicing self-control and avoiding conflict.
I don't want trouble.
Not inviting erratic individuals with something to prove into the dojo. But here we are, and their styles are quite different. Dwight wants to get loose, and Michael likes to keep it tight.
I like to say tight, compact.
Michael wants that war of attrition, and Dwight's looking for the walk-off KO. Dwight likes a clean fight with the rule set, and Michael likes a midnight at Denny's kind of fight.
On the street, we didn't have any rules, maybe one. No kicks to the groin, home for dinner.
You would think that Michael wouldn't do so well under these conditions, but who could have expected? Well, what happened next?
Hi, Sensei. Hi, Dwight.
That's Alyssa, my senpai.
My senpai. My senpai. My senpai.
So Dwight wasn't the senpai, and he got exposed in front of his coworkers. That's not good for the mental state right before a fight. That's like saying that you're gonna donate to a charity and then changing your mind, and then the word gets out that you flaked and you get embarrassed and it messes with your head and then you get beat up. But this ain't about that. This is about that. Link down below. Surprisingly, Dwight keeps his composure and he immediately scores a point with the kick to the kidney. This hurts Michael's pride, and he starts hopping around like if it's a taekwondo fight. Maybe he got confused by the sign on the window, but his movement doesn't intimidate Dwight. So Michael goes into the southpaw stance, hoping for that big left head kick. But Dwight advances with the left foot and throws a hand out, most likely aiming to throw that spinning outward crescent kick to Michael's dome. So Michael quickly reacts with a leg kick attempt, but Dwight gets out of the way.
I got his pants. That was my pants.
Well, points for pants.
Michael gets frustrated and resorts to childlike tactics.
You look like such an idiot.
This irritates Dwight and causes him to fight sloppy. But you can't do that. When you get too emotional, all your technique goes out the window. And then you get out of that flow state and you start thinking too much. And then you overcompensate by doing stupid stuff. Michael tries to clinch up, even though that's illegal. And Dwight starts practicing kata right in the middle of the fight. But I can't hate on that, because Michael can't get through. Dwight switches back to offense because he needs points to win. But again, he lets himself get emotional.
Do that again, I dare you.
And he takes Michael's bait. Fortunately for Dwight, this is illegal, so none of this counts. Even that crooked sensei told him to stop. This is unsportsmanlike conduct, and Michael should be disqualified immediately, possibly even arrested at this point. Phyllis is even taking photos for evidence, but Michael actually has the nerve to declare himself the winner.
I win! I win!
That's about as valid as when he declared bankruptcy.
I declare bankruptcy!
Dwight won this fight. However, this is the moment the second fight began. Dwight should have kept his cool and let his sensei announce him as the winner, but he decided to engage in a ruleless battle. He was fighting Michael's fight now. Nothing he did was legal. He threw his helmet, clinched up, and went for the takedown. I don't know what's worse, that or Mario Yamasaki over there not breaking it up. Ladies and gentlemen, there were two fights that day. Dwight won the first one, and Michael won the second one. But what's most important is that neither man had peace afterward. Both of them had won. Yeah, both of them were sad. You thought I was gonna say had lost, huh? Until they finally came together and talked it out. And if you observe the room very closely, you'll notice something. Something that's not there. Something like an instigator. That's right. There's no Jim Halpert. I'd like to think that at this very moment, he's on the set of Bully Beatdown, finally getting what's come to him. But he's probably at home, texting Roy's fiance or stealing someone's possessions. I wouldn't put it past his fool to commit identity theft. You already know he doesn't like being a South.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
He's the reason you need a RFID blocking wallet. But I can't sit on that. It's too hard.
That's what she said.
It's a front pocket wallet, homie. Why are you trying to sit on your wallet anyway? Cause your grandpa did it? What are you gonna do next? Marry your grandma? It's the same thing. The Ridge wallet holds up to 12 cards and your cash. Just pretend like that's cash. If you got deserted on a desert island and you could only take 3 things and the Ridge wallet was one of those things, then you could actually have 16 things because you got the wallet and your cash, and then you still got 12 cards. So you got 16, plus you could take 2 other things. Imagine if you took 3 Ridge wallets. You would probably die, but you will have the most stuff. But now that I think about it, it's so durable, you could probably break a coconut with it.
That's what she said. No.
I don't wanna work, I just wanna bang on the Ridge all day. You can order one of these today by going to ridge.com/Voto and putting in the promo code VOTO for 10% off. To sum up today's video, Dwight won, Michael won, and Jim is a punk. Do you agree with my airtight facts? Let me know down below. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. It took way longer than I thought it would. That's what she said! There's got to be a morning after. This reminds me of when I predicted that Khabib would smash McGregor, but better. That one was like a way bigger fight and everything, but this one's like right here, right now, you know, and I'm on that instant gratification. For those of you that don't know, I called it. Mystic Jesse called it. Scope the last video. I made a video 7 months ago saying that Jake Paul was gonna be the biggest fighter of 2021, and I was making those comparisons between him and Woodley before it was on anybody's radar. Jake Paul is on that Tyrone Woodley template. Fighter, media personality, rapper, actor, activist, and he's argumentatively better in every category. Let me clarify, I'm not a Jake Paul fan. I say it all the time, but I am a MMA truther. In this case, boxing truther as well. It translates. I don't care if he's a YouTuber or a noisy neighbor. I take all the facts into consideration, and that fool's been putting in work. Yes, if he fought a good striker, he would lose. You see, I'm not biased and blinded by hatred like some of you are. I made it clear that I was not a fan of Jake Paul, but I knew that he was gonna beat Ben Askren. And you have to acknowledge that it's easy to laugh about it today and say, of course Jake Paul beat Ben Askren. Back then, people weren't saying that. People were rooting for Ben Askren, that he was gonna save the MMA community. Don't even lie. But I was one of the only people saying, Charlie, I don't care how you feel about him. He's clearly gonna win. And then I predicted the same thing leading up to this fight. I know that some of you are getting a little bit skeptical of my kind of predictions because the way I talk about it sounds like I'm a fan. Let me put it like this. I'm not a fan of Jake Paul, but I am rooting for Jake Paul. I like the freak show. And I've been saying it over and over again. It's basically celebrity deathmatch in real life. Mira, if Ben Askren would have won or Tyrone Woodley, then it would have been over for Jake Paul. And he would have went back to putting Orbeez in a bathtub. But now that he won, it gets to continue. He's going to end up fighting like Doja Cat next. Jimmy Fallon, Dana White, Mama Woodley. And then all the fools are going to be crying saying that they don't want to see that. And they want Jake Paul to go away. And I'm not going to spend my money on that. But then they're going to go to Reddit. And they're gonna be searching for those links. And when they can't find it, they're gonna come into my chat section, begging everybody to share it with them. Jake Paul's got you right where he wants you. That fool's living inside your head like a Californian with squatters' rights. All in all, I think we gotta admit that it was a pretty decent event. It was very non-thriller-like. Before I get to the main event, just let me recap the first fights real quick. Tommy Fury made Anthony Taylor look like how Tyson Fury made Deontay Wilder look. Also, Tommy Fury, get smaller shoulders. You're making a lot of fools upset. Montana Love was treating Baranchik like if he was Nate Diaz, and he made him quit on the stool after the 7th, like I predicted, by the way. Daniel Dubois did to Joe Cusimano what everybody thought Tyrone Woodley was gonna do to Jake Paul. He knocked him down 3 times in the first round, and by the end of it, Joe Cusimano actually thought that he was Jake Paul. Amanda Serrano got the decision over Mercado, and I learned that women's boxing only has 2-minute rounds. I know there's a lot of you out there right now feeling very emotional. Lots of dudes needing to get those tears wiped away, if you know what I mean. Now that you feel a little bit better, you could go back to my video where you were leaving comments saying, I'll be back after the fight, homie. Where you at now? I can't see you. Look, this is like one of those classic Tyron Woodley didn't get beat by his opponent. You know, that fool beat himself. And as far as I'm confirmed, it all started with the walkout song. Woodley came out to his new single, Let's Go Big. Did you know that Donda finally came out? No? I didn't think so. It's because they came out the same weekend. Kanye's living in Tyrone's shadow. But you gotta be smarter with your walkout music. It's gotta be something that's like personal and that means something to you, not that's gonna hype up the other fighter. You can't come out to the hip hop like that with the white boy from Ohio. That's the demographic. You know that Jake Paul was backstage feeling himself like Nathan Johnson. Jake was hyped. Woodley's over here like, how about a car with no roof? And Jake's like, I like cars with no roof. Mira, there's not much to say about the actual fight itself. Woodley didn't want to let the hands go. He was acting like if he let him go, he thought he wasn't gonna get him back or something. And that stance, he looked like a praying mantis or something. It was like the old style, but backwards. And there's two different kinds of people right now starting a narrative. The Jake Paul fans from YouTube that have probably never seen Tyron Woodley fight ever, and the MMA, excuse my language, casuals that probably haven't seen that many Tyron Woodley fights, saying that he's washed up and he's afraid to let the hands go now, whatever. Hey, that fool never let the hands go. You could even look at his record when he did have TKOs, when he did have knockouts, when he beat Robbie Lawler. He never let the hands go. He might get a big bomb here and there, but that's all that he would do. He might set it up with a little feint. That's the biggest combo you're gonna get from Woodley. A little flick, and then there's the bomb. That's it. And he did the same thing against Jake Paul. The little flick here and there, try to land the bomb. It didn't work that great, but it's the same strategy. He hasn't changed. I know he lost his last 4 fights and everything. That's irregular right now. But what I'm saying is that Tyron Woodley, his style, it works in the cage because he could throw the bomb, he could throw kicks, he could go for the takedown, he could do groundwork, he could put you on the cage. He can't do that in the boxing ring though. So everybody was acting like we're seeing a way different Tyron Woodley right now. He's an old man now. He's sluggish. He's afraid. No, that's just Tyron Woodley only allowed to box. That's what he looks like. You're not gonna get far in boxing if the only thing that you could do is land bombs. Eventually it's gonna catch up to you. It is disgusting, and frankly it's offensive that anybody would claim that Tyron Woodley won that fight. I think he won round 4 and 8, but in case you forgot, there were 8 rounds, so that's a lot for Jake Paul. All Woodley was doing was stalking and trying to look scary. And that might work if you're trying to get back with your ex, but that's not going to work in the boxing ring. And people are saying that Jake was running, but every time he moved back, he was landing that jab and those body shots. Woodley took more body shots than my Tío Beto on my prima's baptism. Even his corner knew that he was losing. They kept telling him, you're giving him too much time. You got to put him away. Y'all must have forgot that Tyron Woodley has been a meme in the MMA community for the longest now, and that maybe you're picking the lesser of the two evils, I don't know, because that you hate Jake Paul so much that now all of a sudden Tyron Woodley's your hero and you want him to win so bad. At the end of the day, Jake landed more. He scored more points. He didn't get knocked down. That's how you win a boxing match, right? And Woodley's even more delusional than the people who thought he won by asking for a rematch. I'm not even gonna lie, I felt bad for him in that moment, thinking that he could actually sell the next fight better than anybody else. It came off as desperate. And anybody who watched the fight knows that the next one wouldn't be any different. There's way bigger fights than Woodley. The actual match, that's a bonus. People want the freak show. Give us a celebrity. I want to see Jake in there with Oprah Winfrey. Jake already accomplished what he set out to do by fighting somebody like Woodley. He wanted to say what's up to the MMA community, and he wanted to diss Dana White. However, Woodley kept begging, and Jake told him that the only way he would do it is if he got that tattoo. And Woodley said that he's going to do it as long as he sees that paperwork. He could just never go home again. There is a new development though. Tyron Woodley has just accused Jake Paul of using steroids, which is a weird excuse, unless it's a brand new type of steroid that somehow freezes your opponent's hands. That's not a good way to get the next fight, Woodley. And Jake doesn't want to fight right away anyway. He was already saying that he wants to take a little vacation. That fool's gonna have a baby.
She's pregnant.
Woo! Imagine when that fool comes back with his dad strength. I already predicted that he will be the biggest fighter of 2021. But now, I predict that fool's gonna be the daddest man on the planet. To be honest, I didn't learn anything from this fight because it played out the way that I knew it would. But I know that there's something that a lot of you learn throughout this process. Never disrespect. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Late. Now I know why Kobe Covington's always thanking the first responders. Because he needs their assistance. What's up everybody, my name is Jesse and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. I'm not even gonna say it, because you already know. More on that later. UFC 268 was an amazing card without a single boring fight. But there were 7 things that stuck out to me. Let me break it down for you.
Ernest? No. Ernest? No.
Dustin Jacoby took the fight on 6 days notice. Boy, if you watch the fight, it looked like John Allen took the fight on 6 days notice. Allen had a full training camp, and Jacoby was actually at camp. He was in the woods hunting for elk when he got the call. Hey, with all disrespect, Allen doesn't look like much after going head to head with one of these. And to be honest, I don't even know why that fool's fighting. Supposedly, he's a Brazilian basketball player.
A former basketball player in Brazil.
And the only reason he ever even started fighting was to lose weight, which is a great method. But maybe not at Madison Square Garden. To give Allen the benefit of the doubt, maybe when they offered him MSG, he thought they were talking about Chinese food. We do have to commend him for his warrior spirit though. He got eye poked and he could have took the easy way out. If that was Aljamain Sterling, he would have been asking for a new eyeball like Bisping. But in the end, Allen's will was broken. And so were his teeth.
Said something was broken, yeah. But teeth, yep.
Coincidentally speaking, his basketball skills might come in handy because he's gonna need a good rebound after this.
He's the best.
Khabib is retired. Mero is retired. Chris Barnett is my new favorite active fighter. Him and Rose. He's got like a non-threatening childlike innocence. You know how sometimes a childlike innocence could be kind of sketchy? It's not like that at all. I was watching the fights at a homie's house and I almost got caught slipping because during the walkout, Barnett was dancing and really feeling himself, and it was contagious, you know? So then I kind of started moving myself. I was like Angela at Cafe Disco. And I already know what some of you are thinking. Hey, fool, you're a hypocrite. Because I didn't like it when Adesanya was dancing. Well, it wasn't so much the dancing that I didn't like as the Illuminati initiation. And then on top of that, Barnett's a heavyweight. The heavyweight division's boring. It needs more people like him. Who's gonna try to follow this? Stipe Muchacho? And whoever decided to cut away from him right in the middle of his dance needs to get fired. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that haterful Muchacho. And as if the dancing wasn't enough, Barnett won everybody over with all the spinning stuff. Even Dan Bergliotto was miring. I haven't seen a big man move like that since Flacco was on the run. And I know you've heard of a sacrifice throw. Well, you haven't heard of a sacrifice kick. Barnett almost broke his heel on Viante's dome.
My foot is on fire right now.
And then Barnett hit that trifecta. Dancing, spinning knockout, beautiful sportsmanship. It was Viante's last fight and Barnett wanted to show him some love.
Stand up for this man!
What's not to love about Barnett? He's an exciting and charismatic individual. He's so charismatic that John MacArthur wrote a book about him. Hey, you get his act?
Who are you? You. No, not me, you.
Yes, I am you.
Coming into the UFC and saying that you want to be the next Conor McGregor is like going to the WWF and saying that you want to be the next Chris Benoit. I don't think Gary realizes how many crimes he's going to have to commit and how many titles he's going to have to not defend in order to reach his goal. Ironically, he might actually have to rely on McGregor type shenanigans if he wants to have any success in the UFC. Lots of people doubted Jordan Williams.
Cause I'm an island boy.
And they thought that Gary would steamroll right through him. But Williams beat him up the whole round. Gary looked even worse than that Italian DJ that McGregor got the unanimous decision over. The only reason he even won is because Williams got too comfortable and overextended himself. Double left? Like that? What'd you think was gonna happen? No opposite hand checking, no head movement, leaning right into it with 2 seconds left. It's like you never even heard of Fight Smart. And then Gary's over here acting like if he just defeated M. Bison or something.
We just shocked the world!
It's not even a big deal, fool. You got lucky. He beats one island boy and he thinks he's Jake Paul.
You're scared, bro. I know you are.
I quit! I quit! What?
I finally figured out why all the fighters were slipping in the cage. Chandler kept spitting out blood. That fool was bleeding more than Nate Diaz in a cactus store. That supposedly his name isn't Iron because of his hard hands. It's because when he fights, you can actually see the iron in his blood. But when he actually applied himself, he was dangerous. And he made Gaethje look like a flat-footed haymaker. But he couldn't help himself. He just had to show everyone how tough he was. And he kept taking damage. He was blinded by his pride. And then he tried to make it even by blinding Gaethje. And then he socked him. He took his vision and then he straight up hit him in his blind spot. And he should have lost points for that because he could already see that the ref was moving in. That was no accident. But it turns out that points wouldn't matter because that fool decided to blow the fight anyway. It was neck and neck, and Chandler just started emoting at the end. This was his opportunity to show the judges something, and he just kept jumping around like if he thought he was Chris Barnett. Even Dana White was frustrated that he blew such a good fight, and he had them cut his mic off because he didn't want to hear excuses. Speaking of Dana White,
I smoke marijuana so I don't beat my wife and children.
as I'm sure you already know, Dana White was watching the Canelo fight during the main card. And as someone who went back and forth myself, I happen to know that the Canelo fight took place during 3 of the UFC fights. If you watch the whole thing, the president of the UFC disrespected 6 of his fighters by watching a boxing match on his Chromebook. And he justified it by saying that he had money on it.
I bet 100,000 on him to win by knockout.
And then he only won $40,000. That's nothing for Dana White. That's like a week's worth of protein powder. It wasn't even enough for Dana to pay for the stream.
Did you pay for it?
Yes.
And I don't blame him. Canelo's starting to fight like Mayweather. That fool's boring. But Dana still thinks that he could beat the UFC's top pound for pound fighter. Dana still hasn't put respect on his name. But if you ask me, I think it's a Dana White power move. He's trying to let all these fools know that they got no leverage for negotiation. Everyone's always trying to get paid more. And he's like, Charlie, I don't even watch your fights. It's manipulation. Just like when he acts like he doesn't already know who has the first question.
You got the first question.
You know who has the first question, Dana?
Fair enough.
Rose scared me. I'm a big fan because I like how real she is. She doesn't let the money and the fame get to her head like everybody else. To this day, she's still rocking the overalls like a little farmer, growing tomatoes and whatnot. And she didn't even display the belt on the table. She's just trying to hold her pants up. But she almost had a wardrobe malfunction because she almost had to leave without that belt. Triple C almost became quadruple C because he caused Weili to level up. Some people actually thought she won. They're wrong, but they thought it. She vastly improved since the last time, both physically and mentally. That supposedly part of her training was for her teammates to heckle her and boo her. Unfortunately, in the Asian language, the word boo actually means cheese. So it didn't really have the desired effect. And neither did her groundwork. Mira, when you're grappling with the Rose, you're gonna get some thorns. Everyone thought that it was gonna be a knockout one way or the other. But Weili found a way to make it competitive, but not competitive enough. Because like Rose always says, when she's talking to herself out loud, she's the best. Last time Weili lost, she cut her hair so that she could be more like Rose. During the post-fight press conference, she said that this time, she's gonna start playing the piano. And she's gonna get a really weird boyfriend. There's something about you. Now I know why Colby Covington's always thanking the first responders. Because he needs their assistance. There's a rumor that I just started that Colby Covington is actually sponsored by the first responders and that he takes a beating so that he could show off their services. And I'm not hating. People gotta make their money. Just like Usman being an entrepreneur himself, the CEO of EPO. I know a lot of people are saying that his back knee is just little marks from the miniature suction cups and that he only has the injection marks on his stomach because he has the chronic rabies. But I don't know if that's true. What I do know is how bad it looks when you show up looking like a cheetah after being accused of being a cheetah. That's like when O.J. Simpson wrote that book, Y'all Know I Killed Her. But Colby wasn't looking much better by picking on a helpless reporter. He was aggressive and incoherent.
What a question! 10 push-ups, flabby butt!
He even thought Usman was Justin Gaethje.
That doesn't make sense.
Something very interesting to note though, for the people that think he's racist, that fool doesn't see color. But he did see black for a few seconds when Usman hammer-fisted him in the back of the head. Some people think that that may have altered the course of the entire fight. And some people think that that takedown not being counted also affected the fight. And some people don't care because they were watching Canelo's post-fight press conference. But we saw the fight and we know that Colby was hesitant because he didn't want to get his face broken. That what good would it do a man if he gains the title but forfeits his jaw? I didn't want Usman to win, but he was my pick. His cardio is just as good as Colby's, if not better. His one-punch power is too much for Colby's love taps. And even though Colby did get a takedown, Usman's overall takedown defense is too good for Colby to use his wrestling. The dominance, the durability, and the style of Usman reminds me of my Ridge wallet. When you compare it to other wallets on the market, there's a lot of copycats. It makes them look like how Bobby Green made a La Quinta look. It's not even close. I remember when I used to sit on my old wallet. It gave me back pain. I was making that same face as Frankie Edgar. But now I could fit my cards and cash into this slim front pocket wallet.
No way.
It's so slim, I could put a few of them in there. And if I decide to do that, then there's plenty of styles and colors to choose from, as well as other products to scope out. If you saw my pillow talk session the other day, then you know my phone's broken and it won't charge right. So I got one of these portable chargers so I could stay ready to stream. The Ridge wallet comes with a lifetime warranty, so it could be with you forever, like a little turtle. And it also has free worldwide shipping, no matter where you're at. Just go to ridge.com/Voto and put in the promo code VOTO to get 10% off. It's the holiday season, and what better gift is there for your loved ones than to get a personalized greeting or whatever from the Grandmaster? That's right, I'm on Cameo. Just follow the link below and hit me up. And if you want to help me make videos that are longer than 60 seconds, especially if you're one of the fools that complain about those, then please consider joining my Patreon or my YouTube membership. Links down below. And likes, comments, and subscriptions are very much appreciated. It makes YouTube like me. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Lay. That's it. Recording. I'm recording. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have left. Yo, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican Martial Arts. Okay. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a cataract. There's nothing in here. It's my eyes. That's worse. To give Alan the benefit of the doubt, maybe when they offered him MSG, he thought they were talking about Chinese food. I shouldn't be laughing this hard at my own jokes. It looks bad. But if it doesn't make me laugh, it's not gonna make someone else laugh, so. Coincidentally speaking, his basketball skills might actually come in handy because he's gonna need a good rebound after. Coincidentally speaking, his basketball skills might actually come in handy because he's gonna need a good rebound after. Coincidentally speaking, his basketball skills might actually come in handy because he's gonna need. My mouth doesn't work. Okay. I'm cramping. Why am I cramping? I've been drinking so much water. I've been drinking too much water. Why am I cramping? Ah. Ah. So then I kind of started moving myself, you know? What was that? I've never moved like that. I can't even replicate that. So then I kind of started moving myself, you know? What? Stipa mo. It's one of the things I'm most proud of. It feels like the first time. Stipe muchacho. I'm not ashamed of how proud I am. Tony's gonna steal that one too. I forgot about this. All right. Don't delete this piece. What is this from? Gary looked even worse than that towel. Gary looked even worse than that towel. Why can't I talk anymore? To give Allen the benefit of the doubt, maybe when they offer him MSG, great. Marilena's home. I was well, it wasn't so much the dancing I didn't like as the that supposedly his nickname isn't Iron because his hard hands. It's because when he fights, you could actually see the blood in his iron. Iron in his blood. That's supposed. Oh! 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 Okay. I'm gonna click and I'm gonna hope that does something. I'm gonna hope. Better hope. Better hope. Better hope. That's like a week's worth of protein powder. But Dana still thinks, did I press record? Did I press record? Yes, I did. Just like when he acts like he... You know who has the first question, Dana. And neither did her... And either my mouth is tired. Mira, when you're grappling with the rose, you're gonna get some thorns. During the post-fight press conference, she said that this time she's gonna start playing the piano and she's gonna get a really weird boyfriend. And that he only has the injection marks on his stomach because he has the chronic rabies. Acid reflux. The commercial. I gotta go find money for my Ridge wallet. I gotta go find money for my Ridge wallet. I gotta go find money for my Ridge wallet. I stole Marilena's money from my Ridge wallet. I stole Marilena's money from my Ridge wallet. So I think I'm gonna put a couple of videos right here. I'm not sure which ones. It might only end up being one. It might be two. I don't know. I just hope you click on it. If you've already seen it, then go watch one you haven't seen. I don't know. Supposedly Gaethje vs. Chandler was a fight of the year. They took it by anonymous decision. Personally, I felt like it was a little bit monogamous. Rock 'em, sock 'em, rock 'em, sock 'em. Sock 'em, rock 'em. This fight would have been a better movie for CTE than that one that Will Smith did. I prefer something with a little more nuance. Like the Lion Tamer cracking that whip against all odds. The YouTuber putting the 5-time UFC champion to sleep like if he was white noise. Or Chael Sonnen telling us from the future that he was gonna lay out 5 fools at the same time.
1-on-1, 2-on-1, or 5-on-1. I'll make them all need 9-1-1.
And then doing it. But nah, You like that non-title 3-rounder. I got you. Let me break it down for you. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and grandmaster of MMA, Mexican martial arts. This video was sponsored by me and my Cameo page. Click that little link, and I'll turn you some flips. I'm your puppet. If you don't know what Cameo is, then your life is on the right track. And if you do know what it is, then hit me up. You know, I think Cameo is a beautiful platform to be on because a lot of celebrities such as myself can come on here and raise money for different charities and organizations of their choosing to help out the less fortunate, you know? But I will not be doing that. A lot of people thought that there should have been a guaranteed title shot fight because the next guy in line didn't look like he even wanted the title. He wanted to keep fighting for money, and they wanted to make sure that the low budget Khabib wasn't gonna leapfrog over everybody. But we know now more than ever that the rankings don't mean anything. Poirier got the fight anyway. And now Oliveira's waiting for the Gorilla Glue on McGregor's leg to dry so that he could fight the 9th guy in line. Oliveira's gonna skip over every single contender so that he could secure his legacy as the Gucci Whisperer. But that's irregular. This video isn't about Oliveira's 30 for 30. It's about the two fools that were fighting to get next, even though they didn't get it. Michael Chandler came into the fight having just lost to the current champion, and Justin Gaethje was coming off a loss to the actual champion. Kind of like a battle of the bridesmaids type of situation. And I think that's why they fought with the aggression that they did, because nobody wants to be second best, because that if you're not first, you're last. But then they say that the last will be first and the first will be last. And I believe that's in reference to the UFC rankings, because they obviously don't go in order. But for what it's worth, which is obviously nothing, Chandler came into this fight ranked number 5 and Gaethje ranked number 2. Looking back, I think they both knew deep down inside that neither of them will get the next shot.
We're the #1 contender. It's a #1 contender fight.
But it was more like a People's Choice Award kind of thing. Chandler has said at the press conference that Gaethje was going out in the first round. So you already knew he was going to come out throwing haymakers. What we didn't know is that he was on that Nate Diaz defense, and that he was going to be blocking 90% of the shots with his face. And it's that small detail that turned this fight into the battle of the brain damage. I believe that Michael Chandler has both the speed and the agility to move in and out and tee off on Gaethje all day if he could just keep his hands up. But maybe all those haymakers drained the stamina too early. And although this worked in Gaethje's favor, he proceeded to admonish Chandler for being so reckless. And he spanked that fool. But Gaethje wouldn't be upset for long. He decided to capitalize on the situation with his own haymakers. So much so that he turned his prediction at the press conference into a reality.
He's gonna turn into a wrestler real quick.
Not only was Chandler the first to go for a takedown, he then clinched up right after that, no doubt hoping that it would lead to a takedown. And after that failed, he immediately tied up from the back. And when that went nowhere, he went for the clinch again. And realizing by this point that he no longer had a sense of shame, he went for the full-blown takedown, which got stuffed. The mental battle was over by this point. They had like a unspoken gentleman's agreement that the first one to go for a takedown will be the her. So Michael Chandler had to go back to his corner after round 1, knowing that he was gonna have to settle for plan B. And no, I'm not talking about Bellator, but Justin Gaethje didn't have it much better. He had to go back to his corner and deal with that psychopath Trevor Whitman. I hear that he's a nice guy, but I don't trust nobody that smiles that much. Even when Gaethje got rocked, look at that smile he has on his face. Either he doesn't have his fighter's best interests at heart, or that fool doesn't know how to express his emotions. But I have to admit that sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the moment. For example, the first time that I saw this fight, I thought that it was a lot closer than it really was. Michael Chandler kept hopping around, spitting out blood, taking shots like a zombie. Stuff like that can mess with your head and make you think that a fighter's doing way better than he really is. But this ain't WWF, no disrespect. But when Mankind would take shots to the head, we loved it because he was a savage. And we weren't worried about points. But when Chandler takes shots to the head and we think he looks like a savage, that's just more points for Gaethje.
I know you want to show that you're tough, but it's not about that.
We could talk about how tough Chandler is all day. You already know that's not a compliment in the UFC. You know who else is tough? Calvin Kattar, Brian Ortega. When you watch the fight back, it's obvious that round 2 is where Gaethje really pulled away. Literally. With the no takedown thing now out the window, Chandler kept trying to go for it, but he got stuffed every time. Whether it was an actual takedown attempt or whether he was trying to work his way up to one. Gaethje could see exactly what he was doing, which left Chandler with no choice but to take Gaethje's vision. The ironic thing is Chandler was acting like he had lost his own vision, where he pretended like he didn't see the referee telling him to stop. If your peripherals are that bad, then you shouldn't be in the octagon. Unless your name is Michael Bisping.
Mexican martial arts.
The craziest thing though is that Chandler landed a hard right hand, and we should assume that he threw it as hard as he could. Because why wouldn't he? And not only did Gaethje not defend it, he wasn't even looking at it. And it didn't even wobble him. That was a dirty move by Michael Chandler that I can't believe went unpunished. We don't always see eye to eye, but Big John McCartney would have never let that stand. But it serves him right that Gaethje took it the way he did and made Chandler look like a punk. Not only was Chandler desperate to grapple, his biggest undefended shots were no match for Gaethje's indifference to trauma. After the second round, Chandler was looking for medical attention, and Gaethje was over there trying to increase the match difficulty. He was trying to pick a fight with the referee because he didn't like how the eye poke situation went down. But Trevor Whitman told him, don't even trip.
Look at me. I love the fun.
The third round was like when you're playing a tutorial in a video game and the guy just keeps letting you hit him because he knows that you're trying to learn a new move. Chandler was that guy. And then he had the nerve to tell Gaethje to bring it. And you could tell by the face that Gaethje made that he was like, it's already been brought in. But Chandler obviously didn't mean it anyway, because he went for another takedown. But Gaethje wasn't about to let him have this one either. And he rotated his body down until he got caught up in what looked like a modified tombstone pile driver. But instead of getting buried alive, he took the back. But Gaethje never wanted to grapple, so he did that catch and release so that he could go toe to toe. But by this point in the fight, Chandler couldn't go toe to toe, unless we're talking about footsies. So he continued to show people how tough he is. He did his best Michael Scott impression. He threw spinning stuff, and he started emoting. The first time I watched the fight, I thought, this fool must think he won if he's stalling this hard. But after watching the fight again, I could tell that he just gave up because it was no longer competitive. It's like when Marilena starts with all the name calling because she doesn't have any good arguments. And that's when I know I got her. And like, none of those names that she says even like gets to me when I think about it later, you know, when I'm by myself or whatever. At the end of the fight, Michael Chandler was bloodier than an angry Englishman. But I probably shouldn't show you because YouTube and Justin look like, you know, he always has that face. I don't think this was the fight of the year, especially after watching it again. I think a better fight will be between Dana White and Justin Gaethje because Dana White is disrespecting Gaethje. Dana White, knight in shining armor, is coming through for the golden boy once again. I don't know how he's supposed to lose 50 pounds though. If you ask me, he should just leave the weight on and fight Paddy Pimblett. But we have to remember that the fight of the year is objective. There's no right answer. Was it Nunes versus Peña? Very likely. Was it Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley? Possibly. Was it Khabib versus the ring card girls? Maybe. Let me know your pick down below. Alright, so as most of you know, it's been a while since I've done a long boy like this video. I've been making those 60-second ones and people have been asking for one of these. So in celebration, finally doing it for the end of the year. I think if I'm done editing, it might come out at the beginning of the year. I'm not sure. I want to celebrate type Tuivasa style. Go and get a chancla if you want to celebrate with me. If you're a little bit under the weather like me, then you could use some cough syrup. And if you're not, then you could drink some Pepsi. However you want to get down. We did it, boys and ladies. Thank you. I now have a 2% female audience. I used to have like 0.0013 and it's up to 2 now. So I want to thank all the ladies out there as well. But thank you, everybody. We did it. Thank you for watching Mexican Martial Arts.